Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our first virtual Citrix user group meeting. Hope you're all staying safe, hunkered down at home, social distancing, etc., wherever you're joining from. We've got about 300 odd people registered for today, so it's great to have a wider audience than we would usually reach. So welcome to all those who are joining from far-flung places in the world. It's great to have you with us. For those who don't know, my name is Neil Spellings. I'm one of the steering group on the UK Citrix user group. We've also got Jim Moyle here, who's actually doing a session, but he can introduce himself when he starts his session in a few minutes. We've got a great lineup of today. So again, first thanks to our sponsors. Obviously, it's a very unusual time for sponsors. They like to have some time with you guys. Hopefully, you will tick the little box to say share my details when you registered, so they can all contact you afterwards. So we've got Control Up, who are our diamond sponsor this year, and you'll be hearing from all these guys throughout the day. We've given everyone a little slot so they can just have a chat with you at some point during the day. So do make sure you have done that. Right. Here's the agenda. So we've got a packed agenda for the days. Oh, my screen. There we go. Go away. There we go. So we've got a feedback form at the end. So we're giving away an Amazon gift voucher, which is worth £100. We'll also be dropping gift vouchers after each of the sessions, just to see if you're paying attention. So do make sure that you participate in those. They'll be drawn at random throughout the day. And then the £100 voucher will be from the feedback form, which will be a link at the end of the GoToWebinar today, or by email. You'll get a follow-up email after the meeting. So if you want to participate, we have a Slack channel going on. We can tweet us, hash UKCUG, or at the UK Citrix user group. And we also have a LinkedIn group as well. We do have a forum on the MyCGC website as well, so do check that out as well. We are talking on the Slack channel, so you can join the presenters and other attendees on Slack. The link is in the GoToMeeting panel. If you look in the GoToMeeting panel, we've posted the link in there if you want to join in there. Also, the channel name is #myCUGC. So you can ask questions there, or you can ask questions in the GoToWebinar channel itself. So, excuse me, a bit of news. Obviously, it's a very different world that we're living in at the moment. So some sort of coronavirus type updates. So as you've probably seen, the Synergy 2020 has been cancelled as in a physical event. It's now going to be run as a virtual event in the autumn. So it'll be an online only type event. The original plan was to run it as an online event in May, but I think because everyone is just so busy, Citrix and everyone in the ecosystem, providing business continuity to all their customers, it just kind of didn't really make sense to have it as a event coming up imminently. So they made a smart decision to move it when everyone's got a bit more time, which is a relief to everyone who had sessions to present there. So as a result of everyone now sitting in their comfortable living rooms, we have Citrix will release some new gateway POPs to their gateway service. So there's 4 new gateway POPs now that have been added capacity, and added some regional entry point for the Citrix Cloud service, for their Citrix gateway service. Citrix have made a commitment to the staff, saying they're going to pay all their staff 100% of their salary, regardless of whether they're furloughed or whether they're working or whatever. So that's good to hear. There's been a whole flurry of business continuity related blog posts coming out the next few days. Unsurprisingly, as Citrix is one of the companies providing access to people working from home. I think their share price has also done a bit of a upward shift as a result, as of Zoom and all the other companies in the ecosphere. So what's new? So Citrix Workspace, this is the online kind of broker access portal that's replacing Storefront. So this has just been released. So this is quite interesting. This is an on-prem Microapps connector. I don't know if John is going to be talking about this at all, but this is really the Microapps concept allows you to connect to other cloud kind of services and APIs. But if you had an on-premises, for example, you had an on-premise Jira system or something like that, it was really difficult to integrate with that. So they've now come up with this on-premises Microapps connector. So it allows you to connect the cloud-based Citrix Workspace to an on-premises-based API, which is, I think, quite interesting. So that's I think that's in tech preview. Citrix Virtual Apps and Desktops 2003, not 2003. We've not gone back in time. Has just come out with some new features. So the Gateway Rendezvous service. So this is to allow traffic to flow straight from the VDA through to the Citrix Gateway service without going through your cloud connector. So again, that's obviously removing a kind of a hop and obviously increasing the capacity of the gateway service, because all the traffic now doesn't have to flow through the cloud connectors. So that's a new service that's just come out in 2003. There's some privacy stuff that's been added to Scout in terms of masking some privacy data. This is an interesting one, PVS for VMware Cloud and AWS. So this is the first time we've seen PVS, or Citrix Provisioning, I think it's its proper name I should use, is available in the cloud. So again, it's traditionally, if you had a cloud workload, you had to use MCS, but this is the first time that PVS is making an appearance in the cloud. It's AWS only at the moment. I'm guessing they'll probably look to start expanding that as people want to just take all their on-premises infrastructure and move to cloud without re-architecting it or moving to a different provisioning. So I think this is the first step we'll see of PVS making a cloud appearance. Yes, we are full. A big piece of news that we should highlight that's been deprecated is using cloud VDAs with on-premises control plane. So this is when you've got a traditional CVAD site with your storefront and your controllers on premises, but you want to run workloads in the cloud. So this has always been fine up to now. You can kind of do this cloud bursting or use the cloud for DR. Now from 2003, this will no longer be allowed. So you will have to, if you want to do that, you'll have to move to the 1912 LTSR to do that. So they'll actually stop VDAs registering. So if the VDA detects it's in the cloud, it will actually stop registering with an on-premises control plane, so on-premises broker. So if you want to have cloud-hosted workloads, you'll have to use Citrix Cloud control plane. So this is, I think Citrix is wielding a big stick to say, look, stop using all this old on-premises stuff. We want you to use our cloud service. So we're going to kind of stop this hybrid merge. I think there's been a lot of negative feedback on this because Citrix has always been like any. We don't really care what you're running on. Whereas they're kind of now saying, actually, we do care. We want you to run on our cloud broker. So that's an interesting development there. Citrix Managed Desktops, a whole bunch of enhancements in Citrix Managed Desktops. So you can now run Linux workloads, for example. You can now do backups, so things like snapshot technologies there. You support for AMD GPU instances in Azure. If you have highly graphical workloads, you can now provision against AMD GPU workloads. There's a new Office 365 image and also vertical load balancing, which is important if you're for cloud, because you don't want to have lots of VMs and bin load balancing sort of one or two users across all of them. You want to have sort of a few VMs as possible and have as many users on each one. So especially around Windows 10 multi-session, for example. So you want to fill that up first before start provisioning new workloads. So that's a useful enhancement that's been added there, which WVD has had since day one. Citrix have just kind of Some workspace app improvements. So we've now have app protection. So this is the anti-key logging stuff that's in there. So to stop people doing key logging, screenshotting. Tons of improvements around upgrading, installing. So before, if a user had installed it with user mode, it was difficult to then an admin to install it and vice versa. So they've now kind of removed all those complexities around user install and admin installs and stuff like that. It's supposed to work much better. There's a new, the new LTSR workspace app is out as well. The 1912 LTSR app is available. And also an interesting development is if you're using the HTML5 workspace app, that now supports USB redirection. So you can expose USB devices through, but you have to use Chrome. I think it's a Chrome only feature for now. Citrix Web Service, if you're using the cloud-based web service, that has now a useful caching feature. So if you do lose your internet connectivity to the cloud control plane via the connectors, then WEM will continue working. So they've added a kind of local cache for that. That was always a big concern of moving to a cloud service. Well, what if I lose my internet connection? So they've now added a sort of caching feature to that. And with 4 minutes, I'm 4 minutes ahead. So Jim has 4 minutes to prepare and get ready. So with that, I will pause and I'll have a short break. I can look at any questions that have come in. A lot of messages saying the webinar is full. So I think we're probably at our maximum number of users, which is great.
We are. The only problem is with that is that one of our panelists has dropped off and now can't get back on.
Oops. Okay, we'll have to nominate a sacrificial lamb.
or we could upgrade GoToWebinar.
We could, I guess, yes. Let's see if I can do that whilst you're talking, Jim.
That sounds like a great idea. Hopefully we can do it without having to restart it.
We'll see. I thought the limit, because when I said it at the webinar, the limit was 1,000. So strange that it's now 100. But let's see what we can do. I will work on that while you're talking, Jim. So let me make you.
No worries. Yeah, I was just going to do that myself. So that's all fine. All right, hopefully we should be able to see my screen through GoToWebinar. Can you just confirm that, Neil?
Yes, we can.
It, Jim.
Yeah.
Perfect, thank you very much. So, well, let's just jump straight in. My name is Jim Moyle, and I work for Microsoft as a global black belt for Windows Virtual Desktop. You can find me on Twitter at Jim Moyle, and you can find me on YouTube as well. There's a whole lot of FSLogix and WVD and PowerShell stuff up on my YouTube account. So let's talk a little bit in general about applications before we start. And we all work in this EUC ecosystem, and we're all intimately familiar with some of the trials and tribulations that that applications can hand to us. And we've always had a lot of choice as to how we get those applications into the OS. Now, I know there are a lot of third parties here. Between Citrix, Cloud Paging, Liquidware, there's a lot of choices. I'm going to go over the choices within the Microsoft ecosystem. So we're not going to look particularly at app layering from Citrix or whatever, because what we're going to talk about mainly is MSIX App Attach. Now, to start off, let's have a quick think about how it works with installed applications. traditional MSI or manual installation. So either via SCCM or by going in and clicking and checklist installation of applications. This, in general, especially the checklist one, is a terrible idea. I always would say that automation is key here. One of the problems with traditional MSIs is that as you upgrade or uninstall and reinstall applications, there's a lot of stuff left over that isn't intentional. We've all seen that when you uninstall something from the control panel and you look in the registry and you look in the file system and most of the app is still there present. MSIX will help get away from this, and we'll show you why in a little second. Just a little note on SCCM. So now called Microsoft Endpoint Configuration Manager, and it will support Windows 10 multi-session now. So if you wish to still use SCCM for installing your applications, then you absolutely can do. You just need to upgrade to Endpoint Configuration Manager, and it needs to be a reasonably recent version of Windows 10 as well. And then you can use SCCM for Windows 10 multi-session. AppV, I get lots of questions around AppV. So AppV is supported at least till 2026, although it is not being actively developed. So it is being developed in terms of security updates and that sort of thing, but you will not see any new features come out for AppV from now on. All the development time is being spent on MSIX and App Attach over and above any other application delivery format. If it takes a bit longer for MSIX App Attach to than predicted for MSIX App Attach to get to market and fully featured, then this date will be extended. Now, given that neither MSIX nor App Attach are GA, if you have a customer coming to you who wants to keep within the Microsoft ecosystem, then AppV is absolutely the choice that you should push them down. I know that there's others, but we'll just ignore that for the moment. There will be a direct upgrade path from AppV to MSIX App Attach. So you're not in danger of getting caught out and having to rejig everything if you go down that AppV route today. We'll just briefly cover off app masking. Now, this will also, I think there's no end of life for this product at all. And because it works with MSIX App Attach, which I'm just going to call App Attach for the rest of this, that's fine, and this will continue to be developed. It's got a strong roadmap, so that's very good. And app masking will give you that app management without the sequencing, snapshot, or packaging, and it enables you to hide or partially hide any application or a plugin to that application or a part of a suite of applications, and you can get super granular with that app masking. It will also work with MSIX. So this means that if you need some fine-grained control that isn't available through the MSIX app, XML file, then you can add it with app masking. So it says here that all apps installed in the base image, but it also works for App Attach as well. App entitlements can be real-time, as can App Attach. So this is again the reason why they'll work together, is that everything can change in real time. for instance, device trust will integrate with app masking, and that way, you know, if you do session roaming and you access your session from a different device, you can change your app entitlements without a logon event. So that real time is lovely to have. Works with fonts, plugins, printers. Fonts was always a weird one. It was for one single company who decided that they wanted to have their own font, and it cost them per user, and they decided that they would not allow so many people to access their own font. So we end up doing fonts for them. Excellent app compatibility. Now then, you can actually use app masking as an app remediation tool as well, because you can redirect files and folders to, say, app data from program data where user data shouldn't be. You can also read out the registry from current user to, from local machine to current user, where again, user data shouldn't be. So very useful, and will continue to be very useful even in the future that we're going to talk about. All right. So MSIX App Attach. We should split this into two things, because MSIX is the packaging format and App Attach is the layering technology for that packaging format. So I'll briefly cover what MSIX is. Yeah, so this will replace MSI, Click Once, AppV, AppX, everything is down to be replaced by MSIX. Declarative install. So there is an XML manifest inside the MSIX file, which declares everything that that package is going to do. So the package can't do stuff that isn't in the XML file, so you know exactly what's happening. Which gives you a clean uninstall. There's none of this MSI spawns another MSI, which spawns another MSI. The last two aren't in add remove programs. You remove the first one, the second and the third one are still there. None of that shenanigans is possible. There is also registry and file system virtualization drivers in there as well. Again, helping that clean uninstall. So, simpler packaging and deployment. All of the APIs for this are in the OS. If you want to play with it, then Windows Insider Build, Windows 10 Insider Build has all the APIs for MSIX. You can install MSIX on a normal Windows 10, but you'll need the AppX PowerShell commandlets to do so. They also have tamper protection, which is great. So as we say, declarative install via that XML manifest file. The app signature, so it's all certificates managed, so it needs to be trusted on the device. You've got tamper protection, and everything is managed by the OS. So you will always have the ability to go into add remove programs and cleanly uninstall this application. So that MSIX bundle should also have everything that you need. So either x86 or x64, language, and then the OS picks the correct applicable things for itself. So this means that the OS is in charge. You cannot tamper with, and you must trust the package, and it will cleanly install and uninstall. Excellent stuff. So that is MSIX, the packaging format. Now then, once you add the app attach part, then for us as EUC professionals, this starts to get really interesting. We've always had this sort of, let's decouple the apps, the user profile from the OS. And we could get there to a certain extent. And this should allow us to get there much easier. Now, in order to use App Attach with the MSIX packaging format, you do not need to sequence or repackage that MSIX application. So let me say that again. You can take a package from a vendor and then use it for layering without having to muck about with that package, without having to remediate that package. When everybody says, okay, fine, you can stand up a broker and a SQL database and whatever else you like, but the problem is always the apps, getting the apps to work, packaging the apps, remediating them, making sure they work in a multi-user, multi-session OS. This will take so much of that work away.
And like I said, there's no repackaging. The APIs for App Attach are part of the Windows 10 Insider build. So if you want to test it out, then you'll need to do it with the Windows 10 Insider build. Now then, user logs on, connects to WVD. Now, bear in mind that WVD can also be layered on with Citrix and other brokers as well. So the Citrix Cloud, you can insert into WVD right here. And these will get their profile, probably an FSLogix profile. And then from another SMB share, they can get their MSIX. Now then, this is kind of interesting because it just needs SMB storage. If you're in Azure, then you can use consumption-based pricing for SMB storage now. Azure NetApp files will do consumption-based pricing, and the public preview for Azure files with AD ACLs is also available today. All right, so what are we trying to do? I'm not going to read all of this out, but it's essentially to allow you to have a single package, whether you're offline on a laptop, whether you're on premises, whether your VM's in a data center or in the cloud. Completely simplifying that application delivery process and helping you seamlessly get that app to where you want it, to that user you want it, and so that with the change in underlying platforms, you don't get a change in user experience for the end user. Yeah, it isn't just for desktop virtualization. You could actually use App Attach anywhere once it's GA. If you want to play with MSIXs right now, there's a couple of ways. You are starting to see MSIX packages being produced in the wild. This is just one example. So PowerShell has actually had an MSIX package for the last few releases. This is just the latest release, and we show you that we've got MSIX here. You might have to do some interesting things to install it on your current Windows 10 build, but it's interesting to try as well. Just as a side note, I know we've got Mr. Guy Leech coming along later on. Go and try PowerShell 7.x. It's great. I am really enjoying it at the moment. If you haven't got an MSIX via a vendor, then you can take an existing package and change it into an MSIX. Now, I know I said there was no packaging, no sequencing, but that's when you've got an MSIX provided by the vendor. This is when you don't have one and you want to change something legacy into the new format. there is a packaging tool. It will allow you to create that MSIX package format from an existing application. So you can, as you see there, specify your own certificate. And it will give you the whole lovely thing like tamper protection, etc., etc., etc. So that's how to try it. Now, given that MSIX packaging format is not feature complete, if you take a really hard app and run it through the packaging tool, it is going to fail. If you want to test this, then test it on something super simple, right? And then gradually work up to the more difficult applications. That repackaging tool is not meant to be the way that this will work going forward. It's just a way for you to try out your existing apps in that MSIX format. Now, are we expecting ISVs to produce MSIXs? Obviously, we saw something from Microsoft there that was produced in the correct format. Well, any developers among you will recognize Visual Studio. If you open up your solution in Visual Studio, and if you can see, this is a preview version of Visual Studio. I think if you get the insiders version or whatever it's called, a Visual Studio now, it used to have, or it still will have, distribute as MSI, and you take your existing solution that you have created in Visual Studio, and you just output an MSI. Well, you can take that same solution, and you'll be able to distribute with MSIX. So this means that for the vendors, they won't have to do anything different to create MSIXs. It will be super simple for them to create it in the correct format. So once this tooling comes GA in Visual Studio to all the vendors, then we'll start seeing the independent vendors using this packaging format. Now then, how does it work? So there's a few steps here, okay? So an MSIX is that XML manifest with a couple of other things, but the files are zipped. So to make it an app attach package, we unzip those files, stick it inside a VHDX, and stick it on a file share. This may sound really similar to the way that FSLogix profiles work, and it's the same idea, right? It's a mounting of a disk rather than anything else. It doesn't use the FSLogix agent though. So it is using native Windows APIs. To make App Attach work, you do not have to have FSLogix installed at all. So staging is that mount of the read-only disk. And that can happen pre-login for as many applications as you say. Yeah, it's not necessarily them all. You will be able to configure this. Registering. So that is making that staged and mounted app available for the user to use. So that does happen at or near login. Lazy loading is that near login. So you will be, by the way, just to be clear, I'm not guaranteeing that all of these features will be out in GA. This is just what we're looking at, what we're intending. So lazy loading. Now, a mount does take a second or two. And if you've got 1,000 applications, then your login time is going to be greatly lengthened. So we want to be able to avoid that. Lazy loading helps avoid that by saying, okay, well, I want Outlook and maybe Office apps to be available pre-login so that as soon as that user logs in, they can double click and go. Or I want a rarely used application to be loaded lazily. So not get in the way of the login process and just as a asynchronously loaded, still as soon as it's possible, but allowing the user to log in. On-demand loading, again, if you don't want to stage all of your applications, particularly for infrequently used applications, you could do on-demand loading, which is you advertise the applications in the start menu without having that application mounted. And as soon as the user clicks that, then you take the hit on the mounting time of 1 or 2 seconds at that launch time rather than at login time. So a combination of all of these and per app and per user can be used to make sure that these applications are ready for the user when you need them to be without impacting your login time. Now, not just specific applications are going to be MSIX, they all will from Microsoft. Everybody says, but Office isn't MSIX yet. Well, let's face it, Office is probably going to be last. For some reason, we're very, very risk averse when it comes to mucking around with Office. Outlook is the most commonly used application in the world, apart from a browser. And it's necessary for everybody's work. So we are super careful around that. So any changes to Office will take longer than changes to other applications. I'm going to leave that there. You've probably already read that while I've been talking. So let's move on to how you get it working now. So this is super early preview, and there's a lot of PowerShell, and that's fine. There will be a public preview which shows Windows Virtual Desktop, which will also, as I say, include Citrix Cloud integration, and it will be a lot slicker. So if you want to try it out right now, then please feel free. So you've got an MSIX. You need to create a virtual hard disk, and you need to give that virtual hard disk a file system. So far, so easy. All right, now we're just essentially going to unzip or unpack that MSIX into the VHC. We're going to mount the VHC. Notice we say read only there in the mount disk image. And then essentially we're going to make that, we're going to register that application for the user. And this is how we do that. And notice, funnily enough, we're using the Apex commandlets. All of this is documented right here. So if you go to the Windows Virtual Desktop documentation on a Microsoft site, you'll be able to see set up MSIX App Attach. All right. So you'll need an SMB share. Yep. And eventually you'll need an app group. That's not part of the current preview. So as I say, we'll be able to do full registration, on-demand loading, lazy loading, and app boot as well. I would say that you still want to install those universal apps into the gold image, your security applications, PDF readers, that sort of thing. I don't see this as changing. Those might be installed via MSIX, but the app attach part should come for the other applications rather than anything else. So let's see how this works. So right now we can see that we've got a profile disk attached, and let's look for a couple of applications. Classic demo applications. So VLC and Notepad++. Neither are present. This is just a PowerShell script. And what we're going to do is we're going to run this PowerShell script, which just runs some of those things that we showed you on the slides earlier. And now we can see a couple of things. All right. One, those applications are both there as if they are natively installed. The OS doesn't know any different. It's coming from Azure files. If we look down at those two disks, we can actually see that those disks are attached as read-only. So we can attach thousands of VMs to that same disk if we wish to do so. Now, if you want to know more about MSIX App Attach, then that top link will just go to the WVD documentation. There's a video that the product team did at Build 2019, and there's tech communities and documentation linked there as well. All right. So hopefully we've caught up a little bit of time. Neil, who's next?
So next is Harry. So I pushed the agenda by 30 minutes, just to keep everything kind of on a even keel, so we don't have to rush. So we do have 10 minutes if you've got any questions from the floor or the Zoom channel. We can. I don't see any specific questions so far, but a quick question for you actually, Jim. If we're waiting, if the packages, if the drives are mapped, say you're in like a Windows Virtual Desktop multi-session, and obviously the drives are mapped at a machine level, can users who haven't been permissioned for them still see the map drive, or is it hidden from them?
So it's not a map drive, so it's a mounted VHD, so they won't be able to see that as a drive letter or anything. I
mean, like you went, if you open Disk Manager, for example.
Yes, so if you opened up Disk Manager, you'll be able to see them all, but usually I would say Disk Manager is
an admin-only type.
An admin-only type application, yeah. Other than that, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Okay.
Jim, we have a question from Adam Young. Is there a limit to the number of apps you can attach?
So we have tested up to thousands of applications on a single OS. I presume there is a limit, but we haven't actually managed to find it as yet. There's always a limit, right? But yeah, we haven't found it as yet.
And a question from Sean C. Do we have timescales on when we can expect this to go GA, and guess when third-party apps will appear in MSIX format?
So we're absolutely not allowed to give out any timescales. What I can say is that the next version of the MSIX public preview is coming this quarter. As for GA, hopefully this year.
And a question from Danny Clark. How close would you say we are to MSIX App Attach being ready for use as an enterprise app delivery strategy?
So I think, to be honest, probably 18 months to 2 years. The reason being is that we have to wait for MSIX, the packaging format, to go GA. We have to wait for App Attach then to go GA. And we also have to wait for the ecosystem to catch up in terms of supplying this packaging format to everybody. And we all know how good certain ISVs are at keeping up with current technology. We've seen many applications which still don't support running on a multi-session officially, right? So we'll see.
From Tim Polk, would it work for Docker and Visual Studio?
It should work for Visual Studio. Docker, that's an interesting question. I have no idea.
Can the separate applications interact with each other, e.g. plugins and similar to the use of connection groups in AppV?
So that's a really good question. So AppV was designed many years ago. Like DLL hell was still a thing when AppV was first designed. And the fact that AppV did isolation was a big advantage at that time. I would say that isolation nowadays brings more problems than it does help you. So those isolation bubbles will not be a part of MSIX App Attach, which means that they look just like normally installed applications, which means that plugins and applications can talk to each other without any admin intervention at all. So it would be as if they're installed.
And just two more here, Jim. One from the Slack channel. To follow on Neil's query, if the app is attached at machine level on an MU VM, would you use app masking to hide from certain groups?
So so there's two stages here, right? So you stage the app, which is mounting it as a read-only disk. At that point, no users can see the app and no users can use the app. Then there is a second stage, which is registration, which is then assigning that application to that user. And as soon as registration happens, then that user can use that application. So you don't, it's not that if you're on multi-session and you mount that app, it's available for everybody. Not at all. It's only available to the assigned people. Now, what app masking could be good at is if you've got a whole lot of plugins in that along with that MSIX, because they'll also do dependencies and things like that too. So that's part of the MSIX packaging format. And then you could hide certain plugins using app masking from other people, so you wouldn't have to do several MSIX packages.
Thanks, Jim. And the final question, in the event that FSLogix and App Attach are in use, have you seen any performance bottlenecks during your testing?
I haven't, but I'm not on the team that does large-scale performance testing. I haven't heard anything from the product group around that, so I'm not anticipating that there would be. But this is VHD, right? And one of the nice things about mounting VHDs and VHDXs into Windows is it uses exactly the same code that they use for Hyper-V. And that has been around for a long time and has been optimized to the nth degree. So the fact that we're using that same subsystem to mount those VHDs and VHDXs means that that scalability to thousands of disks and that sort of thing is not something that we have to work on now. That work has already been done.
Great. I think that is all the questions covered, Jim.
Excellent. All right. So did you say it was Harry next, Neil?
Yes, Harry's up next.
Is Harry ready?
Yeah, Lindell's ready.
Lindell Harry. It's one of those clever names that work both ways, right?
That's it, yeah.
Sorry. See, if I'd known it was you, Lindell, I'd have said, how you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. How are you going, Jim?
I am good.
Good stuff. So can you see my screen there?
We can, yeah.
Perfect. So guys, I've got 15 minutes here, so I'm going to kind of fly through these slides and then show you a quick demo. But basically showing how, we're using Control Up, and there's a lot of kind of customers coming to us now, and we're able to, assist them with, optimizing the platform, especially with, more users working from home. So I thought I'd throw this quick slide up. Everybody knows of this situation here. I know you're all working from home at the moment, and seeing the wife come flying in after the children is probably something that you've all experienced. But who are Control Up? So venture backed, started in 2009. Very organic business growth, through word of mouth, through kind of the Citrix communities and the Microsoft communities, etc. Over 1,000 customers worldwide and rapidly growing. And with VMware, Citrix, Nutanix, Microsoft, and NVIDIA partners. So what do? We monitor the infrastructure, we monitor your end user experience, and we basically do that by installing an agent on your Windows machines, and then we API into the rest of the infrastructure to kind of tie all that in and give you a single pane of glass showing you all of the information that you need to see. We then upload some of that information into AWS, into our Control Up Cloud platform, and we allow you to do historical analysis and reporting on that information to be able to go back all the way up to a year and see, the performance of a user session in real granularity. So as we've mentioned a couple of things here, real-time remediation benchmarking, and I'll show you some more of these when we get to the actual demo. So if we just jump across now, if I just swap my screen over and show you the demo screen. So you should all be able to see the Control Up console here, hopefully. And basically this is, the real-time console that we can see, all the information connected to the infrastructure. So you can see on the left, we're connected to various hypervisors. And as we drill through, we can see, detailed virtual machine information, detailed session and process information as well, which is really useful, especially at times that, lots of things are overloaded. We pull in these metrics in every 3 seconds. So we're seeing, granular level information. We're not kind of doing 5 minutes, 15 minutes and doing, any averaging. We're showing you real metric information every 3 seconds for lots of detailed metrics. So for here, we're looking at the hypervisor hosts and there's various different hypervisors in there, but you can see lots of different metrics, CPU, RAM, data store, etc. As you would expect to see. One of the cool things about ControlUp is when we're troubleshooting and we see an issue, for example, this machine at the top, if we double click on it, we kind of automatically drill a level deeper. So now we can see all the virtual machines that are running on there, and it's all about assisting you to get to the root cause as quickly as possible. Right-clicking on any of these machines, we have various, context-based remediation options here, and we have script actions, which we'll get onto in a little minute here. But we can effectively, perform management actions or gather more information from machines or sessions or processes that we're looking at the time. If we drill down through this user again, and I'm obviously not taking time to show you all the metrics here. There's lots of detailed metrics, but we can see all of the user sessions that are running on there. So within a couple of clicks, we've gone from an issue on a hypervisor, and we've found, potential users that are causing issues here. The last step, we can click on the user, and now we're looking at all the processes. So you can see, real fast, troubleshooting for finding where those issues are in the environment and being able to see which processes are affecting the platform, maybe at a higher level. If we jump into some of the more user experience metrics and look at some of the more, how do we monitor, the users? We've got a couple of XenApp machines here, and you can see, various machines. We actually start to pull in some of the, core metrics that we're pulling out of the end user compute. So you can see here, we actually tie in directly to your delivery controllers or your Horizon pools if you're using Horizon. But you can see here that, a lot of detailed information that we're pulling directly out of the delivery controller. So is the machine powered on, what catalog, what VDA version, etc. And it's all about, giving you as much information as you need when you're troubleshooting performance issues. So you can see, we can see here, registration failures, when the registration failure was, and what was the error message that occurred. We can then feed that information in when we're looking at specific machines. So for example, these XenApp machines, and as you could see a minute ago, we can start to layer that information over the top of what we're getting out of the operating system. So here it's a XenApp 6.5 farm, so you can see some PVS information, some XenApp data collector zones, etc. If we drill into the sessions here, so let's look at all the users logged onto these machines. And just to point out as well, if we go back to the machine view, we can see the average logon duration here. So when you're looking at the machine level, we can potentially see which XenApp servers are having problems with users logging on. But we can see all the users logged onto the platform here. So really easy to see it all in one place, and all of these grid views are filterable, so you can sort by any of these if you want to find out who's using the most CPU. Really easy to go ahead and do these things. Logon duration, and we break that down into the various components. So if we can see user with a high logon duration, we can actually tell you which elements of that logon duration are causing it to be slow. Leech has written a really good script here, analyze logon duration, and basically what this does is it will collate various logs and look at various events, etc. But what we can do is we can see more detail about what's actually gone in the user session. So if we have a look here, we're showing you all the different logon phases of this user, how long it's taking for these to happen, and importantly, what is the interim delay? So is there any delay between this one completing and the next one starting? We also show you scheduled tasks that are running for users as well. So if there's any scheduled tasks that are delaying users' logons, we can see that information here as well. And one of the other scripts that we have is this group policy load time. So you can see here, I'm clicking on the metric and the virtual experts popping up with some recommendations. But you can see if we click on the Analyze GPO here, we'll basically run another script that's available in the library, and we'll basically pull back all of the details around what's causing this user logon to be slow. So if we have a look at the group policies that are applying here, basically we can see all the group policies that are applying for the user, the name of the policy, how long it's taking for each one to apply, and which settings inside that group policy are being slow. So we can see here, this GPO processing is taking 70 seconds, and it's the actual group policy drive map settings inside that policy that are causing it to be slow. We can also do, various, metrics out of folder redirection, so you can see a lot there. And there's lots more scripts, guys. We can look at profile, load time, we can look at desktop load time, logon duration, other, and there's lots of scripts here that you can gather more information out of that. We also as well look at latency and bandwidth over the session. So maybe if I just focus on all the sessions on the platform, and you'll see here that, you know, any of the active sessions that are coming in over the Netscaler, we can see the latency and the bandwidth used within those sessions, which is really good for finding out if anybody's having, you know, performance issues with latency. We can see that information as well. One of the things that we introduced in version 7.4 was the automation functionality. And we won the Digital Workspace Award at Citrix at Synergy last year for that. But effectively what we can do is look at any of the metrics that we're monitoring for the platform, and we're pulling these back every 3 seconds, and then start to automate actions and, you know, scripts that happen, you know, when we detect that. So one of the ones that's, you know, been really useful at the moment is, you know, managing disconnected user session resources, and you can see here, you know, my user account, we can see all the users logged on, but we can see, you know, my user account is currently active, and we can see how much resource that's using. One of the other new features that we've released in version 8.1 is active application here. So for each user, we can now see what application is the user using in the foreground, and we can also, if it's a browser, pull back the active URL and the application title here. So you can see, you know, the actual Chrome is loaded on the CUG page, but we can see as that changes, and it's really good for seeing, you know, what is the user actually focusing on right now, and how does that correlate to performance metrics in the back end. If we drill into this user, then you can see the user at the top is currently active. What we've basically got is a trigger, and I'm not going to go into it, we don't really have too much time, but triggers are basically a mechanism for setting up criteria to do an action based on something happening. So for example, if the CPU of Chrome goes above 100%, we could run an action to end that specific process. In this scenario, we've got one that detects when a user is disconnected, and what we do is we reduce the process priority of the processes to below normal. So if I go ahead and disconnect this session, what you'll see is the process priorities drop to below normal, and we'll also run a trim on the working memory set over here as well. So if there's any memory that's in use, we actually send that to the page file and free that memory back up to the system for the users that are connected. Obviously, when this user reconnects, we kind of do the reverse. You know, the process priorities go back to normal, and the memory is reallocated back to the system. We've also got a few other automations, so we can do things like clear disk space. We can do things, you know, there's a lot of detailed automations that you can do out of the box, but we have a lot of customers, you know, finding specific issues. You know, when my logon time's longer than this application doesn't work correctly, and we can run, you know, scripts that remediate that in the back end. How are we doing for time here, Neil?
You got 7 minutes, including questions.
Oh, 7 minutes, cool. So that's kind of the real-time console, and like I said, there's a lot more that we can do in here. You know, we can monitor all your infrastructure, we can monitor vGPU. So if you've got any, you know, virtual GPUs, we can actually monitor the metrics out of there as well. You know, lots of security policies, so we can lock down, you know, granular control over what users can do. So you can create, you know, real first, second, and third line policies and have it as a real strategic tool. But the second piece of this is the Insights portal, and this allows you to see historically, you know, what's been going on with your users, and if a user complains that 2 days ago the session was slow, you can go ahead and isolate that session and pull up the granular level information that was going on. So a few of these reports here, we've got top insights, so you can see, you know, we're showing you various information about users, computers, host applications, and one of the really good things with Control Up is when we see a metric, if we want to find any more information, we can just click on the metric and we drill down into the next report. So we see there, Sam Legrand was using a lot of CPU, you know, yesterday. And so if we click on this, we automatically drill down into the session resources. We automatically sort it by CPU usage, and you can see some sessions at the top there with 72% CPU usage, which is great. You know, we've figured out this guy's using a lot of CPU. But then if we actually click on the user session, what we do now is we show you more granular level detail about that specific user session. Like I said, we can go all the way back to a year with the same level of granularity. So we don't kind of downsample as it gets over 6 months. A session yesterday, it'll show you the same as a session a year ago. And basically, we'll see things like logon duration, profile load time, etc. So historically, you can go back and, you know, if the user said it was a slow logon, you can historically go back and see which elements within the logon were slow. Maybe it was group policy and you are noticing issues with everybody else at the time. Down at the bottom here, we see kind of a timeline view of what's gone on in the user session. So we can see the session was active for kind of 3 minutes, then disconnected, active, and disconnected, and we can see that you know, over here as well. We can see the name of the machine the user connected from, their IP address. If it was a Citrix session, this looks like an RDP session, but if it was a Citrix session, we'd also show you the Citrix receiver version as well. You can see he's actually logged on a few times here, so you can see, you know, all the different sessions that the users had. But we can see as well all the processes that the users launched within that session. So, you know, if the user has launched an old version of an application and that's causing an issue, you know, historically it'd be pretty hard to find that. Within Control Loop, we can see each application that's launched and the version of the application that's launched as well, so really easy to spot. At the bottom as well, we also show you the performance metrics for the user session. So we can see here, you know, this is showing you a computer and a user, so it's more of an RDSH, a XenApp platform. But we can see both the user CPU and the computer CPU that user was logged onto. And not only that, we can actually click on the metrics to see which applications we use in the CPU at the time. So if we come in here and, you know, we've clicked on a spike down, but, you know, we're seeing what's going on, we can see that Internet Explorer is actually using 59% of the CPU for this user. So for Sam's user, you know, he was using 59% in Internet Explorer. But if we actually click on one of the spikes for the computers, we can see up here, we can see maybe other users on the platform as well using, you know, processes and using CPU resources. So we can go back and find out exactly why the CPU is high. So it looks like Sam was using 88% CPU, but we can also see that all these other processes here using 3 and 1% CPU. But like I said, really easy to find out which applications we use in the resources. If we can do that as well for RAM, for I/O, so if you've got kind of here, we can see a massive spike in I/O. We can click on it and we can see we already know it was Sam because, you know, the color was blue. We can see the runtime broker was kind of spiking up and using 20 I/O here. We can also do protocol bandwidth. So if you're coming in over a NetScaler, we can do that. We can look at the bandwidth and the latency. And also, once you launch applications, if we're monitoring the application, so you can see Internet Explorer is an application we're monitoring for in our demo platform, but we monitor how long it takes for these applications to load. So you can monitor not just, you know, log on performance of users, but also the performance of, you know, your applications as well, and how long those are taking to launch. A couple more things that are really useful, you know, especially with more people on the platform, is sizing recommendations. So for all your machines, we can make recommendations over the, you know, the previous periods, and recommend if, you know, you need to add or remove resources from your machines, and potentially a time where you can't add any more physical machines, maybe by reallocating from, you know, other machines that are not using it. For example, this one's saying remove 13 CPUs because we're using around 3% of the CPU, and we can also remove 2 GB of RAM. So maybe it's just a case of reallocating resources to where you need them right now. Logon duration. So I've only got a couple more minutes. And is there any questions so far? Yes, there is. Cool. So logon duration here, we can see, you know, logon duration over a period. So this is over 24 hours. We can click on, you know, any of the metrics here. So we can, you know, click on a year and we'll see the performance metrics over a year. And then we can kind of double click on any of these and we'll drill down into all of the metrics, all of the users that are logged on during that time frame. And we can, you know, analyze that in more detail. And lots more reports in here, guys. So we've got NetScaler reports, we've got, you know, system trends, computer trends, etc. And we can drill into specific Citrix licenses, applications. We can drill into, you know, how much resource applications are using, etc. So lots of detailed information here that's going to give you, you know, great insight into what your users are doing, and potentially be able to fix those, you know, performance issues for the users, even if it's historical. We offer a free 21-day trial, so you can log on to controlloop.com. You can download a trial. It takes literally an hour to set this up in the platform, and you can, you know, have these real-time metrics coming back straight away. So, question from Nick: can you create your own custom dashboard showing you just the information you're looking for in one place? So currently, because Control Loop Insights is a SaaS solution, you can edit these at the moment. I'll show you a sneak peek of something else actually. So what we are working on, if we just go back here, is in the next version is is a version called Solve. And basically what we're going to be able to do with Solve is allow you more customizable reports. So we're taking some of the functionality that we're doing in the actual console and moving it into more of a console SaaS delivered reporting solution. So what we're doing here is moving stuff, into the cloud every 5 seconds, sorry, and we're giving you more of a customizable dashboard. So this is something that's coming in the future. It's not available yet, but it's going to allow you to customize a lot more dashboard functionalities. Any more questions?
Lyndall, I think there's one in the chat. Can you get in the moment feedback from end users as to how they feel about the way they use the apps? So can we capture subjective feedback as well as the performance of the tech?
Good question, and that is something that we've heard a few times, not just recently, but it is something that I know that they're working on in the background to have more kind of interaction from the users, more feedback. So currently the answer is no. I mean, potentially you could use PowerShell to pop up a prompt and record the feedback and display it back to you in a PowerShell window. So potentially you could do it, but it wouldn't be the slickest solution right now. But it is something that I know that's been asked before, and it is being worked on.
Cool. Thank you, Lyndall.
No problem. Cheers, guys.
Thanks for a great presentation and your continued sponsorship, of course. So we're going to move to Guy, who's going to talk rapidly about regular expressions.
Indeed. Thank you, Neil. Can you hear me okay?
We can do.
Yeah, the reason for that slight chuckle there was I thought this was a 45-minute session, and it's actually 30 minutes. I never get through my decks anyway, so I'm going to have to go even faster. So really the session is aimed at trying to get over the fact that the regular expressions, regexes, can be scary. They're not. They can be, but they don't have to be. And the majority of the ones I use in my PowerShell code, and I use them pretty frequently because they are very versatile, as we'll see, hopefully, are actually very simple. And that's what hopefully what I'm going to get across to you. So what are they? Well, a search pattern, effectively. They're pattern matching on steroids. So we all know about, dir star.log and maybe question mark.
You're not sharing anything. Is that?
Am I not sharing anything? Right, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it?
Before we get too far into this, then I thought.
Yes. Not very good with technology. Sorry.
Well, we haven't had any. How many techies does it take to run a webinar jokes yet? So. That's your presenter view, I can see.
All right, wrong screen, close. Screen 2.
Yep, there we go. Lovely.
Yep, cool. Okay, so we've got past that slide, but given it took me a while to figure out what graphic to use, I'll make you look at it again. So what are they? Well, pattern matching on steroids. So yeah, a lot more versatile than star.log or Fred. Question mark. Actually, when I was doing some research for this yesterday, found they're originated back in 1951, which makes them even older than me. I've only been using them since 1988. So they're used in a lot of things that you'll come across. So PowerShell, as we'll see here, I'll use an example, but it's a great way to test them, even if PowerShell isn't where you're going to use them. The ISE, integrated scripting environment, has them for global search and replaces, as does Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code. Perl, VI, the Unix command line editor, which is when I started with this stuff on a green screen, like I said, back in '88. Finestra in a legacy command prompt, not a DOS prompt. Notepad, and plenty more. But there are a couple of subtly different implementations. That's what you need to be aware of. So you might see something that works in one particular product but doesn't work in, let's say, PowerShell or .NET. So why use them? Well, find some text. So we can do a global search and replace, where that term is not a simple one. I use it a lot for automatic parsing of log files. So I can pick out particular bits of log files or pick out the date stamp and other bits. User puts some input in. Let's actually check that's valid. So in the controller scripts, for instance, that Lyndall just mentioned, we use regular expressions to validate the user input when there is user input required. Is it a lot to grab a number out of text? Again, we'll see some examples. So there's going to be some demonstrations in this as well. Like I said, search and replace, or just general editing of files. So I've used this for automatic editing of ini files and configuration files, .reg files, and so on, all through scripts. And this is one I think is most powerful and probably most overlooked. And I'm hoping to get onto this in my time slot, which is rather than saying, oh, does it match this particular pattern? Right, now I'm going to use split or something else because it's space or comma or square bracket delimited. I can do that all in one go, which I think a lot of people from tweets I've put out don't realize. And that's probably its most powerful feature and the one I use most. So if we look at some basic regular expression building blocks, and again, I'm doing this just to make it show you the stuff that I use mostly day to day. There's a lot of very perverse, in-depth stuff. Even I avoid that like the plague because I'm lazy. I just want simple stuff. So dot is any character, including a dot. So does Fred match dot? Yes, it does. Now let me show you how we test these things. So if I bring over a good old PowerShell prompt, I can say, Fred. Yep, I think you love live demos. Must be a faulty keyboard. Use single quotes just to say it's a string. So that's not part of the regular expression. The regular expression is just a dot. Does it match it? Yes, it does. What's actually matched? Now, this is something not a lot of people necessarily know. There's a built-in, if I can type it correctly. No, it looks like I can't. Variable in PowerShell called matches, which will tell you what has matched. And that's matched one character. Why hasn't it matched any? All of them, rather, because I've only told it to match one character. That's all. So that's when we get on to a star, which is different to pattern matching. So if I do a dir star.log, that's a valid simple pattern, but it's not a valid regular expression because star or asterisk means 0 more of the preceding item. So there has to be something before it, such as a dot. So various products, including the AppSense products you might have worked with, use dot star in their regular expression, and dot star matches anything and everything. But what does it actually match? Well, it matches all of that now, the whole of Fred. So matches 0 is what has matched. So that's matched everything. There's also a plus, which means one or more of the preceding item. But to be honest, in your regular expressions, there's very little difference between plus and star. Some subtle ones about matching null and things like that, but don't worry about that. A question mark means optional. So you'll see that plural matches plural. Oops, sorry, I'm trying to copy and paste and done a very poor job of that there. So let's have a look. I've done this before. No, that was me using, obviously that statement is not true. So I'm using tab complete. Does that match? Yes, because the question mark refers to the S, which is optional. And lo and behold, yeah, there's plural. So I don't use question mark a lot, but I use it occasionally. And we have these what are called anchors, a hat or chevron, or whatever you want to call it, matches from the start of the line. So for instance, if I said Guy Leech minus match Leech, it's false. Why? Because it's looking for Leech at the start. Similarly, if I say minus match Guy dollar, well, let's say Guy, yeah, that matches. But if it's Guy dollar, it doesn't, because it's looking for Guy at the end of the string. And just a little note there, something that bit me this week, beware of arrays with these, because there are multi-line and single-line modes, but you can use outstring to get around that, something that's actually in the notes. I'll make the slide deck available afterwards as well, because some good reference deck, hopefully. We have a count of characters. So I'm using something there, a special character called, or rather, which is \D. as in any digit. So if I say match \d any digit, just on its own, we have a look at matches. And matches 1 again, because I haven't got a star or a plus to say there's more than one. But what I can do is say, well, a match between 2 and 4, or match just, I want to match it has to be a 4-digit number. So I'm going to say 4, because if I had a star, that would match 40. Whereas we now look, yeah, and notice how I'm using PowerShell interactively to test these things, so I don't even need to go to one of these online regular expression checkers, although some of those are quite useful because they'll explain the regular expression to you as well. And again, there's some references in the deck later on. An OR just means I can match my surname there. If surname's a variable containing, guess what, surname, use meaningful identifiers. It matches Leech or Smith or Jones, then that's okay. One thing to note with PowerShell, by the way, and I do mention this later on, but I did cover it now, is that it's case insensitive by default. So if I say Leech or Smith, that matches, yeah. But there are case sensitive variants minus C match, that's false. And actually, for completeness, there's case insensitive and I match as well. Whereas you'll find some regular expression implementations, certainly ones I've used in Unix before now, are by default case sensitive, which is a bit more of a pain because you'd have to do extra work within your regular expression. Square brackets, again, I'll not demonstrate this one for sake of time, but it's a range. So either an explicit, just here, the first one, I'm looking for a vowel. So B followed by either an A or an E or an I or an O or a U. Or in the second one, I'm using a range, which is A to Z. The common range is A to Z, A-Z, and 0 to 9, 0-9. And of course, as I've just said, that would actually be case insensitive anyway, by default in PowerShell. Having mentioned the \D, here's a couple of the more commonly used ones. \S for space, which also includes a tab. So you don't have to worry about whether it's a space or tab character. If we want to actually look for a \, so we might be parsing a path. I've got an example later on with a VMware parse CLI one. Then we put a \, 2 backslashes together to what's called escape it. Similarly, if I want to actually match a dot, because dot, as we said right at the start, matches anything, I put \dot. And B is a word boundary. So if I'm trying to look for words, I don't have to worry about looking for spaces. Again, I don't use that one very often. So here's some example regular expressions. And these are designed not to scare you, but they're also ones I typically use. Yeah, as in, they don't need to be scary. I think people who put scary regular expressions out there are doing it to show off or to confuse people, but they don't need to be. So there's a regular expression that matches Windows 10. So we could use that, for instance, if again, I'm using PowerShell search feature, so Control-L. Here's one I prepared earlier in best Blue Peter fashion, which not everybody will get. So I'm going to query the operating system and look at the caption and see if it matches Win 10. Yeah, so it does. So I could use that, for instance, in an if statement. If, and then what I might do is something like, let's display the matches, or I might go and do something that's Win 10 specific. So that shows me which part of the string, because the actual string is Microsoft Windows 10 Pro. Yeah, so I've just got a substring out of it. There's me looking for an error number in a line. Why have I got the parentheses there? Well, we'll come on to that in a little bit. That's something called grouping. So that means once I've matched that, I can actually use it later on. So if we do something like error was about 42 minus match error dot star. So I'm dot star meaning I don't really care about what else is in there. So different error messages might be a different format. I'll do that. So that matches, but look what I've now got in the matches variable. I've got 42. Oh no, I've got 2. Oh, okay. I'll come back to that one. There's one that checks my input, yes or no. And you think, oh my God, he's given me a scary one. No, I haven't. Yeah. When you look at a regular expression, build it up bit by bit. So what's that actually doing? That's saying, right, so we said square brackets is one of or a range. So that's 0 to 9, A to F. So that's a hexadecimal digit, yeah, 0 to F, F being 15. And that says 8 of those, followed by a dash, followed by 4 hexadecimal numbers, dash, 4 hexadecimal numbers, dash, 4 hexadecimal numbers, dash, 12 hexadecimal, hexadecimal, base 16, I'll say instead. What's that? That's a GUID, yeah? So that's how I could match a GUID out of a log file or a registry key, because remember, of course, PowerShell can read registry keys via it and registry values via its PS Drive feature. Hopefully about halfway through now. So where can I use regular expressions in PowerShell? Well, we see minus match once or twice, and I've mentioned about case-sensitive match and insensitive match. There is also a not match, which can be useful. So rather than you having to try and figure out what a regular expression would not match this, I can just say not match. And we've got a couple of other operators, which those of you who use PowerShell have probably been using and may not even have realized take regular expressions. So the minus split, what you're putting in, so you might say minus split comma to split something on a comma or a square bracket or space. That's actually a regular expression you've been using. So yeah, look, you've been using regular expressions. And similarly, the replace will take a regular expression. And that's particularly useful because with the minus replace, I can use the text that I've matched, a bit like that matches variable, later on in the replacement. Again, I've got an example of that in a little bit. Commandlet, so select string, so similar to grep in the StarNix world, or good old find strut I mentioned earlier, for which the alias is SLS. The default for that is actually to take a regular expression. If you don't want to give it a regular expression, use minus simple match. And if you do want it to be case sensitive, minus case sensitive. Switch itself will take a regular expression. And yeah, but there's plenty of scripts. If you go on GitHub, again, references towards the end of the deck, you'll find lots of mine take regular expressions as parameters because they're a lot more flexible than just simple pattern matching. But for simple stuff like matching, as we saw Windows 10, I don't have to do anything fancy. So kind of best of both worlds. And the regular expression implementation used with PowerShell is the one that is compatible with Perl 5 and also the same as .NET, given that PowerShell utilizes .NET. So grouping really is the most important bit I wanted to get across today, because this is, in my view, one of the most powerful features. So what I see a lot of people doing is saying, this string matches this, or even is like this particular thing, then I'll go and split it afterwards. Whereas what we can actually do is both of those in one move. So for instance, there I've got, and those of you who know VMware will see that as a data store folder path name. I will be explaining that. Don't panic. Just getting my PowerShell window ready. So here we go. So I said local SSD, which is the data store name, and then the file path. Does that match this regular expression? So let's just understand that regular expression. First of all, I'm saying a square bracket, but remember, square bracket actually means a range. So I've put a backslash in front to mean I really do mean a square bracket. Then I'm using parentheses, which is the grouping constructs. That means I'm going to actually have this as a separate group afterwards that I can reference. There I'm using a square bracket to actually mean a one of these characters. So I'm saying either a word character, so an alphanumeric, we could call that, or spaces, because these paths do allow spaces, we can see there. One or more of those. Terminate my group, and then say followed by a square bracket, and then followed by anything at all, but again within parentheses. So I've actually got two parenthesesed items there, this one and this one. So hopefully you get across that it's not particularly scary regular expression compared with some. But the important thing now is if I look at matches, and tab completing that, what have we got? Look at those matches. So matches 0, matches being actually a hash table or dictionary, not an array. So matches 0 is everything that matched the string, so that's the whole bit at the bottom. So it says, yeah, that's a valid data store path. But look what I've got in items 1 and 2. Yeah. So the groups are done in order. So the first matching group, as in the items within the parentheses here, that's my first matching item. So that's this one here. And my second group, this one here, the dot star, so everything after this square bracket pattern, is this one. So if I wanted to use that path to do something else, I can just reference $matches1 or $matches2, because those are available to me if I type correctly. So matches1, local SSD. Yeah, so I can just use them very simply like that. And that's the power of grouping. So I've not said, well, does it look like a VMware folder with including data store? Yes, it does. Right now I'm going to split based on square brackets maybe, or some backslashes. No, I've done it all in one go. So here's one. So if I've got a script that takes a list of machines to operate on, then that allows me to match based on the, or rather to get rid of the comment bit. So everything after the space or a hash is ignored. And just realised there's an error in there, in that I haven't put a group in there, which is what I meant to have done. So let's see if I've got this. No, I haven't. So let's type this very quickly. So what I meant to do was that. So I'm actually putting a group in there. So I'll correct that in the slides before I distribute them. So I'm saying, now this is something we've not seen either. Oops, sorry, is the hat character. And what does that mean? That means not, so that negates. So that says anything which isn't a space or a hash character, one or more in a matching group. Yeah, so what does that now mean? I really can't type today. Yeah. So I've now got the machine out of there. I don't have to do a split or a space or a hash or anything like that. That's all in one. If you want to, you can name the groups. Now this can make it easier to understand afterwards, particularly if you're matching a lot of groups within one line, which I do in a few scripts. But it does make that regular expression harder to understand. It's bordering on that, oh, that my brain's getting slightly warm at looking at that one. But the advantage is if you change the string, then you don't have to worry about, and you put it, let's say you insert an extra group between groups 1 and 2, you don't have to renumber your matches 1, matches 2, matches 3, etc. So there's the same as the first example, but where I can actually refer to these rather than as $matches1, I can refer to them as $matches data store and $matches file name, which in the code itself afterwards is probably more meaningful, but it does make this regular expression, like I say, bordering on the scary ones. So your choice whether you use that or not when you use $matches. And we can also do that in a minus replacing PowerShell, as I mentioned earlier. So again, there's my data store query. I am actually using the grouping constructs there. So it's the same regular expression as I used in the first example, but in the replacement string, I'm using $1 and $2, where they're equivalent to $matches, because you can't use $matches with minus replace. You have to use these $1 things. But be careful. Hopefully, if you know PowerShell, you know the difference between the single quote and double quote. Single quote is a literal, which means nothing will be expanded. Double quote means, oh, I'll go inside looking for variables, which if you did without this backtick to escape the dollar, would actually look for a variable called $1 and $2, and it wouldn't work. Okay, some tips and tricks then. Well, already mentioned GUID with that, not scary. Hopefully I've got across. If some of you run away from the screen hiding behind your chair because you think this is a scary regular expression, like I said, to understand a regular expression, take it apart bit by bit and then test it. Make sure you understand it just in a PowerShell window with that minus match. So what we've done here is actually take out, if you like, the scary bit, which is the GUID, and I then say, well, if my input matches, and because I'm using these double quotes, GUID will be expanded, so that's actually my match. So that's more meaningful. So that's something I only read about recently. It wasn't my idea, and I'm going to start doing in more of my scripts, hopefully to make them more understandable to people, where there are items such as GUID. You could even have, you know, $space equals \s for space to make it look, again, easier. Although, if you're actually only looking for a space, you don't care about tabs, you can just use the space character. Yeah, so if there's one takeaway from this presentation, then please let it be $matches, because that is incredibly powerful. That's what I've just said. You know, build it up bit by bit. I either do what I was doing initially, which is just without the if, and then manually printing $matches, or do it with an if. Again, you don't have to do that in script. You can do that interactively on the command line, as I showed earlier. So use these matching groups. So if you are doing a match and then further splitting, there may be a more efficient way, but it may make your code harder to read. Which leads me to the next point, which is, you know, if you are matching a regular expression, then always put an example of it right above where you're matching it, because it will help you both when you're writing the code and also to help people understand what it is you're actually looking for, particularly when the code breaks. You know, I do various things, parsing of, you know, vendors' log files for control up and other scripts I do. And if the log file changes subtly between different versions of the product, if you've got an example of what it looked like in version X, if it breaks in version Y, somebody can go and look at that line and go, oh yeah, look, they've changed the format very slightly. Regular expressions can be slow. Yeah, the more complex they are, potentially the slower they are, even though they're running in compiled code inside .NET. So anchoring to the start and end with these hat and dollar characters can help them speed up, because rather than searching for something across the whole of the string, if you're looking for something like guy at the start of a string, I'm sure you frequently do, then you have the hat character there. So if the string doesn't start with guy, then it knows not to look at the rest of the string. There's usually multiple ways of doing the same thing. Like I said, with space, you could have \s or a space character. Where I said \s matches a tab, but if you're not expecting tabs, then perhaps the space is more meaningful. And again, with various other matches, there's different ways to do it. Just choose what's easiest for you. There might be a penalty in terms of performance, but it's only if you're in a tight loop doing these thousands of times that would really make a difference anyway. Yeah, this is one that bit me the other day. I'll just give you a quick example of that as I run out of time. So if I have let's see if I've got one. So I've got a string array of colors. Say $colors minus match green. Oh yeah, matches. Well, does it? That hasn't come back. Remember, when I was doing this before, it came back true or false. And if we do this, it's saying, yeah, it does match it. But hold on, machine one, I thought I'd find a bug in PowerShell. Machine one isn't cyan, yellow, or green. What's actually happened is, by default, it only looks at the first item, so it's matching cyan. It goes, no, that doesn't match, and then passing yellow and green through, and green being the last item is the one that's displayed. So what I mean by using outstring is, because that's an array of multiple items, minus match will only look at the first item. Yeah, so outstring just basically converts your array to a flat string. Yeah, that bit me bad. If users are putting in input and you want to go and use that as a regular expression, but the user isn't inputting a regular expression, so you might have dots or backslashes or asterisks in it, you can escape that with this regex escape. Yeah, so if I did a, so regex, again, going to tab complete. Yeah, so I don't even need to know these things. Notice how it's double backslash to the backslashes because they're special characters, and it's changed the dot to a backslash dot because it's actually looking for a dot, whereas, as we said right at the start, dot means any character. How am I doing for time, Neil?
You've got minus 1 minute left.
Minus 1 minute left. Okay. My penultimate comment then, I've got 2 comments left on this slide, if I may be permitted, is if you're trying to match something which would potentially end up in quite a fiendish regular expression, you can use minus or. So what I mean is I can say if $thing minus match, let's say I've already got these ones set already, $regex1, or $thing minus match $regex2. Yeah, so you don't have to come up with single regular expression to match both variants if those variants are quite different. Last and not least is if you're using $matches, and I've fallen foul of this accidentally before now. If I was saying, oh yeah, I'm going to do a match, then I'm going to see if another line matches something else. Now I want to go back to my original matches of that first line. Oh, it's been overwritten because every time you use match, there is only one $matches variable. So if you need to, either use the clone method of $matches to assign it to another hash table. So you might say, original matches equals $matches.clone, or another of the static methods of the regex class is that you can effectively return that matches hash table using the match method. So it's match, and again, if you start doing this on the command line, if I do control space, again, this is a little known. Notice if I then go over to match, control space not only shows me the methods and properties available, it also shows me the various arguments. Yeah, so there we can see it take, in its simplest form is the one at the bottom, takes a string, which is what you're trying to match, and then the pattern, or you can take some and put some extra options in. Notice the middle one, which kind of gets across the fact that regular expressions can be slow and that you've actually got a timeout. I mean, they're not that slow, particularly if you stick with the simple ones. 2 takeaways, $matches, and the KISS approach. Keep it simple. Yeah. Okay. There's more slides in the deck, which will be hopefully used as a reference, but I hope that maybe has dispelled a fear of regex. If it's worsened it, let me know where I've gone wrong. I hope that's been useful.
Thank you very much, Guy. So up next we have Lorna. Are you with us, Lorna?
No question.
I am indeed.
Yeah, you've
bored them to tears. Okay.
That's all. Everyone knows how to get hold of you, Guy, if there are any questions. Hi, Lorna, you all right?
I'm very well. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you good.
Excellent. Can you also see my screen?
We can indeed.
Fantastic. Let's get started then. Good morning, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name's Lorna Crawford and I work for Login VSI. We call ourselves the VDI performance experts, and we use our synthetic users to test the capacity of infrastructure, but also to test the availability and the performance and the capacity of applications as well. Microsoft came to us back in 2018 to help them test their new desktop as a service offering, and that was way before it was even known as Windows Virtual Desktop. So today I'm going to share some of our performance insights from testing this new platform. However, given that 98% of all WVD instances that are currently being provisioned are Windows 10 Enterprise Multi-Session, for the rest of this presentation, I'm going to focus on the results that we got from testing Windows 10 Multi-User, and let's see if it lives up to its hype. But first of all, let's remind ourselves of why it's so important to test. I'm hoping that this film will still come out towards the end of this year. We'll have to wait and see. It's Top Gun Maverick, for those of you who don't recognise it. But do you think that Maverick here would get into a Super Hornet that hadn't had every single nut and bolt and electrical switch tested? Remember that this version is version 1 of Windows Virtual Desktop, and I'm sure that the people that are on the phone today joining in would not go live without testing such a platform. Remember, you've got to be confident that every single layer of your VDI stack is going to work out of the box. If it was this plain, would you be getting on board? So let's review what was actually tested. So first of all, with Windows 10 Enterprise Multi-Session, we went with version 1903 along with Office 365 Pro Plus. And that's just because we have to actually start somewhere and use it as a baseline. So we're going to use 1903 as a baseline, and we'll be doing comparison tests from this point onwards with, for example, 1909, etc. So there's an awful lot of different configurations that you can try out in Azure, and we did an awful lot of testing. We did user density testing for NV12S v3, NV24S v3, and D16 v3 instance types. And something that's new for this is the option to have optimizing for a Windows 10 multi-session host. And actually it really makes a big difference. And that's because there's an awful lot more services running on a client operating system. So we tried all of these different optimizations that are available. So that's the recommended ones, the optional ones, and the mandatory ones. But let's be absolutely clear, without optimizing, this solution just won't work straight out of the box. So how did we test? Well, we used the industry standard for load testing virtual environments, which is, ta-da, of course, our own solution, Login VSI. And that allowed us to test the scale of the WVD Windows 10 multi-session inside of Azure and get a baseline performance, but also get a maximum capacity metric as well. And I'll show you how we configured that on the next slide. But we also did continuity testing to check the availability and performance using what was previously known as Login PI. But again, this has been rebranded and it's now known as Login Enterprise. So with Login Enterprise, if you've not come across it, basically we do continuous testing of the instances to see how the performance naturally fluctuates over time. And that can answer questions about the performance changes due to factors that are outside of the instance. So that could be things like your hypervisor, maybe your network or your data center, for example. And all of this was done in Azure. Now, we're not going through the WVD brokering just yet. We'll come back to that at a later date. But what we did is probably something you're very familiar with, using it on premise. It looks very similar. So we've got our Login VSI server, and that's also got the data share on it. We've got the Login VSI launchers, which have a capacity of up to 25 synthetic users per launcher. And then we've got Windows 10 multi-session host. And then we had the synthetic user sessions themselves. So some of the observations and findings, it's worthwhile doing a quick recap of some of the terminology that we use. So first of all, baselines, that gives us an indication of how well optimised the infrastructure is without any load. And then we've got the VSI max, which talks about the true maximum user capacity, and that's achieved because we nearly overload the system with synthetic users. And we've got login performance. So, okay, how long does it take to log in? Actually, we saw some really random spikes here, and we needed to figure out why that was. We'll come back to that. We also looked at the profile performance. So the kind of difference between your first time logins versus established profiles. And I'm sure that the FS Logic stuff helps here, but we need to understand a bit more about how. And also disk I/O. We experienced a really heavy ratio of write I/O versus read I/O, and I'll share the results with you in a moment. So let's look at the baselines and the VSI max. So we tested all the part numbers, which are like the D, the D4, with and without S, which indicates premium storage SSD. And the majority of the testing results focused on the 16 cores, premium SSD part number, D16S V3. Now you can imagine a lot of work has to go into the discovery of a new system, especially the fact that we didn't know much about it. So where did we start? First of all, we tested between 30 and 160 sessions. And I imagine that most of you on the phone here have heard of the Citrix rule of 5 and 10, where you multiply the number of cores by 5 to give you the Zen desktop capacity of your system, or you multiply the number of cores by 10 to give you the Zen app or server-based capacity of your system. And we thought that given this is a kind of desktop platform, but perhaps with the utilisation benefits of a server-based system, we should get somewhere in the middle, say a new rule of maybe about 7 or so. Well, we started low. We did a 2 times or 2x, but we suspected that it'd be a lot higher. And the reality was, drum roll please, we only got to a rule of 4 or 4x the number of cores to find the maximum capacity within the Windows 10 multi-session. It wasn't exactly what we were expecting, but we can't really call it bad if we've got nothing to compare it to. So first of all, the best baselines that we achieved were when we had all those optimizations applied. To give you an idea, when we didn't apply the optimizations, the baselines were as high as 1969 milliseconds, which is a pretty poor rating. And similarly, the best VSI max was achieved, again, where the optimizations were applied. Now, traditionally, VSI max would be your stopping point on bare metal because of the hockey stick that you see in the CPU drag. But with Windows 10 multi-session, it's completely new, so we can make the assumption that this is where we're going to stop. So 47 seems like a good number. So let's move on. Now, login performance is a really good indicator of an oversaturated session host. So where your CPU has been maxed out by maybe the profile building or any startup processes, maybe you've got layering technologies. So somewhere between 50 and 55 users seems to be the sweet spot there. And in general, we observed that anytime a new user logged into the Windows 10 multi-session host, a demand in performance would be associated. So new task users hit a VSI max of 31, whilst established task users hit a VSI max of about 58. That's a pretty massive gap. Plus, there was a spike in the disk writes per second, which is interesting. So let's look into that in a bit more detail. So we saw a really heavy ratio. The ratio was actually 4:1 of write versus read IOPS. But there were significant spikes even during the steady state. And as I mentioned earlier, premium SSD is an absolute must here. Now the transient performance spikes, if you've got Office 365 or Office 2019, check your monthly Office branch version. If you've got something that's older than 1906, then go ahead and update it. And this is another really good example of why it's so important to test your updates regularly. Now these were the results from our Login Enterprise Continuous Testing. Across the top, we've got your dashboard, which can give you alerting towards the availability and performance of your applications. It also tells you the login performance, the login failures, and the latency that you've got. And then on the bottom left here is a deep dive into the application performance at a kind of business process level. And we ran our virtual users all day to see how heavy the load was and to see how that stood out. But we also ran it through the day during the normal day to see if there was any deviation. Now, obviously, there's a lot more to do here, but this is just a kind of preview of what there is to come. So let's look at the steady state. Think about sizing from a login performance demand, which is our VSI max here, versus a steady state performance demand. And this could be an area of improved efficiency and probably cost savings as well. So once users were logged in and a steady state was reached, you can see that the performance became rather consistent in all of the cases. So sizing to a steady state would actually ensure that you've probably got a much better efficiency and equally a better return on investment as well. And here's what login performance demand versus steady state performance demand looks like from a cost perspective. So first of all, let's look at a single user per month. You've got the $26 a month if you're looking at login performance demand, and that's versus a $22 per user per month for steady state performance. If we can multiply that up, let's look at it over a year. So that's $316 per user per year for login performance demand versus steady state performance demand of $270 per user per year. But of course, nobody's got a single user, so let's multiply that up and look at a kind of typical enterprise of 1,000 users. You're looking at $316,000 per year for the login performance demand versus the steady state of $270,000. So that's a whopping saving of $46,000. And by the way, that would probably give you just about enough money to have a VSI enterprise license. Now, a quick disclaimer here. So we're not sponsored by Microsoft, although we do have a great relationship with them. And we're sharing our findings of this platform because it's topical and we can help you test. But remember that our platform can help you test on-premise, in cloud, so that could be AWS, Azure, Citrix, any other clouds that are out there. We can either test the load test the infrastructure, but we can also load test the applications, and we can continuously test the applications, any endpoints, as well as fat clients as well. So what we're encouraging you to do is get started today in your existing infrastructure, build login VSI into your change management process so that when and if you do move to any cloud environment, you're already familiar with our login VSI toolset and you can quickly answer all those sizing and performance questions yourself. So a quick call to action. Do you want your users to be the grumpy cats of the world? Do you want them to experience slow login times because there's not enough computing power there? Or worse still, maybe some people are not even getting logged in, a bit like our platform this morning for, for our webinar. Or imagine what could the impact be if your employees, or worse still, your end customers are not getting logged in, not having a good experience? You might lose somebody. And that could be your brand reputation that could be at risk. Or do you want to be one of the cool cats testing your Windows virtual desktop with login VSI? Now remember, by performing load testing in the safety of your pre-production environment, you can plan well and move confidently to WVD with reduced risk. And with continuity testing, once you're in production, you're going to be alerted of any issues ahead of the real users on the system as well. So get started today. Reach out to myself or to your local sales reps, Sophie Young or Adrian Perez. They're both on Slack at the moment. Thank you very much. I think I'm out of time.
Thank you very much, Lorna. I think there was one question that came up, which was, do you have to license the test accounts if you want to use it with Office 365 Pro Plus?
Yes, you do.
Yep. I was going to say, you can't really get away with using Office without a license, really.
Nope,
cool.
Probably not. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorna.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim and Guy as well. So we've got a bit of a comfort break now. We've all been here for a couple of hours. So we're going to give you all a break and we resume in 12:45. So I'm going to pause the recording and then we'll resume with Neil McLoughlin. Just restart the recording and we'll be good to go.
Okay, can you see that?
Yep, that's good. Welcome back, everyone. So hopefully finish on time for you, Neil. So
Yep.
you can get your answer your questions. Right, take it away.
Okay, good. Yeah, okay, so my name's Neil McLoughlin. I'm a fresh CTA, brand new this year. I work for a company called New Signature as a Citrix Cloud and WVD architect. I'm quite new to this role. I'm used to being in the on-prem world, but I recently moved to this new role where it's 100% cloud focused. We don't do any on-prem whatsoever. Which is quite interesting for me, kind of getting my head around how things are different. You can reach me at Virtual Monk on Twitter or my blog, where I blog now and again on virtualmonk.co.uk. Just a quick disclaimer. Obviously, I know there are different cloud providers out there, different ways of doing things. This is just some that I've chosen as a focus on Azure, because that's where I mostly work inside Azure. Obviously, I know there are AWS, Google, etc. So why would you want to deploy desktops in the cloud? Number of different reasons. Mainly, obviously, it's scalable. So if you've got a data center that's full of capacity and you've got a new requirement for some extra users, you can easily put them up in the cloud. No upfront costs. So typically, if you look at deploying VDI, you're looking at a lot of money to buy a load of servers, buy a load of storage, buy some racks, stick it in, get it all up, blah, 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 blah. You don't have that. You can spec your workloads exactly how you want them. So as I don't know if any of you looked in there, but when you go to build a VM in Azure, for example, there's literally hundreds of different options. So we can choose how much RAM, types of processors, how much apps we want, throughput. We don't have to focus on our data centers as much anymore. We can focus on providing service to our users. We can focus on making the desktops as good as we can make them, patching, all that kind of stuff, all that stuff done for you. And another big bonus which I see is because in the cloud we have so many locations, we can place our VMs close to our users. So previously, if you had a central data center in Europe, for example, if you got users in France, Belgium, Spain, the network may not be as good, but now we have the option of deploying the VMs close to those users, so it's a good user experience for them. Another common use case which I see is disaster recovery. So if you've got a data center and you want DR, historically companies have either had to pay a lot of money inside that data center to have standby service, physical hardware, or alternatively another DR data center completely, which can cost a lot of money. Using cloud, we can essentially just replicate our infrastructure inside Azure or AWS, and we can have it switched off, ready to go, or you can have it on hot standby, so you can have a minimal infrastructure running and then just power on when you need it. So potentially a lot of good cost savings there. So people used to just deploy cloud VMs thinking that the capacity was infinite. That's certainly not the case. As we found out during these last couple of weeks with the coronavirus, capacity is not infinite. I was doing some testing on some WVD instances just last week. Attempted to power on, and I got a nice little message back saying, "Corey, we're full." Which I was quite surprised at. So I actually tweeted out, and it got picked up by the register, which I was quite surprised at. So I'm famous. So yeah, don't just use all the capacity just because it's there. Plan it. There are ways around it. If the cloud provider has capacity issues, you can just deploy in other regions, use VNet peering, etc. But just be wary of the capacity that you're using. So also another thing which I've noticed, over the next 12 months, I think we're going to find that it's been a massive shift in people's focus, really. I know all of us historically, thought when companies talked about working from home, it's been like, oh, I don't know. Obviously, we've been forced into this situation where most of the UK public are now working from home. And a big provider for that is obviously your VDI desktops and remote access. Rory did a Twitter post about how people are connecting in. So as you can see, like 40% of people connecting who work are using the virtual desktop. That will be mixed with virtual desktops deployed on-prem and also in the cloud. also there were figures from another survey where it says 13% are already using DAS, 41% are investigating. I'll be very interested to see what those numbers are next year, because I guess they would have massively jumped. I know there's been a lot of people who have deployed DAS deployments extremely quickly in response to this response to coronavirus. So I think a lot of people have become the new norm, because people have seen how quickly and scalable it is to deploy those desktops in the cloud. So yeah, that'll be an interesting one to see for sure. So historically, only a few years ago, when people talk to me about deploying desktops in a cloud, I was like, no, that's a stupid idea. We spent so much time perfecting the use case for Citrix, because if you remember back when Citrix, the reason why Citrix was first created was to have all your data, all your applications, all your desktops in the same place, so the user experience is good. We're kind of decoupling that now, because now we're kind of saying, okay, we're having your users accessing your desktops in a data center halfway across the world. Which, when I thought about it a few years ago, I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. That's kind of stupid. But as the cloud's got better, we've got more locations, the network's better. So I got these figures from a Citrix blog post back in 2017, where Citrix was saying, well, what's from a network perspective, what is a good user experience? So they stated that up to 150 milliseconds is a great user experience, 150 to 300 milliseconds, good or acceptable, and over 300 milliseconds, degraded user experience. Now, that was back in 2017. As you are aware, with the later versions of Citrix, the ICA protocol has been pretty much rewritten from the ground up. Bandwidth utilization's literally halved. So those figures probably better. I'm working with a customer at the moment who's 100% in the cloud. They access their applications from tugboats in the middle of the North Sea, all around the world. And they have all their stuff in US East 2. And just when I first joined, I looked into Director, and I could say, yeah, these guys are getting like 300 milliseconds ping latency, or latency in Citrix. I was kind of like, well, surely that's not great experience. So I just asked them, it's like, how was the network for them? And it was fine. So yeah. So this is the number of regions that you get in Azure. So at the moment, if you want to deploy a desktop, you can deploy a desktop into any of these regions. So we can literally follow the users around. So if someone turns around to you tomorrow and says, hey, I've got a load of users who are in South Africa, they're connected into our physical data center, the connection is awful, that's an easy problem to solve. We can just deploy a couple of VMs in South Africa for them. There you go, off you go. Much better user experience. So yeah, Azure, 58 regions worldwide, available in 140 countries. AWS as well, they have quite a few regions. Same for Google, but not as many. But they're not really VDI desktop focused, as per se. So yeah, I did some quick ping testing from a website that I found, just see what kind of latency we're getting there. So these are the latencies, like EU, we're getting around 30 to 50 milliseconds. Asia, around 136, US 40. So that's not bad. That's all within the range of a good user experience, according to that Citrix blog. Similar speeds for Azure, so low 27 milliseconds, 18, 45. Again, high ping times for Asia, but you'd expect that. Same kind of speeds that you get from Google Cloud. So all the providers, they're all very similar. Another bonus is that when you deploy your desktops into, say, Azure, you're plugged into that Azure backbone. That Azure backbone has some insane network bandwidth speeds. I remember the days when I was doing physical deployments. I was working on, this is many years ago, obviously 10 meg network connections. I did a quick speed test on a VM in Azure, and I'm like, it's a gig up and a gig down. So if you've got your services hosted inside Azure as well, you've got crazy network speeds. I I did read some things, some stats from like AWS, and you can do peering, network card peering, and you can get like up to 25 gig a second between networks. That's just crazy. So different VM types. So in Azure, as I mentioned before, you've got loads of different specs of VMs. These are the most popular ones that you would use for VDI deployments. You've got A series, which is low memory CPU, B series, D series, which is probably the most common ones deployed, F series and NV series. So the NV series, they're GPU enabled. They've got NVIDIA Tesla cards in them. So you can pick how many you want in them. So you think you can have 1 card, 4 cards, or 8 cards. So yeah, you can basically spec your VM exactly how you want it to perform. You can have a fast CPU, you can have a fast disk, you can have 4 CPUs, 8 CPUs, 16 CPUs, 40 CPUs, however you want it, which I think is a massive bonus. So how much is it going to cost you? So these are typical costings of VM. So I picked a D series VM. So for example, a D8 S3 VM version 3 with 32 gig of RAM. If you use pay-as-you-go, that's going to cost you around £118 a month, which isn't bad. As I said, I've got a customer working at the moment. They've got around 600 users, and it's costing them about £10,000 a month in Azure run costs, which is not bad at all. If you compare that to the cost of you potentially running your data center and stuff. So yeah, that's just a cost of different stuff as well. So so with a GPU, so these are the different specs of the VMs that you can have with a GPU. So you can have a nice 12-core VM, 112 gigs of RAM with 1 card in there, and that's going to cost you $260 a month with a GPU. Again, not bad. These costs are just compute costs. So network storage, redundancy, all that stuff is going to cost you extra. So bear that in mind. Those costs can easily double. And again, you can take your specs right up. I mean, you can have an NV48S with 48 core CPU, 458 gigs of RAM. It'll cost you £5 an hour, but if you want it, you can have it. Okay. So storage, again, we can have as much storage as we want. If so you have Ultra Disk, Premium SSD, Standard SSD, and the Standard HDD. As Lorna said before on the webcast, they said Premium SSD is most likely your best one to go for, because that gives you the extra IOPS that you need. Also, you can have extra throughput as well. I think the standard rule applies as well for sort of, obviously, if you had a NetApp array, the more disks you have in it, the more IOPS you're going to get. So you have different premium disk sizes. Higher they are, the more IOPS. So different options for running your desktops in the cloud or your infrastructure. So you can do what a lot of people do, is basically just do your lift and shift, where essentially you can either just do a VM, straight VM migration. If you've got a load of VMs, your whole of your infrastructure running on a VMware, for example, you can just lift and shift that straight into Azure. Or you can build a brand new platform on Azure if you want to. Or you can use what they call a platform as a service. So you can use Citrix Cloud, where everything's managed for you. So when you sign up for Citrix Cloud, they'll manage all the brokers, they'll do everything. You just have to control the VMs and obviously assign the users. You can also integrate that with WVD as well, with the Citrix Managed Desktop Service. And they just noted as well, obviously, that VMware Cloud on AWS. So if you wanted complete control and you still wanted to use the cloud, you could just do bare metal VMware Cloud on AWS. It's going to cost you a lot of money, but you can do that if you really, really, really want to. Again, there are other options out there like Frame, etc. But these are just some that I just picked off the top of my head. I mean, this is one thing which I like about where we are today with technology. Everything's moving so quick, and we have so many options available to us. Whereas I remember previous days where your only option was to basically have a SAN basically with a load of servers in a data center and a rack, and that was it. That was your only option. So it's nice to have all these options and be able to choose and size the environment as how you want it. So networking. So how are you going to get these people into your data center? So if you're deploying Citrix Cloud, you can just deploy a Citrix NetScaler Gateway service. That's literally a one tick box, enable it, and that's it. So it's fully managed by Citrix. They'll upgrade it, support it, whatever you need. However, it's very, very basic on features. So if you don't have any of the extra features that are not supported, then it's a great thing to have. But if you want any advanced functionality, then you have to deploy your own NetScalers in Azure. So even deploying your own NetScalers in Azure, you can do that in multiple ways. You can bring your own licenses. You can basically, the deployment scenario for NetScalers Azure is pretty similar to your on-prem NetScalers. They use pretty much the same firmware versions, etc. So if you know how to configure your on-prem ones, it's going to be quite an easy migration to stick them into Azure. Or some customers may want to keep your NetScalers on-prem. I know with some people sign up to the Citrix Cloud service, for example, and they prefer to keep everything on-prem and just have their brokers in Citrix Cloud. So you can have all your storefront servers or your desktops, etc. still on-prem, and just point to your cloud connector from your NetScalers. So your cloud connector, which I'll get onto in a minute, is basically just your gateway into Citrix Cloud. So this is a typical deployment that you'd see if you were basically just doing a lift and shift. So here we can see you've got your on-prem. Just so one thing which is pretty much the same across all of these deployments is they all want a physical domain controller. A lot of services are moving towards well, when I say physical, you can have, I mean, a actual Windows server running Active Directory. So Azure, for example, they run a couple of different types of Active Directory, but a lot of people still depend on a proper version of Active Directory. So this is a typical scenario which you'd see. So you got your on-premise deployment, you have a express route gateway, an express route VPN connection into Azure, where all your traffic would go to. Then you'd have a Azure load balancer, and sitting in front of that is a Citrix NetScalers. And then you'd have some VMs running storefront, some VMs running your Citrix delivery controllers, license server, exactly. So it's pretty much a on-prem deployment, just everything shifted into Azure as virtual desktops. This is how a 100% cloud-hosted environment would look like. So you have a Azure subscription. In that Azure subscription contains everything. So you'd have your VDI image, you'd have your VDI cloud, your cloud connector, you'd have your AD controller, you'd have configured subnets, virtual desktops, etc. So connections, sure. So obviously you've got your Citrix Cloud, which doesn't know about your Azure connection. So to create VMs, you have to basically set up a connection. So similar to how you would do on an on-prem deployment, where you would configure your connector into your Hyper-V, SCVMM, VMware, etc. You do the same for Azure. So when you go to create a connection, you basically just give it your subscription ID, give it a connection name, click on create new. A little box will pop up, which you'll basically say it's asking your Azure subscription for authorization. If your company is security focused, which I think most are, you can set up this manually using your own set of permissions. Because I think if you do it the automated way, it probably gives it more than it actually needs. So I've put that Citrix article in there, which gives you the exact permissions that is required. So you can set up an account with those right permissions if you need it. So these are basically just what is needed to give to the tool. So you can give it a region. As mentioned before, you can pretty much pick any region that you want to. You give it a virtual network. I'll come into some specific things about the virtual network in a moment. So when I first started looking into this thing, I had quite a bit of trouble setting it up because there are some things which you have to do. Basically, mostly around connectivity, which I found a bit problematic at first. But once you get your head around it, it's actually all quite pretty simple. So cloud connectors, yeah. So your cloud connectors are your gateway from your Azure subscription into your Citrix Cloud subscription. So essentially, they're required for authentication, proxy, provisioning, and identity. So when we register a VM, where historically we'd point the VM at a Citrix delivery controller, we now point them at the cloud connector, and then the cloud connector essentially proxies that through to the Citrix Cloud service and registers it from there. Always deploy at least 2 of them, because if that cloud connector goes down, then you're in trouble. So yeah, that's just a quick diagram showing the sort of interaction between all the different components. So there's a health check that you can do. So if you log in Citrix Cloud, you can look at your health check. Everything's green, which should be good. One thing which I had a massive problem with when I was setting this up was the AD connectivity. So when you deploy your cloud connector, you have to put it in the same VNet in Azure. That's got also has connectivity to your domain controller. And also you have to configure your subnet to point to the same DNS servers as your controller as well. So it has to be able to read your Active Directory domain because it uses that connector for domain join and OU locations and that kind of stuff. So as I mentioned before, you can use the Citrix Gateway service. So there are more Citrix Gateway points of presence, what they call them. So if a user connects anywhere from the world, they'll automatically go to these points of presence. At the moment, there's 90 locations across the world. Citrix just a couple of days ago released a couple of new ones. So you've got some in the high United States, Montreal, one in London, and one in Sydney, Australia. So the features for Citrix Gateway are increasing. I mentioned about one of the problems is MFA, but I know you released the Okta MFA integration, so that'd be good. But there's still nowhere near as much feature as a proper full-on NetScaler. But as with everything, I'm sure eventually they'll get there. So I mentioned regions before. So when you set up your machine catalog, you can point it to say, where do you want to deploy your VMs? So if you want to deploy your VMs into multiple regions, then you have to set up different connectors into each one of those regions. Okay, so Citrix Cloud Console. I'm sure many people have used it. There've been a lot of swearing. I've only started to use it in anger very recently, and I hate it. It's a horrible thing to use. It constantly crashes. It constantly gives random results. It constantly freezes. Sometimes you have to stop and restart all the time. I mean, I recently deployed a machine catalog for testing, and it took me 4 hours. And most of that time was just sat there waiting at the console. So if you can use PowerShell to manage it, it's a lot quicker. Apparently, it's just it's the API calls which just take a lot of time to get out and come back. So yeah, not a good thing. If I was a customer and I used the Citrix Cloud Console every day and I had a P1, for example, I'd hate it. I'd be banging my head against the wall because it's a horrible thing to use. But there is a new version coming, apparently, which has been rewritten from the ground up. So yeah, well, I'm not sure when that's coming, but a lot of people will be very thankful when that comes, I would imagine. So yeah, as I mentioned, you can deploy straight from MCS into the cloud. So you used to be able to do this on-prem. So you could keep all your on-prem infrastructure and then deploy some desktops into cloud. So as of 1912 LTSR, so 1912 LTSR will be the last version where you can do this because Citrix have basically pulled the support for it. So going forward, if you want to deploy your VMs into the cloud, you're going to have to use Citrix Cloud. I can see why Citrix is doing it, but it's still a bit rubbish that they're forcing you down this route. But yeah, a lot of people have got different mixed thoughts on it. So yeah, so 1912 LTSR, obviously that gives you five years worth of support. But if you're deploying Citrix, if you're deploying desktops into cloud, I'm sure you don't want to be stuck on 1912 LTSR to get the new features of the CR releases. So MCS, so I did a test to create some MCS desktops and VMs in Azure. It's quite useful because once you set it up and configure it, you don't have to go into the portal. You can just create VMs the same way as you would do as an on-prem. As I mentioned before, it's a bit of a pain to set up. Random failures, random timeouts. Yeah, not. I mean, I've deployed MCS on-prem a number of times, and it's been easy, fast, seamless. Citrix Cloud one was still a bit painful, but hopefully it'll get better. So the process of building, doing it is very, very similar to on-prem, as in you just build your master VM, point your VDI agents to Cloud Connector, shut down the VM, and then when you create your machine catalog, just point the MCS wizard at the VHD file, pretty much. So I actually sat there and watched what it was doing on the resource groups while it was doing the sysprep. So obviously, as you know, when you create an MCS catalog, it basically creates a temporary VM and then powers it off again. In Azure, it seems to do exactly the same thing. So when I sat there watching it, I saw that temporary VM being created, and then it was deleted after it being created. So that was quite interesting to see. So yeah, just build your master VM as you would do with any other VM. Obviously, you need your connectivity back to Active Directory, all that kind of stuff. So make sure your networking is in place. As with anything, it's just another VM basically. So no need to treat it any special. So yeah, that's just what you can see. So when you create your machine catalog, you get the option of the different VM spec sizes that you want. VM spec sizes, like I said before, there's loads you can choose. So make sure you get the right one as well, which I'll cover later on. Resource groups. So in Azure, we have these things called resource groups. So the resource group is basically just a grouping of stuff, which makes stuff easier to manage. So if you've got a different department, for example, which have different resources, you deploy a different resource group for that department. So with Citrix Cloud, when you basically create the machine catalog, it asks you, do you want to create the new resource group? Do you want Citrix Cloud to manage it, or do you want to manage it yourself? I just selected the option just to let Citrix manage it because it's easier. Obviously, if your environment has specific resource group requirements, as in naming standards and permissions and that kind of stuff, then you have to go and set up those resource groups yourself. So pre-create them if you have specific security requirements. Obviously, that's a bit of a nightmare to manage, but it's basically what you want in your environment. As I said before, connectivity is pretty key here, especially back to the key thing across all Azure services which I've found is the AD connectivity. So I found the easiest way to sort this out is to basically, on your VNet network, you can set DNS server. Whatever you do, don't set the DNS server inside the VM because it'll break the VM. So I did that when I first started messing with all this stuff and found that it didn't work. So when you set any IP configuration on the VMs, do it from the Azure console. So you can manage the DNS servers from there, and then that'll automatically get put inside the VM. You can do it on either on the resource group VNet, or you can do it on the DNS on the actual VM VNet itself. So a bit of a tip for you. Yeah, so as mentioned before, new resource groups are automatically created for the VMs. So you can see that on the top left of the screen. So Citrix names that automatically. Obviously, it starts with Citrix-ZD- and then a random number that it assigns to it. So if you do have your own naming standards, then make sure you pre-create the resource groups. So resource groups can contain the network security groups, storage account, network interface, the disk, and the snapshot of the disks. Resource groups are limited to 240 VMs. So once it reaches that limit, it'll go and create another resource group. So that's something to be wary of as well. So yeah, so what you can see there, you can see the disk, you can see the snapshot, the network interface. So they're all quite standard Azure stuff. Again, there's nothing special or exciting there. So when you go to create your master image, another tip is make sure your master image is stopped and deallocated. So a common mistake which people make in Azure when they're doing stuff like this, they just shut down their VM from the console and then expect stuff to happen. But the problem is that doesn't work properly for some stuff. I think it puts some kind of lock on it. And also you carry on getting charged for it as well. So always make sure you stop your VM from the console if you can, because that turns it into stopped and deallocated state, which means you're not going to get charged for it. And when you're creating your MSIX catalog, it has to be in a stopped and deallocated state. So, so when you create your catalog, your master image, you point it at the image. So this is the image that I created, and then it basically just looks at the VHD file and then clones that VHD file just as it would as in a physical deployment. I'll do for time, 15 minutes left. Yeah, as I said before, AD DNS connectivity is critical. So your cloud connector, that's what it uses. So make sure that your cloud connector VNet is pointing to your on-prem, or if you haven't been on-prem AD. Or also what I did is I just built a domain controller within Azure and just made sure that my VNet was the same VNet that was used for the Citrix Cloud. Yeah, so make sure your DNS settings, you've got full connectivity there, and make sure your cloud connector has got a healthy state. Otherwise, you'll get weird random errors like this, because obviously what's happening here is it's trying to go through the cloud connector and it can't reach AD, so it'll fail. So yeah. How long does it take to create VMs? So it takes quite a long time compared to an on-prem deployment. Obviously, it's not as quick. So these are timings that I got from Citrix's website, not times that I did myself. So big disclaimer there. So yeah, in the past, I've done like MSIX deployments where I've literally deployed hundreds of VMs within, I don't know, half an hour. But obviously, say for example, if you want to deploy here, you took in 1,000 machines, took about 8 hours. Still not bad, but still a bit longer than an on-prem deployment. There are some site level configuration limits that you have. So I doubt, just looking at these, unless you're running a really large environment, you probably never hit these. So yeah, they'd just something to be wary of. Resource location limits, again, unless you're running big environments, you're not really going to hit those. So again, if you do hit those, you may have to create a separate Azure subscription. But yeah, it's easy done. So site level image, so again, quite standard stuff. So one critical thing is to get your VM sizing right, because obviously, if you're running VMs on-prem, you can just go and create them. The only risk that you have is filling up your Hyper-V ESX host or whatever. Obviously, when you're creating VMs in Azure, there's a cost associated to that. So people may be a bit more cost conscious and start to think, well, do we really need that GPU, or do we really need those CPUs? I mean, this is just a small VM that I started up and just trying to watch a YouTube video on it, and you can see it actually killed the VM. So just because you can go cheaper doesn't mean you should go cheaper. Just make sure that you test your applications, and make sure you get your VM sizing right. Another thing to be wary of, scale up or scale out. So normally within Azure, it's cheaper to scale out. When you start scaling up, it starts to get scarily expensive. It's the same when you're talking about dedicated VMs. Obviously, in a traditional, if you're deploying a Zen desktop environment, for example, where you've got a persistent desktop assigned to 200 users, if you do that in Azure, it's going to cost you a lot of money. Using Windows 10 multi-session or RDSH works out to be a lot cheaper, because obviously you're paying for the VM on a per hour basis. So it's a lot cheaper to deploy one RDS8 server or RDS8 desktop supporting 20 users than it is to deploy 20 dedicated desktops. So bear that in mind when you're working out your costings. I did a presentation with Leee last week where we did a bit of a deep dive into costings. And what we found was basically if you're running pay-as-you-go and you're only running up to about 200 users, it's generally cheaper to use pay-as-you-go. So the difference is pay-as-you-go and reserve. So you can run 1 year or 3 year reserved. If you pay the reserve cost, that means you've got that VM 24/7, so you're not paying for it on a per hour basis. If you run, so the reserve, so the pay-as-you-go just means you pay for what you use. So in the calculations that we did, we just found that unless you're going over, I don't know, 300 hours a month, it's just not worth it. Just use pay-as-you-go. Azure can be really cost effective if you're only using it for a few hours. So if you need it running 24/7, then it's going to cost you a lot of money. If you're only using it a couple of hours a day, it's going to be dirt cheap. So depends on the use case that the users have got. So again, work that into your costings. Just a bit of general advice around there, just general tips. So always power off your VMs when not in use. So use automated scripts or brokers for power management. So you can use Citrix Autoscale or third-party scripts or however you do it. But if you do pay-as-you-go, just bear in mind that every hour that VM is running is costing you money. So shut down evenings, shut down at weekends, etc. Not one size fits all. So depend on your VMs and stuff like that. So each VM, some users might have a different use case. So I think with on-prem, we're very much used to deploying a standard VM sizes. Obviously now we've got so much different choices, we can pretty much pick and choose how we want it. So that may be a good idea for save money. So if a user doesn't need the resources, they don't need a big beefy VM because that will cost you a lot of money. Think about your apps. So as we know from many deployments that we've all done, the pain point in most deployments is the applications. If some CEO comes to you and says, hey, I want to deploy all my VDI desktops into the cloud, but I want to keep all my applications on-prem, tell him he's stupid, because the user experience will just be awful. So if you can, move over to a SaaS-based service for your applications, or move the application servers along with the apps as well. Because as I said, if you've got an application which requires a lot of interaction with a on-prem server, it's not going to be a good experience. Architects redundancy and security just like you would with physical infrastructure. Just because it's in the cloud doesn't mean it's safe and secure. It doesn't mean it's redundant. So just always keep that in mind. So, yeah. So multi-cloud. There's nothing stopping you, especially as I showed you earlier. With Citrix Cloud, you can set up different cloud connectors to different providers. So if you've got an application in AWS and one department only uses that application and they need really close network latency to it, stick them a load of desktops in AWS. The same applies to Azure, VMware, etc. Just do whatever best fits for your business. Applications and user experience are the break. That's what breaks the deployment, right? So as long as we can make that as good as we can make it, then we keep users happy. So that's it. That's the end of my presentation.
Cool, thank you, Neil. I think there's a few questions that have come in. I don't know if you want to, if you click the Q&A box, you can see those and maybe address some of them.
Yep. You mentioned that VMs moving closer to users, but where's the data that VMs need to access? Assume that data can only be in one physical location, i.e. cloud or DCs. Yeah, so if you've got a lot of data that you know your users need, then yes, you can also migrate that data on-prem as well, and set up replication between regions if you really want to. So keep data always as close to a user as possible. So yeah, use the FSR or other data replication tools or whatever to sync that data. Do you still deliver apps and data stored in your Place data center but run from Azure? Yeah, so I think that question from Stephen McGovern, I think I've covered that. So yeah, me normally, if I know a application is going over which needs a lot of interaction, I will always say migrate the application server with it, or seeing if there's a SaaS-based option or stuff like that. So when MCS Power Management shuts down the VM, does it shut down the instance in Azure or just shut the VM in the instance? It shuts down the instance in Azure, I believe. I've not tested that, but I can check that if you want to. Given your experiences, in your opinion, is it worth moving to Citrix Cloud or staying on-prem? I'm going to give the consultant's answer. It depends. Yeah, I mean, Citrix Cloud is pretty expensive. It depends on the company's long-term strategy as well. If they want to go 100% on-prem and they're prepared, so 100% on cloud, and they're prepared to suck up the costs, then yeah, I'll always recommend going to Citrix Cloud if they tested the user experience and everything's good. But as usual, test it. Sample it with proof of concept and make sure that everything's good.
Yeah, I think also, if you're looking at the strategic direction Citrix are taking, there's things like the analytics service and things like that. That's only available to Citrix Cloud users. So,
absolutely,
they're pushing more features into their cloud service, and you'll start to see that gap between the cloud offering and the on-premises widen over time. Yeah,
I mean, I think this is part of their decision why they've sort of made this decision with the on-prem stuff, because they've got so much, obviously, stuff with the APIs of MCS and stuff like that. Obviously, they started to rewrite the Citrix Studio, and I think we'll start to see that in the other Citrix Cloud products as well. Because now that they've got that cut between the on-prem, they can focus 100% on the cloud stuff. That makes sense.
Yep.
Which would you rather? One horse-sized duck. I'm not quite sure what Aaron means by that.
It must be some kind of weird Australian joke that no one else gets.
Yeah, it must be.
Anyway, I'll let you get off to your meeting now.
Okay.
Finished a few minutes there. Thanks for participating.
Right.
Next up, we have it's George. George, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Neil.
Hey, George, how you doing? Yeah, we can.
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Cool. So I'll share my screen and hopefully everyone can see my screen okay.
Yep, just come up now.
Cool. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is George Swain. I'm an SA with Liquidware. So today I'm just going to be discussing around moving your end users between on-premises and the cloud. Obviously very topical because of COVID-19. Like Neil just covered in his last presentation, a lot of companies now are looking at not just giving VPN and laptop usage for those users, but also maybe migrating their users into a public cloud. So if we are going to do that, what's the best way of doing it, and how can Liquidware basically help you do that process, and then also get back again, because it might be that when everything hopefully turns back to normal, your users can just go back in the office and leverage their on-premises resources again. So if you are going to use something like WVD or AWS Workspaces, and you deploy a straight desktop from any of those, you're effectively going to get something like this. So a nice blank, clean Windows 10 image, which is great if you're like me and don't like clutter, but it's terrible if you're most end users, because unfortunately, most end users actually have something like this, where to me this is horrifying, and I'm sure to many people on here this is horrifying, but there are plenty of users out there that have this workspace where they know exactly where their documents are, they know exactly where their applications are, they've got everything customized exactly how they want. And if you are going to be migrate them onto a new platform, they don't really care about that backend platform. The only thing they care about is that everything looks and feels and performs the same. So we basically just need to make sure that we enable that if we're going to do that migration, and obviously then help it follow them on the way back as well. So if we're going to do that, we need to work out what makes up the components of that end user. So first, obviously, we've got the operating system, Then we have the user's applications, so we need to make sure those follow them up to the cloud. Their data, so it's pretty pointless having their applications if they don't have their actual backend data to go with it, their files and folders. And then lastly, obviously, the user's profile, so that you have that customization, they have their background, they know where everything's pinned, all the shortcuts are, so that they can get up and running and going straight away. And I'm not going to recover this here, but obviously having insight into those end users can be really good, especially if you're looking at what kind of Neil covered in this last slide deck around sizing into the VMs, and then obviously what was also covered in Login VSI's presentation as well. Make sure that you get that right sizing. You need to do that properly, and the only way to do that is to have an insight into actually how the user is behaving, what their performance characteristics are like as well. So if we are going to migrate them and take those 4 key components around the OS, the data, the apps, and the user profiles, how can we do that? And how can we do that with a minimum amount of fuss on our end? So obviously when it comes to the OS, you could just take the marketplace images if you needed to quickly spin up some desktops as soon as possible. I know, for example, if you take the Azure Marketplace for WVD, you've actually got the latest build of Windows 10 with Office pre-installed. So, that's going to at least get you up and running. But that's where we can also leverage existing technologies like Citrix, either your on-premises installations or using Citrix Cloud, and same thing with VMware, where we can leverage the kind of more mature and what we understand image management to kind of provision that underlying operating system. Then data, well, unfortunately, there's obviously a lot of on-premise file shares. I'm kind of hoping that a good output of all of this will be that companies will then take a bit more seriously about making their users' data be available outside of just the corporate networks. So maybe moving to services like OneDrive. And obviously, if we're going to provide a good user experience for that in something like WVD or Workspaces or a similar cloud platform for desktops, there's already good container technology out there to do that, like an Office 365 container. Place your OneDrive files in there, your OST file, make sure that's cached, and obviously going to follow the user and keep that build up even if they're going between non-persistent desktops. The two that are a bit more difficult are obviously around the applications and the user profiles. Obviously, different users require different applications, which can obviously lead to a big sprawl of gold images. If you're trying to migrate people up quickly or on demand, that's not always going to be the best if you have to have a lot of MCS catalogs up and running. Obviously not great as well if you've got a lot of different catalogs and you're not getting the full amount of utilization and user density out of those, rather than just having one, where you can obviously manage and maintain that a lot better. And the last thing is around obviously the user's profiles and making sure that's migrated and moved and given a good user experience. And you kind of want that to be as easy as possible without you really having to think about it, so it just follows the user. And obviously we also need to take care of the fact that potentially we could be moving between OS versions. So maybe on premises, you're using something like 2016 in an RDSH virtual apps type environment. Maybe you're using this as a jumping point to move into Windows 10 multi-user. So if you were just redirecting the local profile into a disk, that's not going to be able to follow you. You need something to actually migrate between the users' the OS versions. So taking the first one of those in terms of applications, we can leverage FlexApp. So FlexApp is Liquidware's layering technology. This basically allows us to capture applications and deliver them dynamically to the end user. So what that effectively looks like is that we just capture the applications and redirect them into VHD. And we support that through any kind of application installer format. So if your applications are in executables or MSIs or another application packaging format, we can easily capture those and place those in. So you don't have to kind of reuse a new standard to do that. We use a filter driver, but it does run in an altitude on mini filter mode. So we won't conflict with any other container technology. So if you are leveraging something like an Office 365 container, FlexApp's going to work side by side with those. Because it is just the agent and that filter driver being installed, we work with all of your existing images. So obviously there's no requirement to rebuild all your gold images from scratch. You can just install the agent, even do that via GPO, away you go. A real advantage of obviously attaching users' applications is that we can do it at different points. So we can do it at the machine boot if you want to apply it for all users. We can do it at user login, or if you've got a lot of applications coming in at login and you don't want to delay that in terms of the shell for the applications to be available, you can use what we call click to layer, where the shortcuts will be pinned to the user's start menu or to the desktop, and the VHD won't be mounted until the user actually clicks on the application. So they can launch the app and then a couple of seconds delay and the VHD will be dynamically attached in. We can obviously apply those based on the same profanity filters that we've got based on our filter engine. So you can make that application availability completely contextual. So it could be based on Active Directory group, the machine the user's logging in from, what AD site they are, what operating system it is, what protocol, you know, if you're switching between RDP or if you're using ICA, if there's a service or a process running on the machine, maybe you want to limit the user to only getting the application if they're in a particular location, particular IP address, time of day. The filter engine is highly customizable and hugely contextual. So you can really granularly fine tune who gets what apps and where they come from and when, basically. I know with a lot of layering technologies, a big pain can be that repackaging process. So we are bringing in the functionality for you to basically be able to import any of your existing app packages. So if you've already got app V or when it's GA, MSIX packages, you'll be able to just import those directly into FlexApp without having to repackage them, just test them to make sure they work, and away you go. And lastly, we can, and this is obviously the important part when we're talking about migrating to the cloud, we can deliver those applications not just from on-premises file storage, but also natively from cloud object storage. So obviously you do have the ability now to use stuff like FSX in AWS or the Azure files with AD integration out of Azure, but you could also just natively use the Azure blob storage to deliver your applications. And if you're going to do that, we basically enable a layer 1 launch cache for the applications so that we can guarantee the performance of the applications. So as far as the user is concerned, there might be a bit of delay to the launching of the app, but once the app's launched and the initial blocks are downloaded, the application will just behave as if it's natively installed and the end user doesn't have any idea that it's not coming from local storage. And also we can also allows us to do native failover for any of the backend storage. So if you were using a file share, you could, and that went down, you could failover automatically onto cloud object storage or vice versa, and the end user is not going to be aware their apps are still going to be available, and it's not going to blue screen out of their environment. So what that effectively looks like, and if I get enough time, because obviously I'm very much we're short today, I'll be able to demo this, but this is a quick example screenshot of what it would look like. So the applications are pinned as far as the user's concerned as their shortcuts to the desktop. They look like they're natively installed. If you check inside program files, as far as Windows is concerned, they're locally installed. We're not doing virtualization. We're just doing some isolation technologies, particularly around the user session. And then if you check on the back end, the apps are just being allocated and mounted in as VHDs. So if we're then going to move on from the applications and instead look at the user's profiles and how do we get that to follow the user, that's where we look at profanity and particularly around what we call portability. So portability is our ability to take the user's profile and convert it into a different version. So if you need to migrate from Windows 10 or 2016, that's what portability effectively allows you to do. And that can be done backwards and forwards. So you're not stuck on one version as a one-time migration. You can basically move between the operating systems. So if you did move between a 2016 on premises and then moved into Windows 10 and then had to move back to 2016, the profile is going to follow the user. We support obviously the same with the Flex apps that can support on-premises file storage, but we also natively support any cloud storage. So we support S3 buckets out of AWS, Google Cloud accounts out of GCP, or Azure Blob as well. That obviously can also be really good if you have just got laptop users and you need to pull their profile out and port that into something like WVD or workspaces. You can basically just deploy the agent, draw up their profile from their local profile. That can obviously go into a storage account. So all they just need is an active internet connection. You don't have to worry about them coming into the office or getting a VPN connection or anything else. It's ported into the storage account. And then when they log into their cloud desktop, it's downloaded and logged in. Doing that is very, very simple. We've got pre-built templates specifically designed around utilizing cloud storage. There's a guided wizard for you to do the import for the credentials, and we support multiple cloud credentials from different clouds. So it's very straightforward and simple to do. It's part of any of that end config, and you can quite easily switch between those and what encryption keys the users get. And if you are still just going to use standard file share services out of the cloud, so if you are going to use something like Azure Files with AD integration, you could just utilize our standard templates instead of utilizing the cloud ones and just go from there. When you're actually then publishing any of the profile or anything else, you don't have to publish just the profile from the cloud storage or the Flex apps. You can also publish the configurations that the user would get. So if you want to push out any Active Directory settings, reg keys, folder redirection, basically taking over everything from group policy, you can push that through a configuration file, and that can also come from cloud storage as well. So we have like a 0 requirement for file shares if you're migrating into WVD or workspaces. The format for the files are exactly the same as they are for the file share. So if you did then want to port this out of cloud storage back onto an on-premises file share, it's already in the same format. There's nothing for you to really do. And that portability configuration is also cached on the local profile. So when the user logs in, obviously it's the first time login, the profile will come down. But after that, the manifest files for the profile are cached locally on the device. So the second time the user logs in, if you're using something like a VHD profile container technology and getting the local Windows profile to follow them, if the portability rules already exist, it's not going to bring them down. So we're not going to be impacting the user's login times. And it also means that if you are moving between on-premises and the cloud and then back on-premises, when you have that profile be downloaded, we'll only be downloading the deltas and the changes that happened in the meantime. So you're not going to really be massively impacting the user's login performance when coming in. And Neil, I don't know how much time we've got left on that piece.
About 5 minutes, George.
Okay, so what I'll do then is I will quickly just show a demo. I mean, don't have that much time to show it off too much. But to give you an example, this virtual desktop that I've got here, I was going to spin it up in Azure, but I didn't because as Neil's previous session was talking about, there's obviously been resource contentions inside Azure at the moment. So this desktop is actually coming from a local hypervisor, but the profile is coming from Azure, which you can see in the back end. And if you check on here, you can basically see that the manifest files basically show that the profile has been cached locally. And if I check that versus what I've got inside the storage account, you can basically see that the time and date stamps match each other. So if the time and date stamp for the manifest file matches what's coming from Azure, it's not going to download that section of the profile. So that's how we're able to retain fast user login times if we're looking at, as long as you've got some kind of VHD container caching technology at the same time for the profile. If you're then looking for the actual applications, you can see I've got Photoshop, Notepad, Chrome, 7-zip, basically all attached as VHDs. And as far as Windows is concerned, those just behave and act as if they're locally installed. So for example, if you check Notepad, it's all just locally installed as far as it's concerned. And if we then check on the actual containers, you can see, for example, the actual size of the application container is basically the VHD is just a dynamic VHD, so it's only the size of the application itself, which is just that 52 meg for Notepad. And the only other files that are basically concerned are an XML configuration file and just the icon file to allow for the mounting of the shortcuts either in Start menu or on the user's desktop. And that's basically it on my side. So I don't know if there was any questions or anything else that came up.
There's one question in the Q&A. I think you can see that.
Okay, yeah.
Click on the Q&A box.
So is the profile portability and migration, or can it be used to go between multiple environments concurrently, back and forth simultaneously? So it's not a migration. It can be used to go backwards and forwards between different environments on the fly, and it will just do that conversion between the different versions of Windows. So yeah, if you've got a user logging into a Windows 10 environment for a full desktop and then logging into a 2016, maybe to have some apps actually using virtual apps, get those apps shown inside the Windows 10 environment, then you can do that simultaneously. There's going to be no issue. And obviously, you can tweak those portability rules based on the filter engine that we've got. So if you only wanted certain rules to apply based on it being 2016 and only certain ones being applied on Windows 10, then that functionality is natively inside the product.
All right, there's no questions in the Slack channels. So with that, I'll thank you very much, George. So we're now going to break for half an hour for lunch. So we'll be back at 2:15. So thank you, everyone, and see you in half an hour. Just a reminder that we are having a conversation on the Slack channels. If you want to join, I'll paste the link into the chat for everyone. If you want to ask any questions or just chat to fellow attendees, you're most welcome. See you in half an hour. We start the recording.
Problem.
And good to go when you are.
All right, cool. Okay, everybody see that?
Yeah, that's good.
Excellent. Okay, so my session's all about VHD containers. What to use, when, and why. So we'll kick off just with the introduction. So I'm Lee Jeffries. I'm an independent consultant based in the UK and working in Europe. I'm a father of 3, married, and have a passion for keeping fit. So I like to do running races and things. I've been working in IT for, in one guise or another, for at least 15 years, with the last 8 years of my career being focused on the EUC arena. I focus mainly on Citrix products, but also work with other vendors too, and I'm proud to be a current Citrix technology professional. So let's have a look at our agenda. I'm going to talk about what a VHD container is, in case anyone doesn't really already know, why you should use one and what for, where you should store these containers, and then finally some virtual machine configurations or some storage configurations that might help you support some high availability in these sorts of scenarios where you're having to publish these things. And then lastly, we'll actually look at some configuration for FSLogix in particular, and how we might configure that solution to work with these particular storage scenarios. So let's start with what's a VHD container, right? So we're all used to roaming profiles or hybrid sort of profile solutions where we're storing user settings, but effectively what we're doing is just retaining that user experience, all the settings for their apps, and we're putting it somewhere. Doesn't really matter where we're putting it at this point, but a VHD container is an option. So a VHD container was originally introduced to solve issues where roaming profiles couldn't really cope. So things like Outlook cached mode, OneDrive file sync are probably 2 of the biggies. Essentially sort of Office 365 enablement. So since this time though, they've become a standard really in storing user data and personalization. And when I say personalization, I'm talking about storing profiles and application settings. But a profile is just a profile. So it doesn't really matter where we store it, but in this particular instance, we're going to put it on a VHD. So we have a few different options for VHD containers today. Lots of vendors have come up with solutions. Some of them, in my opinion, sort of just adding something that's quite basic to a solution that they may have already had, or complementing what they already had for roaming profiles. But all of these have varying features and functionality. FSLogix is probably the most popular and widely supported VHD container solution. It's the one I run into the most. It's almost free, depending on your licenses, for Microsoft 365/RDSH, and supports all facets of Office 365 and Windows search roaming. So it's really popular, and it also comes with a few other bells and whistles like app masking, which allows us to actually control what a user sees on the hard drive of the machine, so we can actually hide specific applications and folders and files, redirect folders and files and registry keys to different locations, all seamlessly so the user never sees it. So if your licensing doesn't enable you to use FSLogix, you can still use one of the other solutions available. This presentation will cover storage solutions that are relevant to all VHD container products. So scenario-wise, I want to run through a few scenarios of different profile types so we can understand the differences in behavior, and then we'll look at potential storage solutions for these items. So in particular, I want to just take a quick look at roaming profiles, or say hybrid profiles, where we've got a solution performing a little bit more of an efficient copy on and off when you're logging on and off. We're going to look at a single site solution with a single storage location, multiple storage locations on a single site, and then a multi-site scenario with a single storage location. So the solution that you're going to pick for these things is going to be all based around really where your physical storage sits. And I will also talk a bit about cloud solutions at the end, but to be honest, they're very simple to deploy, and they've been made that way, obviously, for a reason. So just talking about traditional roaming profiles today. So we're talking about solutions including Ivanti personalization, Citrix Profile Manager, all those sorts of solutions that are taking facets of your profile and storing them on network locations. So this scenario we're looking at here explains why roaming profiles or hybrid profiles, where files are copied, file copies are initiated on login, are not a great idea in the modern world. The real key turner for this was Exchange Online, in my opinion. So we've got Bob here, and he wants to log on to a virtual desktop, and then that virtual desktop knows Bob has a profile, and it runs up to the file server to try and copy that profile locally to that virtual desktop server. So Exchange Online, as I said, was sort of the key turner for this, because we now need we now need to not have our Exchange server on-prem, and we need it in the cloud instead. So in order to maintain a good user experience, cache mode was actually necessary. And that means we'll be storing this within the user's profile or somewhere. But depending on where we put it, and really having it locally gives us the best user experience. So every time a user logs in with this scenario, we're going to have to pull down at least 2 gig of email cache file, which is going to take a few minutes. And during that time period, we've got a large number of users doing the same thing, and all of a sudden we have a big problem where our file server is not able to keep up, and our logons are now ridiculously long, and everybody's panicking. The support team no longer love you. So what about VHD containers? Why is this such a good idea? So we get a faster login with this, right? Because we have the same sort of scenario. So we're no longer copying files on login. You can see above that all of our files are currently stored on our VHD. They're still sitting on a file server, okay? But they stay inside the VHD. So when a user's logging in, we actually just take this action here to attach that VHD, and that means we get quite a fast logon because that attach action is very quick. And of course, our email cache is now stored inside that VHD, which we've just attached. So irrespective of the size of that VHD, we get a nice fast logon, and we haven't got a problem replaying our profile for our users because it's just mounted it somewhere on the box. Cool. So that's great, right? We've now got something that's really easy to use, really easy to deploy, not a lot of maintenance. We haven't really got to do too much with it. Everything just gets put in the profile. But what about storing these containers? So Bob is very popular in this presentation. So Bob is here, he's logging into our virtual desktop again. He does this a lot. You can see here he's logging into file server 1. All right. So Bob logs in and we're good. he's launched his desktop, he's attached his VHD, but unfortunately, Bob is now going to have a bit of a problem. The file server has died. So now it's crashed. What do we do? Okay, we do have a second file server that we also have profiles on. So can we just get Bob to connect to that one instead? Well, the answer is yes, we can, but depending on what product you're using, it's actually going to require you to log off and log back on again. So if we've got to do that for 1,000 users, it's a headache right in the middle of the day. So I want to talk about how we manage this. So we're going to review some solutions that are going to help with this particular scenario. Enter Windows Server 2019 clustering. Now I've put 2019 here purely because 2019 is the latest, so that's what I'm basing most of this on. However, all these forms of clustering have been in the server OS since 2012, and I think there's some additions in R2, but so they've been around for a while. So the particular technologies that are going to help us from top to bottom. So we've got failover clustering, and I've put a file server cluster in here. So whatever cluster you have, you add roles to it, and then those roles become resilient because you're sharing those roles between the cluster nodes. But essentially, breaking it down very simply, you have identical servers, and you tell them you share a role between you, and as long as those servers are identical, Windows will just seamlessly manage whatever it's supposed to be managing, be it VM failover for a Hyper-V cluster or storage cluster. So file server solutions, right? So we have a share, and that share is applicable to both of those, or several of those nodes. So with the file server solution or file cluster solution, this typically uses one or more nodes to provide a resilient file storage solution. This solution only ever uses a single machine at a time to host the file shares that are configured for the cluster role. This means we can access these file shares using a single name, but no matter what machine we land on, we're using the same name. So the important thing to remember is that the users don't have to do anything. You're not amending GPOs or anything like that. We then have a scale out file cluster. Okay, so this role is very similar to the standard failover cluster role, but in this scenario, all of the nodes are active and the file cluster is shared. The file access is shared between all of the nodes within the cluster, and it's actively load balanced. So in this scenario, there's actually replication going on in the background between these nodes, and each of them have their own set of storage. But by far and long, the most important feature in all of these solutions is actually continuous availability, which we'll talk about in a bit, and that's an SMB3 feature. So the last option is clustered shared volume replication. So we can actually have a sort of DR scenario with this. We can support DR scenarios in an active passive fashion by using two file clusters and clustered shared volume replication. So this will actually replicate the contents of your clustered disk to a separate cluster that could be in a separate site. Just bear in mind that this particular solution doesn't allow you to have an active cluster, is active failover only. However, for a DR scenario, it's pretty much ideal because you can just stand up two clusters and replicate the contents. So using continuous availability within the SMB3 feature set, that means we have a solution for a single node failover that does not affect users. Okay, so in this particular scenario, we've got Bob, Dave, Jim, and Neil, and they're all logging on to this file cluster up here. And this file cluster consists of lots of nodes, 6 in total by the look of it. And we have SMB continuous availability. So because we're using that on this particular share that's configured, if a node fails, it's not an issue because the SMB session information is automatically available on the second node. So the user may notice a bit of a blip in failover, but it's hands-free and it's barely noticeable. So a very simple solution like this means that you can stand up a highly resilient file solution for your VHD storage and have a seamless failover. Okay, so when this side of the cluster dies, the user notices nothing. You can take these out of the loop in the day, put them in maintenance mode, apply updates to them, whatever you need to do, and the user's not going to see anything. It's I've got a live demo later, so you'll see actually what it looks like. So a very large caveat to enabling continuous availability on file shares. With lots of open and close actions, or just general file storage, the replication of the SMB information will absolutely kill your performance. So my recommendation here is do not enable this for standard file shares, and not for roaming profiles either, because anything where you've got lots of small files being read and closed and read and closed, it's not going to work out well for you. You see lots of issues, especially with a scale out file server. Oh look, and I missed an arrow there. So, but essentially in a failover period, the users are seamlessly going to connect to another node, no problem. So continuous availability is where it's at. So I've got some scenarios, and the idea here is I have a lot of discussions on Slack with people about FSLogic storage, and they want to understand, you know, should I build a scale out file server, because it's great. And my question always is where is your physical storage, okay? And that's pretty much what dictates what solution you need to put up front, what you need to front this storage with. So this is a single site, single storage location. So I've put here that SAN has, I don't know, 1 million IOPS or something. But the idea is that this SAN can cope with our entire load that we require for these VHDs. So in this particular scenario, I would recommend a file server cluster. So we're only going to have one node active at any given time, and that's purely because we can make those nodes really big. We can give them loads of eCPUs, loads of RAM, multiple network adapters if we want. But essentially, the thing that's handling all of that I/O is a single storage location. So in this instance, there's no point in putting a scale out file server here because we've only got one set of storage. So let's have a look at this particular scenario. So because we only have one single storage location that can support the full load, we can utilize just a single failover cluster. Remember to set up your anti-affinity rules on your hypervisor so that all your cluster nodes are not on the same physical host, just purely because that will introduce a single point of failure for you. So if we lose nodes here, we don't care because they'll just bounce over to the next active one that will resume handling all the traffic. Again, we have continuous availability for a seamless failover. All right, and again, we only want to use this for files that are open for an extended period of time, like VHDs. So scenario number 2 is a single site with multiple storage locations. So we've got couple of old SANs here with 5,000 IOPS each. That's not a lot for today's sorts of workloads. And because they're limited, we want to spread the storage, we want to spread the I/O between the two storage locations. Okay, so the hypervisor pool has access to both of these, but we want to spread that. So in this scenario, a scale out file server can help you here by having a cluster node utilizing storage provision from each physical location. Now, we are doubling up on storage here because we're going to do some replication between the VMs, so we actually need double the amount of storage in order to support this, but if you want to spread the load, that's the way we need to do it. So scale out file server, and this is what it looks like. Okay, so it's very similar to what we already had, except we've just got 2 SANs. So what you're actually doing in this particular scenario is you're allocating a chunk of storage to each VM from each single storage location. So say we've got 100 gig on each SAN, right? If we've got 100 gig on each SAN, we're actually going to end up using 400 gig in total, because if we've got a 2-node cluster, we're going to have 100 gig from each storage location added to each cluster node. Then those cluster nodes are going to replicate data between their local storage that's attached. Again, we're utilizing continuous availability, and it's only for VHDs. Okay, bear in mind the SMB continuous availability, that transfer of session information in this particular scenario is bidirectional. So the users are load balanced between the VMs, it's active-active. So we get that nice benefit of being able to load balance these users. So what happens when we've got two sites and one is live and one is DR? So we now want to have our data in both places, but obviously we want as seamless failover as possible. So in this scenario, we can have two clusters, doesn't matter what they are, and we can have clustered shared volume replication in between the two clusters. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is not active-active, this is active-passive, but as long as you've got a DR site sitting there, you're good to go. So very similar behavior from the other solutions. We can lose individual nodes at each site, and it's not really a problem. It's active-passive between site A and site B, but we still keep inter-site failover. So we haven't got that continuous availability across sites. We can do things like that with stretch clustering, but that's a lot more complicated and I haven't gone into that. But we need really fast network links for that. So we still have inter-site failover. So it means in production, we've got everyone using site A and they're all happy. Doesn't matter if we turn off nodes or there is failover. And then site A disappears, everybody logs in at site B, and we've got exactly the same resilience there. Now, I've put one SAN in here, but it doesn't really matter. The two scenarios I already mentioned are applicable to this one with the shared volume replication. So these solutions are natively supported in Windows. This is good news for businesses, purely because of native support. Everyone's going to be happy with these. Most hypervisors support raw device mappings. The only one I had a bit of an issue with was Zen Server. So, sorry, Citrix hypervisor. But it does it. So that's when the hypervisor host passes through the storage directly to the VM so that Windows can actually format it with its own file system. The downside of raw device mappings in hypervisors means we can't really use snapshots to back up these VMs. So modern backup software, things like Veeam, Bamboo, they're not going to be able to back up these VMs in that particular case. So you're going to have to use an agent-based backup, which is just a bit slower. So what happens if I want to do active-active between my data centers? What do I do then? I mean, that's more complicated, right? So I've added something in here. So we're going to utilize some other software here. This is not going to be just necessarily Microsoft. So active-active between two sites, okay, two storage locations. Doesn't matter if it's a failover cluster or a scale-out file server, but we have two separate clusters, and instead of relying on Windows to replicate the data, we're going to use BVCUP2, but I'm going to call it backup2 because I can't really pronounce it with the V in the middle. So what does this one look like? It's quite similar, right? We can lose nodes at either site. We have not changed the solutions inter-site, so we still get our nice failover. But in this scenario, we're actually active-active. So rather than active-passive, this software is able to replicate data at block level in Windows. So we can point it at we can install this on a different VM somewhere else, and we can actually replicate data from our primary clustered file server to our backup clustered file server. And we can have those active-active because we're not using the clustered shared volume replication. So it's not going to unmount the DR site for us. We can just run this and happy days. So this software, pretty cool stuff, right? There's not a lot of solutions that do this reliably and as well as this does. It's really slick. I didn't expect great things, but it's really cool. So it's a surefire way of enabling block-based replication without using an expensive SAN solution. So obviously, traditionally, what we'd do is we'd have a couple of SANs, one at each site, and they'd be from the same vendor and support some form of synchronous or asynchronous replication depending on our needs, so that we could support what we needed to support. But for the price you pay for this, it's a superb tool. It's not a lot. Don't quote me on the website. I think it's about $170 or something along those lines. But anyway, I've put in my notes here just to test. Make sure you test this, right? Just because it worked for me, it doesn't mean it will work for you. But I have used this for two-way replication between two different storage locations, and it does genuinely work. And as you can see there in that screenshot, it's copying my Outlook PST, which would actually be in use at the time. So what about backup? I mentioned backup becomes a bit of a problem, especially when we've got files that are open for a long period of time and we can't snapshot at a hypervisor level. So in order to still support modern backup solutions, you can use backup to replicate the data to a standard file server, and then back up that file server with your modern backup solutions. So it does duplicate the storage footprint that you'd have, but on the upside, you've now got your same sort of redundant backup solution as you would have normally. Network bandwidth isn't terribly critical, dependent on what you want your recovery point objective to be. So just bear that in mind when you're actually trying to spec something like this out. So things to bear in mind generally when you're designing clustered solutions. So identical components for the VMs, they've got to be the same spec, they've got to have the same number of network adapters. Disk speeds between storage locations. So if you've got a really fast all-flash array in production, replicating your data to a very slow array in another site, even if you've got a nice fast link between the two, isn't necessarily going to be ideal. You want these to be somehow matched. Check your network latency and bandwidth between cluster nodes, soft nodes if you're doing replication with scaled out file server, and network latency and bandwidth between replication locations. Always use a dedicated cluster communications network adapter, or at minimum a VLAN if you're building virtual machines. The reason for this, if you saturate that communications network and the cluster nodes are unable to talk to each other or communicate, you'll start to see failovers happening when you don't expect it. And if the cluster gets itself in a bit of a state, it can sometimes be a bit difficult to recover from that, especially if it's a scale out file server cluster. So what happens in a live failover scenario? So what I wanted to do here was provide you with an example of what a live failover would actually look like. All right, so I recorded a nice little video. Fingers crossed it's going to play in the PowerPoint. Yes, it is. So you can see here, I've got my profile and Office container on a clustered shared volume. Okay, and in the bottom left-hand corner, I've actually got a virtual desktop session running. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy a very large file into my profile container. I'm just going to put it in my documents. And then I'm going to fail over the cluster so you can see what happens. So I've started the file copy, and you can see there in the window, my profile disk is getting larger. So now we've initiated that, we'll just run through the failover cluster manager, and we'll just kick off a failover. So we're just going to move the file server role to the other cluster node, and this is going to kick off that continuous availability stuff. All right, so you can see there the file transfer froze just for sort of a couple of seconds. You see the desktop icons refresh as my VHD container is reattached. Now the file transfer takes a little bit of time to really kick back up to speed, but I haven't actually lost anything. So that's the sort of failover you can expect when you're using SMB3. And just now it's sort of kicked in and started to use a bit more bandwidth. We've got a bit more of a peak coming through. All right, so that's really what it looks like. There's no tricks to that. That's exactly how it works. So FSLogix configuration. So I said I was going to talk about FSLogix. For what we've reviewed here, it's quite simple. We're just setting a couple of registry keys. We can specify multiple or single locations depending on your failover preference. We're basically just pointing at a single location and expecting the back-end solution to be resilient and highly available. So a lot of people ask me, why are we not digging into Cloud Cache? What about Cloud Cache? I'm not digging it yet. So I'm still working through Cloud Cache to really understand how I should be sizing that and what I should be recommending. Everything I'm touching on here are things that I give as options to my clients when they're looking at VHD storage solutions. Some of these things have been deployed in production by me, and I know they definitely work. So Cloud Cache, I'm not there yet, but I'm getting there. I'm going to put aside some time and really dig into it so I can understand what I should be sizing it with. So what do we do if we want to do this in the cloud? So we don't want to stand up a bunch of VMs in any cloud provider, because that's the most expensive way to do things, right? We want to be consuming things as a service wherever possible. If we're lifting and shifting, it's the wrong way to do it. So we have various options in the cloud. We've got Azure Files, which is now in preview with domain authentication support. That was released towards the end of February. So that's it, that's public preview. In this example, I'm not looking at how it is today. I'm looking at exactly what we can utilize in production without looking at previews. But we've got Azure Files there, which is essentially an SMB location in Azure Cloud Storage. We've got Amazon FSX, which is a file server backed or Microsoft backed storage solution, fully manageable and highly scalable. So quite a similar sort of thing. I'm sure Microsoft are using some sort of file server backend for their stuff as well. Google File Store, which again is a similar service allowing fully managed file shares. And then lastly, I've put on here NetApp files, which seems to be everywhere in every cloud provider. You can have NetApp volumes in every cloud provider I looked at. I'm not an expert on that, but Jake Walsh gave a cool presentation at the last CUGC meeting on how this can be configured in Azure. So check that out. That's pretty nifty because you're running a whole instance of NetApp filer in a cloud. So as WVD is definitely on the rise, I've decided to look specifically at Azure Files for FSLogix. As previously mentioned, I'm looking at how it is today without the AD integration. So the above process pretty much walks through the steps of setting this up using machine authentication. So to boil it down, we're creating a premium file share. So we've got a good number of IOPS. And then we're embedding the storage account key in the credential store of the machine itself. We're then configuring FSLogix to use computer account to access the share and the UNC path of the file store. So Azure now manages our storage on the back end, which should be highly available. So there's not a lot of steps there, right, for you to actually get this up and running. I mean, we're literally talking 5-10 minutes. And FSLogix fully supports it. Microsoft will fully support it. So it's a nice solution. Wow, that went quick, didn't it? So in summary, we've covered VHD containers and what they are, why you need them, the sort of storage platforms that are required to support its usage, and the expected behavior when we're looking at failover. So there's some options for the cloud, and we've also looked at specific configuration for FSLogix in this scenario. So I think at that point, I'd like to open out for questions. I'm way ahead of time, right, Neil? I think I've got like 35 minutes. I've got another 10 minutes.
That's all right. There's a question that's come in.
Okay.
Can you say if you click the Q&A in Zoom? I can read it to you.
I got it. Leee, have you tried storage replica for replicating FS Logics? Yes, David. Yes. So the storage replica, because it's not active, isn't the ideal solution. But yes, I have tried it. It does work pretty reliably. Just make sure you run the tests for it first, so you can understand. It will give you information on a report about what your deltas could look like and what sort of speed you should be expecting, what sort of bandwidth you'll get over that link and the replication based on your network link between the two.
Have you tried the Azure Files preview with AD Auth yet?
I haven't yet. I'm looking forward to it because I think that's a bit of a game changer for anyone running any sort of file storage in Azure today. I think it's the most expensive way to do it is to stand up file servers. Actually, in the past, that is the solution I've gone with where we've needed granular permissions. So I need to do that. My next sort of, I suppose, project or ongoing project is to look at FS Logics as a whole and try and boil down which features use which set of IOPS. So I did some storage testing a while ago, and we looked at outlet caching in particular, but I'd quite like to boil that down to a few different scenarios. So maybe just search indexing, what does that look like, and then outlet caching, then maybe OneDrive syncing to understand what the load might look like.
So you've got a few more questions coming in.
You always separate the outlet profile from the user's profile in separate containers. I do, for very good reasons. So the reasons I'd separate them out is purely for maintenance and backup purposes. So I probably wouldn't want to back up my Office 365 containers because the data is always online, right? The only time I want to do that is if I've got a very large environment and I've got a DR site and I wouldn't want everybody dragging that down at the same time in a DR scenario. But yes, I'd usually separate them. When you get later on into these solutions and you've got users with very large containers, you're going to want to work out why they're so large, and you're probably going to want to perform some maintenance on them. So the Office 365 containers, perhaps less of a consideration, but you're going to want to crack these VHDs, mount them and condense them, or compact them is the word I'm looking for. So using some sort of script to do that. So I split them out for that reason. So for Azure Files, what about backup and replication for DR? That's a good question. I think, I don't know if you can help me out with that one, Jim, if you're still around.
Not sure if Jim's still.
I am knocking about, but I can't help you with that one just right now, I'm afraid.
Okay, no worries.
Back to you.
Yeah.
So
I think your only option is locally redundant storage, right, for Azure Files storage account. So you it's locally resilient, but it's not geographically resilient. So again, you'd need some additional replication to make sure the data was available in a different location.
Okay, thanks, Neil. So our next one is, have you encountered any session concurrency issues with any of these storage locations and say Office 365 VHD lock type issues? Session concurrency issues, it depends. That's quite a open-ended question. So it really depends how you've configured your environment. So say you've got a virtual desktop environment with published applications and you're not session sharing, where you've got application silos. Depending on how you've configured FS Logics in particular, yeah, you may see issues where your VHD is locked and you're not able to access it. So it's always best. I actually gave a presentation yesterday, so if you can drop me an email on or drop me a message on Slack, and I'll ping you across the presentation with the correct configuration settings, because I had a case study where actually I had that issue. So there was a discussion in Slack, hi Julian, discussion in Slack where people are reporting that the start menu will break on server 2016 after file cluster failover. What's your experience? No, I've never seen that. Not with continuous availability. If you don't have continuous availability enabled, absolutely everything will break during a failover because your VHD will essentially no longer be attached. But in my experience with continuous availability, we're golden. It really works very well. Have you any experience using peer GFS, peer sync to replicate VHDs? Absolutely none. What's that? Yeah, so I can't answer that one. No, I'm afraid not. So the next one is, do you see most clients using traditional clusters over appliance front ends like NetApp or EMC? It really depends on what hardware they've got. Now, NetApp and EMC have SANs that support SMB3, right? If that particular set of storage does not support SMB3 and continuous availability, then I recommend they build file clusters. Purely because that's the key part, right, to getting this completely seamless and making sure your users are happy all the time. It also really makes your life easier because during patching windows and things, you haven't really got to worry about this. So the continuous availability thing is key. So yes, sometimes some EMC storage does. I know NetApp does, but it just depends how old it is, what version it's running on what on tap is running. So yeah, it just depends. So this is quite a long one. We're getting prepped to using FSLogix for profile management with VHD containers. We're still trying to find a way to mount or access the drive outside of user's profile in situations of diagnostics, etc. It's been said to be simple on some forums, but we're having issues with it. Okay. All right. So John, that's something that everybody's going to experience, right? Because these VHD containers are designed to be used heavily. What I would recommend, though, it depends on what troubleshooting you're doing, but if you want to dig into someone's profile whilst the VHD is locked, what I'd actually recommend you do is navigate to the machine that they're logged into and just browse directly to their C users profile folder, or mount the network registry and look at it like that. That's actually the easiest way of troubleshooting that whilst they're live and active. With regards to opening them when they're not active, that's not really an issue. Your other option, depending on how desperate you are to do this or what your needs are, would be to use that software application I talked about Backup 2 to replicate these in real time to a secondary location where it won't be locked, and then you'll actually be able to do that. The only other option you have is volume shadow copies, and actually restoring a backup of a profile disk, copying it to another location, and then mounting it to have a look and see what's in it. But there's no easy answer to that one, I'm afraid.
So just to chime in on that one, if you really want to see what's inside a VHD while it's in use, then you can go into disk management on that VM and add a drive letter, and you'll be able to see exactly what's in there. Make sure you take it off afterwards, though.
Yeah, that's a good call, actually. Yeah, nice.
Lee, it's Nigel here as well. Just to add into there is a command line thing called FRX context that you can use on ones that are not locked.
Got you. Thanks, Nigel.
C program files. I assume it's still there, Jim, is it?
Yeah, it's still there, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Well,
Thanks,
thank you very much, Lee. That's very informative. I think Jim has posted the link to backing up Azure files, which was one of the questions around providing backup and DR for files on Azure files. So thanks, Jim. That's in the chat.
Excellent.
So next up, Nigel. Are you with us now? I did hear your voice there.
You certainly can.
Hey, Nigel.
Okay. So let me just share my screen. Okay, everybody see my screen okay?
Yep, it's good.
Yep.
Good. Excellent. Right, welcome to a quick session on apps to digital. So my name's Nigel Woods. I'm very honoured to have a mountain named after me in Canada, and anybody who knows me knows that I spend a lot of time on holidays, so that's the best shot I could do. So I've been a Citrix consultant for the last 22 years, 23 years I think, suppose now, and really focused from building up a desktop as a service company, a Citrix Platinum partner, and then hence why I answered the FSLogix question, whereas I was technical director and I founded Europe for FSLogix until the sale. So my new role is business development manager for Apps to Digital. So I'm going to go through and explain what we do there. Just a bit on flexible. It's a little bit confusing at the moment because we're sponsoring as Flexible, and I'm talking about Apps to Digital. And so Flexible is a parent company, and we were founded in Spain in 2008. So we've got a lot of track record around desktop as a service, and then working as a hyper-converged Citrix platform. So we're a Citrix Alliance and Citrix Ready partner. Also, we've got strategic alliances with IBM and Microsoft, and we OEM with partners such as Login VSI. So when we started, we were really one of these people who put out physical servers doing, as I say, hyperconverged Citrix, and soon we moved that to a software suite going over the top of various hypervisors. But today I'm talking about our new piece. So what we've found is that we need to be able to get fast adoption of applications. So we've created a product called Apps to Digital. What does it do? It creates an application lifecycle management service. So our ability is to discover, size, and automatically package any application in your desktop estate. So we're looking at what's there in the physical environment, as well as what's already in a virtual environment. And then we're seeing what best to deliver this to. So we're not a monitoring solution as such. We take some of that data, we take a lot of information about what applications are being run rather than what's installed, and then we can work out what's best way to deliver those applications as you move forward. We're starting to see the term evergreen come out. Evergreen is really being developed mainly through Microsoft and with Citrix as well now. Everybody's going to this 12 to 18 month support cycle because the semi-annual channel for updates for the OSs means that every 12 to 18 months you need to be able to have a new desktop. It's gone from those days when all the years I've done Citrix consulting where you would go in, you'd find the applications, you'd create a Citrix desktop for them, you would deploy everything, and then 6 years later you'd go back because that's when that OS is being made redundant and now to end of life, and you move on to the next one. This doesn't happen anymore. So we have to have a method of understanding what the applications are all the time as we move through this cycle. And likewise, we need a way of automating the deployment of this and the deployment of these desktops as we move forward. So rather than just looking at the end user computing space of this really opens up the digital transformation, the desktop transformation piece. We're seeing so many instances that now where people wish they'd have looked at all of their desktops and seen how best to transform them so that they can work from home. This is a way of understanding what applications that you have in that estate that you can move forward. So we can discover, size, and automatically package them. Within organizations' existing distribution software platforms and with the current technologies out there. So we're a platform to do these things. So we can deploy to any Windows cloud-based desktops or physical desktops. So I'm seeing a lot of areas of physical desktops that we're involved in, as well as the virtual desktop arena. The aim of this is to understand and manage and categorize these applications as we move forward. What's been the problem when we do these big projects? The times I've been to the stage where you've gone through the project, you've got to config and deployment, you're about to onboard, and the customer says, yeah, but you haven't included these apps. And you say, well, you didn't tell me about them. And that's where this onboarding users and apps piece takes almost as long as the actual project to complete. So there's always a few applications that you just don't see, you're not told of, are not visible to you. With Apps to Digital, if we discover these, we understand exactly what applications you're running across the board, across your whole environment. So then we can get to business as usual a lot quicker than you can with a traditional discover as many apps as you can and then wait till see what's left. So we bring this into 4 different steps. Discover, so we're discovering those applications across your estate. Assess them, so we want to be able to understand what the applications are, what the resource usages are. We will look at things like RAM, CPU, IOPS, etc. Look at which versions are coming out of this. So one of the things we see a lot is older versions of applications which may have performance issues, certainly security issues. One of the things we do is we bring all of these different versions of the application into one supported one and then redeploy. Disaster, so then we go to packaging. So one of the great ways of doing of our packaging module is to have for DR. So you can say, actually, we'll run as normal, but in any sort of DR scenario, we'll build up Citrix Cloud offering, for instance. We'll deploy the critical applications to that Citrix Cloud automatically without going into one of the Citrix management consoles, all from our console. And we can have you up and running with a Citrix Cloud offering with just the applications you require to do your job. The benefits there is that you're not putting all the applications on there, so you've not got the dependencies that you see a lot of the time in your standard desktops. Then deliver, so we can deliver these desktops, whether that be Citrix Cloud, Windows Virtual Desktop, Amazon, we don't mind which cloud offering it is, or back to traditional PCs. How do we do this? So we have an agent or agentless version to assess those your desktop estate and your virtual desktop estate as well. This all goes into an Azure database portal that we have, which you access via HTML. We then have connectors to allow us to get to any of the typical clouds out there. The most popular ones are listed there. From a security point of view, this is all, as I say, hosted in a cloud. We can put it into a specific Azure region. We appreciate the security around all of these things. Everything is encrypted. All the data that goes between us is encrypted as well. Then we come into our portal. So this is our portal, which allows us to get the visibility of these applications. So it shows you everything from the endpoints to the users. And allows us, and probably my favorite piece is actually export all of this details into a very detailed Excel spreadsheet of all your applications, users, the amount of memory that's being used, the resources required. We then can get down into what the endpoints are, what is actually running on your desktops as well. And then we come into the applications and the amount of resources they're being used. So as a standard, we will categorize the applications into what we see as critical, necessary, and department. We'll be able to, you can change these as required, but that's how we see these. System tools and things like that we put aside and we don't report on them. They do go into the spreadsheet though. And then we have what we call the digitalization progress, which is as we move through this packaging process, so we can package to various things I'll talk about very shortly. We can go from, as we move through that packaging process, we can move them across this digitalization progress and into production. So what was the aim of this? Accelerated digital transformation. We want to get these applications as soon as possible and the right applications to the right desktops. So maintaining this application lifecycle management, keeping that going. One of the really key things at the moment is the ability to transform these applications. There's a lot of old applications out there, and there's a lot of applications that we need to deal with. We can automate them into AppV, MSI, and MSIX, and App Attach as well. So we can cater for all of those different formats. So some of the performance and stability gains that I see from doing this is understanding your apps, understanding how to make sure that you've got the right apps so that the desktop transformation is successful. Making sure that you're correct, the endpoints are sized correctly. I know Neil went through some of the things he's been doing around sizing for desktops. If we can give you the precise sizing of the applications that allows you to correctly size those desktops in a virtual environment, that's going to make a significant difference. Then we come in and we have API calls to a certain other pieces of software. This is really important. We see ourselves as a framework to access a lot of other different software vendors that we see as key. One of them allows you to take legacy apps, so anything in Windows 7, 2003, 2008, maybe Windows XP, take those applications and get them to work successfully in the Windows 10, 2016, 2019 arena, even when the install media has been lost. So we see a lot of instances in certain areas, certain industries, where actually they're installed on the PCs, but the media was lost long ago, or the people who installed it don't have the install instructions. We can take those, we can extract them through our tool, through API calls, extract them, get the information, and then package them as MSI, but MSIX is the key for me, because what I would like to be able to do is take these Windows 7 legacy apps, pick them up, take them, install them into App Attach, and then allow them to be attached to whether that be Citrix Cloud, Windows Virtual Desktop, or your physical infrastructure. So real key piece of what we do. SaaS apps, one of my favorites at the moment is Chrome. Chrome is a massive resource hogger. I'd be very interested in people's views on where we're going with SaaS apps. We will see a lot of, I think John Moody's going to be doing some stuff around microapps. One of the things that I see is huge resource hog from SaaS apps, taking lots of Chrome tabs. Chromium may be slightly better, we don't really know performance on there. And what we can do is we are working on actually understanding which applications could be made into to microapps. So reduce the level of use of the internet browser to get at the pieces of the SaaS apps you need. I talked about application discovery, I appreciate time. Evergreen I spoke about. Important and rationalized applications, make sure that there is enough, the right applications and the right versions that are supported and are most performant. And key that what we can do is we can package into the most appropriate one, whether that's still AppV, as Jim said. AppV's got a long lifetime still. We're seeing MSIX and App Attach coming up, and making sure that we can provide and package to any of these delivery mechanisms. That's me done. It's 14 minutes. Any questions?
There is a question in the Q&A, Nigel.
I'm just trying to see, just trying to get to the questions because they're...
So how is the categorization of apps into critical and necessary done?
That's through our database of usage. So we know the core apps, and then we see it as how many times they are being run. So if an application is run by everybody, it tends to be a critical app.
Cool, thank you, Nigel.
Excellent, thank you very much.
So up next we have Mr. Moody from Citrix talking about microapps. Are you there, John?
I am indeed. How are we doing?
You're quite faint, John.
Oh, Okay, 2 seconds. I'm just going to swap headsets. So just bear with me 1 second.
You thought you'd had this working from home headset thing sus by now, right?
You'd have thought so, yeah.
I've had a fair amount of practice of it the last few weeks.
Given my family and friends, it's probably the most difficult thing people need to get used to, though, is getting their audio sorted out when they're working from home.
It is.
I have to recommend Crisp to anybody that's that may have a bit of a noisy background or wants to smooth out some background noise. It's a proper brilliant app for doing that.
You check a link to that in the chat, please, Lee.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got one as well.
You get 3 days if you recommend someone. So me and Neil are now going to have a race.
Hello.
Hi, John.
Can't hear you if you're talking, John.
Yeah, I normally use a Bluetooth headset, but it's important calls
Hello.
a wired one, which packed up last week.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, John. Yes, we can hear you now.
Hey, sorry about that. I tried to do the share thing on Zoom, and my MacBook decided that I needed to close down and restart. So let's try again. Yes. Oh,
We can hear much better now.
Fantastic. And can you see my screen okay?
Yeah,
we can do. Yeah. Brilliant.
Cool. Well, that wasted 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So that can only be a good thing. I'll just crack on, shall I? I'm guessing.
Yep, go for it, mate.
Fantastic. Cool. Great to speak to you in rather strange circumstances, really. I was looking forward to doing this in Leeds because it would have meant a trip back to God's own city, but unfortunately for, I don't know, whatever's going on at the minute, that isn't happening. So I suppose quick introduction. My name's John Moody. I'm a domain specialist at Citrix, covering all things Citrix Workspace. Last time we met, I think I would have been a field SE, supporting public sector customers in the north. I transitioned over to the domain specialist team on January 1st with a particular focus on all things workspace intelligence. Reason for that, and probably there's a slight hint in the session title as well, is I have a massive interest in anything to do with the low code stuff that we've previously done at Citrix through the Octoblue platform. Workspace intelligence in particular is something I've been really interested in since we had it not only on beta internally, but when we started to launch that product. And then this role came up at the beginning of the year, so yeah, really happy with the move. You can reach me on Twitter at John Moody if you want to get in touch. I'm happy to take any questions, any feedback around anything to do with Workspace. It'd be great to kind of get a bit of a community going around the whole kind of Microapp technology and that kind of thing. So yeah, feel free to reach out. I'll text some questions on Slack and etc. So let's answer that existential question of why are we here? So I suppose since moving across to this role, I think there's some confusion around what is a microapp. I don't understand it. I don't understand the use case. I'm a traditional Citrix person. I don't see how this fits. What you do in Citrix. So I'm hoping to try and answer some of those questions here today, particularly around what makes a good microapp, what makes a bad one, how you in your organizations, whether you're a consultant or whether you're supporting your end users directly, how you can go and start trying to find out and pull out some of these workflows that will exist in every customer environment. Also, really, what's in it for you as a traditional Citrix person? I've worked with Citrix technology now for around about 20 years, traditional apps and desktops guy, and what we're doing with Microapps is radically different from what we've traditionally done over that kind of, remoting of a Windows app and a desktop. I'm also going to show you some stuff on getting started, which is basically exactly what I did really in sort of transition over to this new stuff, and I foolishly decided to try and have a go at a demo. Time allowing, if not, I've got something pre-canned that'll hopefully do the trick. We'll sort of see how we go. So hoping that's all okay. Would really love some feedback. Really love some questions. So feel free to pop those over in the Slack channel or through the Q&A bit through Zoom. But yeah, let's make a start. He says with his PowerPoint fairy. So for those of you, just a quick level set 101, what do we mean by a microapp? So for those of you who've maybe not seen this before, this is Citrix Workspace, which is a cloud delivered service from Citrix Cloud. Basically, the idea of this is for our end users, I can unify access to all the applications, desktops and files that any end user is going to need. The new functionality that we launched Q4 last year is around those actions and notifications coming out of different SaaS-based applications that users have access to. So the typical use case really, I suppose, is I'm a manager of a team. I manage their expenses through Concur. Is if one of my team members submits a expense report, is I then have to log into Concur. I have to go through the whole approval process, and I'm effectively context switching between applications. Wouldn't it be great if we could take that similar consumer experience that we all know and love and see out there with apps like Instagram, etc., is why can't I bring that to the enterprise? So if I could have a notification feed of expenses I need to approve, I can scroll through that notification feed pretty quickly, hit and approve, and I don't have to log into that application. Probably the best analogy, and I think everybody's kind of done this slide to death, so I'm certainly not going to do it today, is the idea of the big network printer sat in the corner of the office, and if I want to go and photocopy something on that thing, I put my sheet of paper on the photocopy and I press the photocopy button 5 times if I want 5 copies. I don't know how the stapling feature works. Those other 1,000 buttons are just kind of lost on me. I just want to do that one particular task. So bearing in mind what we're targeting, Microapp and the functionalities really is at our end user community that as Citrix peeps, we all sort of kind of know and love. What I want to kind of to think of really is during the rest of this is just from your own personal experience of work and whatever that means to you is kind of what kind of stuff gets in your way, that day-to-day grind of stuff that you just need to get done. So I reckon in my life, certainly as an SE and now as a domain specialist, I spend far too much time doing stuff that I don't really want to do. And that'll be things like logging updates in Salesforce, it'll be completing expense reports, annual leave requests, all that kind of stuff that isn't really me being in my most creative mode. I seem to get bogged down in the admin and the paperwork. And that's the kind of stuff for me that kind of gets in the way. And really what we need to do is kind of consider all of these different factors. And I've got in the next slide, I've got an example of a real world experience. But really the question we need to ask is what actually makes a really good micro app? And for me, there's 2 sides to the scale. There's the cost of development of that application, of that micro app, and then the business value to that organization, and also the value to the end user. So one that, and this is my personal opinion, that Citrix have shouted out a lot about is you can book annual leave through Workday. And I don't actually think that's the most valuable micro app we could actually give to an end user. I don't know about anybody else, but I log on to Workday to book my annual leave probably 3, possibly 4 times a year. So there's a cost of development for that particular micro app versus how much a end user is going to use it. If you could give me a micro app though, that allows me to submit expenses or log my updates in Salesforce, for example, as an end user, I'm going to use that more often. I'm certainly going to get a lot more value out of it. And I will now give you a real world example. So I used to work for a company, and I had to order a replacement mobile phone. And for those of you who work in the big corporate, this experience may well be familiar. So I have a requirement to order a new mobile phone. First of all, I need to find out, how do I order my new corporate mobile phone? I speak to my line manager about that. He tells me I need to log on to SAP Ariba, which is a procurement system, catalog, shopping cart used internally by a lot of organizations, and I need to order it from there. So I then need to go track down my logon for SAP Ariba and then actually work out how to navigate that shopping catalog, which I don't know how to do. So I phone my line manager again to see if they know how to do it. I eventually order my phone, and then eventually my phone arrives. Now, sadly, the story does not end there, and this is genuinely a personal experience. So for those who've used this, you then get an email from SAP Ariba to receipt the goods. Now, I know that I've got my phone, so I ignore that receipt my goods email. I don't really know what it is. I don't work in procurement, so I just ignore it. I then get another email from SAP Ariba to receipt my goods. My line manager eventually gets an escalation email from SAP Ariba to receipt my goods. He then speaks to me and says, John, you're going to have to receipt your mobile phone through SAP, but neither of us know how to do this. So I then email our finance department and say, how do I receipt my phone? They then send me a PDF file on how to do that SAP receipting of goods in Ariba. And I finally, after many weeks, actually receipt those goods. Now, wouldn't it be great if this was just a straightforward notification within my workspace that, have you received your mobile phone? Yes, I have. And that will be the end of that workflow. So this is kind of the idea of pulling out useful workflows within your organization. And I think this tells a typical story about, do you know what? We've got a bit of pain here where it's demotivating for the end user, it's complex for the end user, it's not intuitive on how I request things or approve things. Is to actually give our end users that kind of central place whereby they can kind of go and do this stuff that, quite frankly, they don't really want to do, but they really do need to do. So how do we go about kind of finding decent workflows within our organization? Well, the previous story I told you there actually came out because it was the most requested thing in a support mailbox. I know a lot of companies use support mailboxes. They are an absolute goldmine of information. And certainly the customers I've been working with this year, we've targeted those and looked at what kind of requests are you getting in. I don't just mean the traditional IT kind of support mailboxes, but HR will have these mailboxes. Finance will have these mailboxes. Is go and speak to those leaders in those departments and find out what the kind of the burning issues are from your end user community. The other one that's gaining a lot of traction is IT questions within annual or monthly staff surveys, and just trying to understand what is actually getting in the way of your users. What's stopping those users kind of progressing work, or what are they getting stuck with, what applications are they finding complex. Nigel kind of touched this one on the flexible IT presentation, but the traditional app discovery. This is something certainly that our consultancy teams will do when they're investigating whether sort of trying to find out the applications within an organization is using that as a baseline to then understand what apps are used by different departments, and then armed with that information go speak to those departments and finding out where the issues lie in the usage or uptake of those applications. Something we tend to see in the larger enterprise teams as well is dedicated app support teams. Internally at Citrix, we have a dedicated IS team that only support our HR application, and a similar sort of thing with Salesforce. You're going to go speak to those application support teams and see what workflows perhaps we could service. Something else that's getting quite a lot of traction is the idea of using design thinking and discovery sessions. So actually sitting down with leaders and particularly end users and mapping out what they'd like to see within their workplace, and actually getting into the idea of going through a user journey. So picking that typical user within an organization, actually mapping out what their day-to-day actually looks like. We've done a few of these already this year with some of our enterprise customers, and they've proved really successful. And in terms of being able to prove back to the business the value of looking at microapps and the different workflows that we can surface, actually understanding what your users do on a day-to-day basis is really is quite essential. So we often talk about employee experience and how important that is. I'm actually I think we kind of get that as Citrix people, so I'm not going to kind of go into that too much right now. So what I wanted to talk about, and I've got a fantastic picture of Neil here. This is a photo that Neil Spelling sent me earlier today and insisted that I used in my deck. Is actually what's in it for you as Citrix guys, as that traditional Citrix thing. So this is kind of partly my own journey as well. For me, probably primarily it's exposure to some new skills. I think the great thing that we can take into when we start looking at microapps is, do you know what, actually we are already application people. There's some great new skills to be learnt there. It's great for future-proofing the career and picking up that new stuff. And I think unlike a lot of departments within IT, we also understand user pain. We've spent many years trying to get applications working in often very creative ways, but as EUC, we probably understand our user community better than most. And at the end of the day, I think as EUC people, we're advocates for better ways of working. You've seen that through one way or another in all the presentations that you've seen before me today. We're about advocating a better way of working for our end users, regardless of what the underpinning technology is to kind of surface that through. So I think this actually, whilst we aren't developers, and admittedly a lot of the microapp stuff does kind of lean more towards that development, the kind of development guy, as Citrix people or as EUC people on the whole, we're the ones to be able to advocate the use of the technology within the organization, also almost be kind of like the flag wavers. So that's kind of been how it's been for me so far, to be honest, and that's been generally really interesting. Some bits that I've picked up along the way before we kind of have a go at failing at a demo is what's good to know. So probably our absolute paramount is API documentation. So if you're looking at a SaaS application, or maybe it's even an internal web app that you're looking to try and integrate, understanding the API itself that you're trying to integrate is absolutely essential. And the documentation varies wildly out there, and unfortunately that's not something that we have control over, but absolutely API documentation, knowing where to get that, how to read it is absolutely essential. And there's some fantastic guides out there, which I'll happily provide links to of stuff I've used to kind of try and get your head around that kind of thing. Understanding Git and GitHub, not hugely essential, but when we start talking the developer language, those sort of skills around Git and GitHub can be quite useful. Probably my number one go-to tool as well is Postman. For those feeling brave, you could also use curl, but for just interrogating a API endpoint, certainly getting your head around Postman is a really useful tool to use. They have a lot of free training that you can go through just on basic, how do you configure Postman to work with your particular API endpoint, how do you run basic queries. More often than not, what I tend to find myself doing is, before I even start using the Microapp builder on Citrix Cloud, is I'll actually try and do various queries against that API using Postman before I even touch the Microapp builder. Understanding JSON, so JavaScript object notation. For those that haven't come across it, it's kind of the JavaScript version of XML. Understanding the JSON structure is quite helpful. Yet again, API documentation. Can't stress this enough, how important it is to make sure you have documentation for your API on there. OAuth 2, we support various authentication methods within Microapps. OAuth 2 is probably the enterprise grade where you really should be taking that. So there are some fantastic overviews out there. You can get all this stuff kind of through YouTube, etc. Actually, Okta do a really good overview of OAuth 2 if it's not something you've come across before. I've written down here JavaScript and Node.js and React. As far as JavaScript and Node.js go, that's just kind of probably something more personally I've just kind of started to pick up over the last couple of months. It was certainly something that we used to use quite extensively with the Octoblue stuff. I think it's kind of good to know. I wouldn't say it's essential, but good to know. Relational databases. I hadn't actually touched a relational database since I left university, which feels like 1,000 years ago. But just understanding basic concepts of primary keys, foreign keys, and table structures within database is quite useful. You don't need to be a DBA, but just understanding what that is definitely going to assist you along the way. And second to last, API documentation. Again, can't stress enough how important it is to have access to the API documentation for whatever you're trying to integrate with. I've written Docker question mark at the end. What I've personally found, particularly if I'm working with anything that is a on-premises integration, is where I can is install that either into a VM or into a Docker instance, just so I've got an isolated development environment. Again, not essential, but again, just another useful skill that's kind of similar to you know, what kind of our coding colleagues are up to and using today. So just some kind of tools and sort of good to know stuff there. If anybody's got any questions on that, by all means, post a question. We are whipping through this. So going to do some how-to micro apps. One piece of feedback that we certainly had was how do we give people access to a micro app environment if they're not a Citrix Cloud customer today. So to use micro apps on any of the workflows, then yes, you do need to be a Citrix Cloud customer. But what we don't want to do is let you guys or stop you from actually getting your head around the technology and actually start developing those workflows. So you are able now to request your own developer instance, and you can get that from developer.cloud.com, which is a new resource that we've published under our Citrix developer portal. You will find lots and lots of tutorials there, one of which we're going to go through shortly. There's some really good videos, different sessions that you can take a look at, but you can basically get your own test instance there that you can then integrate with Azure Active Directory, so you can do some authentication stuff. But really, if you want to have a go, then get your test instance. That test instance is valid for 30 days. And if you want to kind of keep doing that, then unfortunately there isn't a way to extend that right now, but you are able to export all of your micro app configurations, request another 30 days and re-import them. Right now, this week, we have our Citrix Converge hackathon ongoing. This was supposed to be a in-person event in Prague, but obviously with things going off at the moment, that's been cancelled. It's now a virtual event. So if you actually have a look at this portal there, you'll see all the videos and breakout sessions on there that you can access freely. There's actually a really good tutorial on there if you wanted to start using Azure Power Functions with micro apps. There's some really interesting integrations there you can do with NoSQL and all that kind of good stuff. So if you just want to get started, definitely start with the tutorials. That's quite frankly the easiest way to learn is by breaking it in my book. So yeah, highly encourage you to take a look. Right. So we're going to have a go at a demo, and I created a fake use case for this. So my problem is that I don't want to log on to Slack to hassle people. I just want to do through my workspace. So what we're going to do is this is kind of going to, hopefully if we can get through all this, if not, then I would say I've got something that's already been made up that we can kind of show the sort of the net result. But the idea is what we're going to do is connect Workspace or create a Microapp that will allow us to post to Slack. So hopefully, if I just tab out of here, let's just end my presentation. Okay, let's minimize that down there. Okay. So let's get started. So we'll just make sure this is still logged on. Okay, so I'm going to go into micro apps. Okay, so what I've already done is I've created a Slack instance. So I have my own test Slack instance. And basically what I'm going to do is try and get my Microapp to post into that Slack channel. So I've already created a app, which is something that you do through Slack. Is basically create the application that is then gives you allows you to post messages to it. So there's a couple of bits here. You'll need to know what the redirect URL is. So you'll notice that this is actually different from my cloud.com address. So if you are going to have a look at the Slack one, the redirect URL is actually this thing here. So that's just a point that I don't think was covered in the document I had. So just bear that one in mind. What I've then done is I've given it some scopes for the token I'm using. So my integration can only do these things against that particular API. The API documentation for Slack is pretty good, and you can look up any method and actually do some testing directly against it. So again, if you're trying to work out why something isn't working, try and do the testing. If your particular API you're working with doesn't have this functionality being able to test directly against it, then this is where you'd start using something like Postman to actually see what the results are, whether there's something wrong with the Microapp service itself, whether it's something wrong with your configuration. But these things are incredibly useful. So we've built my Slack endpoint within there, so that's great. So what we'll do now is let's actually get started building an app. Now you'll see lots of integrations that I'm mostly working on right now. So type of integration we're going to use. So unfortunately, we don't have a out-of-the-box integration for Slack right now, so I'm going to have to build a custom one, which is using our HTTP connector. And really, the kind of the scope of the HTTP connector is anything that has, well, we typically say anything that has an API. I think what we really mean is anything that has an API that is well written, speaks nicely, and has the ability to be able to use some sort of service account. So typically those APIs that rely on the end user authentication bit may work, may not work, your mileage may vary. There isn't necessarily a standard sort of answer to all that. So we're going to use a custom HTTP integration, which personally I think is what the majority of customers will be using. So let's get building. So I'm going to give my integration a name. I'm going to configure the base URL. So this is actually the place where I'm going to actually integrate where my instance can actually locate the API. So this is effectively the API address is my base URL. If I was going to use the on-premises connector, I can enable that here, assuming that I've got that the on-premises connector configured within my resource location. I'm not going to do that because Slack's obviously a public API, but this was an internal web app I was going to be doing. Then I'd just tick that there and then select the resource location I was going to do that from. For this example, I'm going to be using a bearer token, not OAuth 2, just because I'm cheap. Copy that. And add. So what I've basically done there is I've told the Microapp builder where I'm going to get my API from, so slack.com/API. I've given it a token that it can then authenticate against. I'm now going to start adding some endpoints and actually get some data loaded. So the purposes of this is to actually start querying that API and actually pull back some hopefully useful data. Now I know one thing I need is the ability to be able to list conversations, which will make sense very shortly. So this is the endpoint, which I can find here. So I can go through any one of the endpoints. I know these are the things that I can expect. So we're going to do conversations.list. That's going to be a get query. I'm going to use a cursor as pagination. I don't really have any advice on this other than pagination type will change between API. And it's certainly one of those things that you kind of just need to test. So we'll test that. And I've got a HTTP status 200 OK. So that means I've been able to connect to the API, be able to pull back some useful data. What I would suggest is if you do view details, I've noticed this in particular with the Slack API, is that sometimes you will get a 200 OK message even if there is an error. And that's because it actually has an OK equals true field within the API itself. So really, even if you get test service and the green tick, do check view details to make sure you are getting some useful information back. So I can see that it's actually brought back as part of the test. It's brought back all the channels that I've got created within my Slack instance. So that's looking pretty good. That's fantastic. So what I need to do now is then start building up the tables within the Microapp builder, that as the workflows start getting used by the user, you can actually start pulling that data out. So I'm going to do that from API, and I'm actually going to set a primary key on each one of these. When I was actually testing this earlier in the week, I deleted these two other tables and only used this one, and it failed miserably. So I'm not 100% sure as to the reason why, but you certainly need all three tables, certainly from the testing I've done. So we'll add those. So that will now create those tables within the Microapp builder. I can see those listed here. So a quick look. Yeah. So that's now created the Microapp, the tables in the Microapp service itself. And what the Microapp service will do is routinely update those tables as that configuration data changes. First thing we want to do is, after we've got that data loaded, I can also check within here that I've actually got data populated. So another good test is if you actually click on tables, you can actually expand out those tables and actually see, yeah, so we know that that's definitely pulling data back into the Microapp service, so we can start doing interesting stuff with it. First thing we're going to do is add a service action. A service action is basically enables users using Workspace to be able to perform an action within that Microapp. So in our case here, they'll actually be able to do some sort of action within Slack. The example I'm going to do here is send a message to a channel. We're going to do use some of the fields that we've already pulled out of our table. So for this, we're going to use our channel. And also the text of the message that we want to send. So we've read through our API documentation, and we know that Slack in particular prefers things sent in JSON format. So we'll select JSON from there. I'm going to add a couple of parameters in here, of which is another one. And we're just going to confirm the format that we'll be sending that in. This is where it could all go horribly wrong. suppose one thing is how do you know this? How do you find this kind of stuff out? This is where using tools such as Postman comes in really handy. And actually building up these queries in additions to, you know, actually sending messages into a Slack channel using Postman before you get to the Microapp builder. Can't recommend that tool enough. That's certainly, I try to get things going using Postman first before I even touch any of this. So it certainly gives you a better understanding of how that API works before you use it. Oh, I've got an error there. Endpoint URI should be chat.post message. So again, I would have, in the normal way of doing things, I suppose. I can't. Oh. Is I can go through and find that chat.post message. I can run some tests against that endpoint, particular endpoint there that we've configured back here. So yeah, let's just double check that. Yeah, that's all good. So let's save. That's looking a little bit more healthier there. Okay, so next thing to do then is to synchronize our endpoint. So we're just going to click back here, find my Microapp, just get that synced up before we carry on. So what that's doing now is querying that API, syncing the data back to it. That can take some time. So if you've got a particularly complex API with a lot of data, that can take some time. So just be aware that that might not be that kind of straightforward. Okay, so we've got our configuration built. We can now actually go and build our first Microapp. So it's going to create a new Microapp here, so it appears down here. So it's actually these things that your end users are subscribed to, not the configuration itself. So what we'll do is just go in now and start building. So we're going to start with a notification. Just go down here. So give it a nice icon. That one's cool. Unfortunately, right now you can't add in your own custom icons. My understanding is that is coming. When that is, I'm not 100% sure. Okay. So we're going to add a notification in that when a new channel is created, that's going to put me a message into my workspace. So let's quickly do that one. So we're going to do that for new records. Based on that. Okay. Okay, so we're going to check after a data sync that my Slack channel has a new record. And what we want to do is make sure that it's a channel that's being created and not a message. Otherwise, we'll just get bombarded with notifications, and we're going to notify all subscribers. And what we want that card to look like will be previewed here. So in my card that appears on my workspace is something like has been created. So let's make this useful. So that's right. Yeah. You can actually see that on the card preview, we noted my data is valid. So it's changed these variables of the name of the channel. So it's actually replaced that with random, and it's giving me a creator. It's the ID is probably a better variable we could use for that purposes of time. I'll carry on. So we can see that that seems to be working okay. So we want to make sure we've got all subscribers. Yeah, that's all good. And then we'll just do that. And that looks about right. Cool, fantastic. Okay. So we can preview from there as well within here, so we can actually see what that looks like. Although this, yeah, it's been failing for me all morning, that, so I do apologise for that. Okay, so let's crack on. So we've done that now. So that's my notification that's going to appear in there. But that kind of, I want, what my real use case here is, I actually want to be able to directly from within Workspace is enable the messaging direct to a Slack channel from within Workspace, so I can hassle people. So we're going to create that page now that will pop out from the side. We're going to do that as a form. First of all, first thing we do is we're going to select our data source, which is my new integration that I've just created there against that particular API endpoint. And let's get that added in. Okay, so I'm going to want a text input to actually, so that'll be my message box, if you like. Oh, I need a select as well. Let's just start that bit again. So I'm going to select the channel that I want to be able to post the message to, the message text, and then a button to make it all happen. So this one is a bit fiddly. So what we want to do is basically get this select box when my user selects it to basically pull out all the different Slack channels I have within my Slack instance. So what we're going to do is just configure that. So we'll do that. So let's give it this a useful title. Choose Slack channel. We're going to select from the database. The database table will be the list conversations table. And so the data table will be the name. I could even, if I wanted to, actually start pulling from different integrations that I have. So in theory, we could have a Microapp that pulls data and submits data to two different systems of record. They don't necessarily need to be the same. So maybe I pull information out of Concur and put it in Salesforce, for example, or pull information out of Workday. You know, maybe I book annual leave and then it updates my Google Calendar with the fact I'm on annual leave, that kind of thing. So we can certainly do that. Right, okay, so data source for options. Okay, data table will be that one. Again, the name of the channel and then the ID. And we're going to set a filter to make sure it is a channel and not just a random message or something that isn't a channel. There we go. Is it to true? So this just basically makes sure that the data we pull into our pull down list is actually a list of channels and nothing else that we're not particularly interested in. So this will be my message, and that's all we need to do with that one. Too many buttons there. So this will actually submit our message. So what we're going to do now is actually give some logic behind this button, and we do that through actions. So we will run a service action. This one here will basically submit. So what we want to do is then select our integration again and send the message to the channel. What you'll notice, this is the action we created earlier that allowed me to post that message. And that should be all well and good. So edit parameters. So we just add the components in. So the channel will be our component value of the pull down list that we had here. And the text of the message I'm going to send with the component value of the message box. So we've now linked these two things back to our message, which when submit will then submit those fields back to back to Slack as a message. So this is where it goes horribly wrong and won't work, but let's give it a go. So we just come back here. So we've built our Microapp. What I first need to do is actually configure some end users to be able to use this. So this is a shared tenant I'm using. There's quite a few of us on here, so sometimes this can take a while. Oh, it's failing miserably.
So John, while you're waiting for that, quick question: is there any way of testing some of the APIs from within the Microapp builder? Obviously, I know you can use Postman, but is there any like test buttons that you can?
Yes, and I've just realised what time it is, Neil. So yeah, I mean, I don't know why I can't have my subscribers in there. I suggest maybe my AD box has just gone down. What I'll quickly do. I mean, to be honest with you, yeah, there is a preview button. Let's just take the one that definitely works. And where are we? This one is you can do preview Microapp. Normally this works. There we go. So I can actually see that's actually worked. So you can preview that within there. To be honest with you, I found just get a developer instance, build the Microapp and just test it, to be honest with you, and kind of go through it that way. Logging is getting better. There's a way that you can look at logging that I can sort of post a link for at some point. Neil, if you don't mind, I've just got one last slide I wanted to share, but I'm assuming that these will you'll be able to share the slides. It's just there, some links there of how to get stuff.
Yeah, there is. We've got a 50-minute break, so if you want to run over a little bit, you can. That's fine. So we've got a 50-minute break now.
I think my subscriber's broken anyway, so let's call it a day then. Have you got any questions there for me?
I think there's one in the Q&A about the on-prem integration.
Let's have a look. Okay, what should we use in resource location input? Is it resource location in cloud environment where the connectors are set up? If so, how do we design this for cross-geo where multiple resource locations exist? Which one is picked if multiple exist? Okay, I'll try and answer this as best I can. So the cloud connector as it stands today is slightly different from the cloud connector that you use for apps on desktops. So if you are a apps and desktops customer using Citrix Cloud, you will use the cloud connector there. If you are doing that and also want to do microapps, you would have to right now today stand up a different cloud connector, and it's the appliance version that's in tech preview that you mentioned during the news, Neil. That's the one that you use with microapps. You stand that. The design for that is exactly the same as you would do for apps and desktops. So you keep those cloud connectors close to that backhand data as you can do. So it's the same design principle.
Any more questions from the audience? Whilst we have our Microapps expert here. No, that was really interesting. It was a great to see you building that up from scratch as well in terms of how you integrate the API. Even though it didn't work in the end, John, but we'll let you off the final stage.
I'll be honest with you. I got that. I've been working on that demo for like 2 days, and it failed every time up to 5 o'clock yesterday. And I thought, oh, that's fine, that's good to go. And it's failed exactly the same point as it has done for the rest of the time. I was hoping that the in-person event we were going to do in Leeds was going to be slightly different. We're going to do some stuff with some Philip Hue bulbs and all that kind of good stuff. So obviously, that's quite difficult here. So maybe for the next one, we'll do some kind of more cool, kind of nerdy stuff. But if anybody wants to chat offline about any of this stuff, by all means give me a shout. I'm genuinely interesting to chat about this stuff, and if we need to, that'll be really useful.
I think there's
oh my, Jack Madden's left Tech Target. That's interesting. I see that in the chat.
Yeah, I've seen that. I think your Citrix are holding this virtual hackathon type thing today, right? Is it today or tomorrow?
It runs from I think it was the 1st of April we kicked off, and it's going to the 10th of April. Right. You can sign up for it. I think that was more around getting instances. One of the integrations you can do is with Jira, and there was only a limited number of Jira instances, is my understanding. I could be completely wrong with that, but the collateral's there. By all means, go get signed up for that. Start taking part. It is genuinely interesting. But the videos are there if you just want to have a look. They've been done by our engineering team and the product managers, so some of it goes in a lot more detail than I've sort of covered off here. I had a look at the Azure Functions one this morning, and that is really interesting. So if you've got a web app, an internal web app that doesn't have an API, then there's potentially a workaround that you could use with Azure Functions to be able to still get that information and basically create HTTP endpoints in Azure for your on-prem web app kind of stuff and get that into Workspace. So that's one that's definitely going to, I'm certainly going to be taking a look at in more detail.
Lovely. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you for having me,
break
Neil.
now. I've got a quick video from one of our sponsors, but I'm going to then start the timer so we come back at 4:15. So thank you very much, John.
I don't think Harold's going to be joining us today.
Right, okay.
It's just going to be me. It seems a bit unusual working at this time on a Friday. I'm normally in a bar in Manchester with a beer in my hand.
Yeah, I think most of us are, to be honest. But
yes,
unusual times indeed.
Yes, indeed. And I'm glad I've still got a little bit of time. There's a few attendees left as well, so that I can present to. So I'm going to quickly just share my screen. So hopefully everybody can see that.
Yep, we can see that.
Perfect. What I'm going to do is just give you a brief presentation and then hopefully just a quick demo. So for those of you that don't know me, my name is Paul Craddock. I'm a pre-sales engineer for Stratodesk. So for those that haven't maybe heard of us before, we have developed a Linux endpoint operating system and management platform for cloud workspaces. We were formed in 2010 by our CEO, Emmanuel Perker. So we've got headquarters based in San Francisco with offices in Austria, in both Vienna and Klagenfurt, as well as Moscow. I'm our only UK employee, so I'm home office based, so nothing's changed for me in recent weeks other than that my wife's recently joined me at home. So what effectively we've got is a hardware agnostic Linux OS that you can install onto existing x86 and ARM-based devices, including the Raspberry Pi, that turns them into fully managed thin clients that allows you to connect to Citrix, VMware, Amazon Workspaces, etc. So in terms of the products, which I'll go into in a little bit of detail, it effectively consists of No Touch OS, which is, as I say, it's our own Linux distribution for x86 devices. We also cover ARM-based endpoints, so typically and more commonly that's going to be a Raspberry Pi device, either the 3B 3B Plus, or more recently the 4. We've also extended that out to the Jetson Nano, which is an NVIDIA product. We've also got an endpoint management platform that's referred to as No Touch Center, and more recently we've launched No Touch Go, which is effectively a USB key with our operating system pre-installed. This is obviously something you can either buy from us or you can create yourself using our kind of image creation tools. Unlike other perceived companies that have developed their own Linux endpoint repurposing tools, we also extend to IoT devices as well. So we have a specific version of No Touch OS that's optimized for IoT devices. Another recent product that we've added is No Touch Cloud. That was launched in fact, sorry, it's not so recent. I'm getting it confused with the cloud extension. So No Touch Cloud was probably launched around 12 months ago. And effectively, it's hosted by ourselves and allows you to manage your endpoints no matter where they are, whether they're on premise or whether they sit behind somebody's home office environment. And then more recently, we've launched the Stratodesk Cloud extension, which is an extension to our existing management platform that sits in the perimeter network, again, that allows you to then manage your endpoints that sit, again, in people's home offices, and that management extends to configuration changes, screen shadowing, firmware updates, etc. So it's almost as if those devices are on premise. So in terms of the platforms that we can connect to, obviously we're covering Citrix, VMware, we've got Windows Virtual Desktop, Amazon Workspace's Nutanix Frame, and also Microsoft Remote Desktop Services. And that's just a small subsection of the different technologies that we can connect to. There are other platforms as well, but they're the major ones that we tend to come across. So our product comes under the umbrella of No Touch Desktop. So this is effectively our flagship product and consists of No Touch OS and No Touch Center. And then just give you a little bit more information about that. So as I say, it's our own Linux-based solution, and it's the only multiple platform operating system for x86 and ARM and Raspberry Pi devices. There are a number of different deployment methods, one of which I'm going to show you shortly. So we can install over PXE, we can live boot over PXE, we have an MSI installer. So you can either manually install that onto endpoints, or you can distribute that MSI file through SCCM or group policies. We also include tools so that you can create bootable USB keys or ISO images if you wanted to boot directly from a CD-ROM. So as I say, the management platform is referred to as No Touch Center, and this is basically a pre-packaged virtual appliance that's based on Ubuntu 18.04. And you can then, basically we provide that as a template, so you can import that into your hypervisor of choice. And it's available either as a cloud solution or as an on-premise solution, which I'm going to show you today. So just to give you a little bit of information about the cloud extension. So effectively, what we've got here is a second instance of No Touch Center that sits in your perimeter network. However, its services are very much reduced, and it merely provides a mechanism of any device that sits outside of your perimeter network. It gives it access to the main No Touch Center so that it can be fully managed. So once that link is made, we can push configuration updates should we need to. We can use screen shadowing using HTML5 based screen shadowing that works seamlessly. We can do other troubleshooting, so we can connect directly to the device if we wanted to actually manually update and perform firmware updates as well should the need arise. And this has become a very popular product, as I'm sure you'll appreciate, over the last few weeks. And it's really simple to implement as well with 3 simple steps. So it's not a complicated setup by any means. So obviously, No Touch Go is, if I can call this our only hardware solution, because we're pretty much a software company. So you can either buy a pre-packaged USB drive with our OS on there that we will boot as a live image, so that you can take a configuration from one device, copy that to the No Touch Go, and then that's basically a fully bootable image that will run on pretty much any x86 hardware that you've got available. We've always had VPN support for our products, but in view of the demand from customers, we've recently added some additional options so that we can now include OpenConnect, F5, Checkpoint, and Fortinet. Prior to that, we obviously included the Cisco AnyConnect and OpenVPN platforms. We do have a couple of enterprise add-ons. So if you've got mobile users that are using laptops and you want to use disk encryption, then that's something that we can do. And we also have a Network Manager Plus, which includes LLDP and SNMP functionality. So we have quite a strong family of hardware partners. So you might be surprised to find that you can actually buy HP devices with our OS pre-installed, because we have an OEM agreement with them, rather than their own Linux operating system, although that is still available as well, I might add. I don't want to cause confusion to say that HP now only use our platform. And that also extends to LG. We've also, we were the launch partner for Citrix for the Workspace Hub. So that obviously extends to the likes of InComputing and a couple of other OEM partners. And I think particularly with the launch of the Raspberry Pi 4, I think it really makes it a viable thin client. So in terms of the industries, it includes the ones that are listed here, but that's not exclusive. As I'm sure you'll appreciate, companies from 5 to 25,000 or 50,000 users can use this type of technology. And we certainly have customers that are using our cloud-based management platform at that higher end of the scale. We've got a very strong partner ecosystem, which from the diagram that our lovely marketing department have included here. So when it comes to linking to applications and desktops, we include Citrix, we've got Teradici, AWS, Inuvica, Parallels. So those are a couple that obviously I didn't mention before. From a printing point of view, we've got ThinPrint. You can also manage the ThinPrint Hub devices directly using the Stratodesk management platform. If you need to analyze your endpoints, even though that they're running No Touch OS, then you can do that using Liquidware and Lakeside products. So if anybody's interested in having a free trial of our solution, then that's something that you can do. You just simply go to our website and you can register for a free 90-day download that gives you a small number of licenses, fully functional. And if you need support during that, then the free support's included. If you needed a bit of a demo and a bit more of an in-depth demo than I'm going to provide you shortly, then we can provide that as well. So let me just minimize that and we'll go to the demo. So the screen that you can see now is the virtual appliance. So we provide that as an OVA template, and we've got a Hyper-V version. So we just package that as a VHD file so that you can import that into your environment. The setup of this is really simple. It takes literally a couple of minutes to do. It asks you for what you want to do from a networking point of view. We recommend that you use a static IP address, and it asks you for to specify an administrative password. Other than that, everything is then managed through a web interface. So when you connect to the web interface, this is the screen that you see, and there's two parts to the management platform. We've got the virtual appliance container administration, and then we've got No Touch Center, which manages the endpoint. So what I want to do is just give you a quick guided tour of the virtual appliance. So there's a few things we can do here. We can upload our images for distribution over PXE. configuration of PXE is really simple as well, just by adding a couple of DHCP scope options. The only other thing that we recommend that you do is you create a DNSA record that resolves the hostname TCMGR to the IP address of the management platform. So setup of PXE, really simple. Choose the image that you want to install. If we want to use live boot, we just use this image here, but I'm going to go for install. And then we just need to specify a couple of kernel parameters. That's come up on the screen. So auto install and don't wait reboot means everything is seamless. Don't need to touch anything, don't need to interact whatsoever. The management of the endpoints. So I'll quickly, just because I'm conscious of time. So this is the interface for No Touch Center, and we manage everything through the groups. If you don't use any auto assignment rules, the device is going to unassigned, and we configure everything via group settings. So we've got the obvious headers. If we wanted to get an overview of what we've changed from the default, then we can do that just by viewing changed. We can create subgroups that automatically inherit the common group settings, but if you need to make small changes to the group settings from the default, then we can do that as well. So again, we've got an office in San Francisco here. So if I look, then I can see that we've now got the additional keyboard and time zone that are going to be relevant to them. Everything else might appear as a standard setting. So where I'm based, as I say, I'm a Mancunian at heart. So what I've done is, because I don't want devices to go into the unassigned group and manually have to move them, we can create auto assignment rules, and we can do that under different headers. So we can use like an internal IP address pattern, external, hostname pattern, gateway pattern, etc. But just the simple one that I'm going to use here is just network address and subnet mask. So what should happen on the demo that I'm going to briefly show you now, and for the next 2 minutes, all you're going to do is just watch my screen. But effectively, I'm going to start. This is a virtual machine that I'm using for demo purposes, just so you can see what's going on. The OS isn't installed, so it's going to boot from network. It's going to do all of this automatically. It's going to go into my Manchester group. It's going to pick up the configuration. Now, because I'm starting a number of services as part of that initial configuration, it's then going to reboot. Once it's rebooted, it will set itself to the correct screen resolution. Again, I've done that just for the purpose of making it look a little bit nicer on the screen. And it will automatically connect to my internal Citrix storefront. And I'm not going to have to do anything at all to do that. Now, I always get nervous when I'm doing this, particularly in front of a larger audience. Now, as you can see, the install process is going to be relatively quick. The image size itself, which contains the operating system, etc., is, in this instance, it's 1.5 gig. We don't provide kind of componentized firmware updates, so it's important to note that it contains everything. We can install third-party plugins. So more recently, earlier on this year, we introduced the ability to install Teams directly onto the Linux No Touch OS desktop, and we can do that using extensions. And again, that's just done seamlessly as the device reboots. We just need to configure that specifically within No Touch Center. It's also worth noting that No Touch Center will distribute any SSL certificates. So if you're on an internal network and you've got your own certificate authority, then you can just upload that into here. The global root certificate, you can upload that and it will then just push it out to the endpoints. Again, seamlessly. Same with desktop wallpaper. So if you don't like what we're showing, then you can do that as well. So that's the operating system installed. We can see that the device has announced itself within No Touch Center. It has a prefix of NTD, which is no touch desktop, and then it's using the MAC address that's been generated. But I've set a number of hostname rules so that it will change that now once it's rebooted. So it should, in a second now, just launch its connection to Storefront. And I've not had to do anything whatsoever, so I can log in. And then I've got access to my applications and desktops. I'm just wondering about how I'm doing for time. Have I overrun, or am I still good?
Just a fraction, but we might have to jiggle the event agenda a little bit because James has been held up with a work issue. So
okay,
if Zico's around, we're going to move him forward and then put James on last. So you're okay for a couple of minutes, yeah.
Okay, great stuff. So another thing that I just wanted to show you was some of the help desk functionality that we've got built in. So I appreciate that the demo I'm kind of going to give here might not be that good in terms of the number of users, but let's say that you've got hundreds or even thousands of users with a device and you're trying to find, and somebody calls the help desk. So you could say to them, go to the configuration, can you tell me your IP address or your host name? And then you can go into tools, you can go into filter, and you can search for it using this. However, we've got better tools than that are available. So all the user needs to do is press Control Alt and I. That sends out an identification request to No Touch Center. We can click in here, so it lists the device itself. So if I now click into that device, it takes me directly to the group within which it sits. So I can see its configuration, I can see which firmware version it's running. If there's a bigger problem or there's a message on the user's screen that I want to view, then I can do that. So I can screen share onto the device. So from a screen sharing perspective, we've got a number of options. You can use TeamViewer. Isn't that always the way? Let's try that again. Okay. I don't know if that's got anything to do with, shouldn't do, but I'm not sure why that's coming up, because what that should be doing is connecting directly to my endpoint. So apologies for that. That's probably a bit of a letdown. But what that should do is it should connect directly to my endpoint, and then I can physically see what's going on. So from a shadowing point of view, we can support TeamViewer. We can support traditional VNC, but the VNC method I was hoping to show you there was using the no VNC, which is all HTML5 based. So as I say, apologies for that. That's probably the worst time that could happen for me. I'll just try one more time. No, okay, I don't know why that's happening. So maybe it's got something to do with Zoom. I normally do this stuff over GoToMeeting, but I can't see that it would be. So I think that pretty much concludes my demo. Is to say, if you want to have a bit of a more detailed demonstration, as I say, typically I would do that and it would last around 45 minutes. So I go into a lot more detail about how we can change group settings, push configuration out, push out connections, etc. So yeah, if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask away.
Thank you very much, Paul. No questions in the Q&A. Just checking Slack, nothing in Slack. So thank you for that. That's really interesting. I know I've used that on my my Raspberry Pi. So we're going to rejig the agenda a little bit because James has been delayed with a production incident. So we're going to put Zico next from Tenzig. Are you with us, sir?
I am. I'm with you.
Hey, excellent.
Good, good, good. Right, let me just share my screen.
I'll send your survey link as well that you sent out.
Thanks.
The prize draw. Let me send that to everyone as well.
Can everyone see that?
We can indeed.
Fantastic. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's still hanging around, whether you're hiding from your kids and wife or husbands. that much appreciated. But yeah, as it's Friday afternoon, I don't want to take up too much of your times because you know, you've all got to go and relax in the living rooms and with your families. So as you can see, what the title is, I'm Zico Ratan, and I'm the account director at 10zig, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about our company and what we do and how we do it. So, who are we? Well, we are a vendor that is solely focused on thin and zero clients. It's all we do and it's what we specialize in. We are headquartered in Phoenix, Arizona, and I know that sounds glamorous, but all our hierarchy are all from Leicester there. And so that's where our mere head office UK is where the original owner of the business came from and went out there to crack America. We do have satellite offices in Australia and Germany, and we were founded in 2003. So we're 17 this year. Next year we get to smoke and drink and go out to the bars. So that's great. And also, what a lot of people don't know is that we are one of the founding Citrix Ready partners. So yeah, if they have some sort of Mount Rushmore, we might be on it. We're fully certified, have certified thin and zero client range, and our sales teams and technical teams are also certified. As you can see, our marketing manager, Tom, is a big fan of Mary Poppins, and but this is something that really bodes well within our company. Why complicate things that are really quite simple? You know, this is something that kind of really resonates through our company, and it's a little saying that we have, which kind of leads me nicely also onto what our Andy Martin, our Chief Operating Officer, always says, and is what we say to customers. We offer customer-driven solutions, making our device fit your customer's environment and not the other way around. And I think a lot of you guys can probably resonate with that, you know, we're just not a kind of off-the-shelf product. We like to work with you guys, understand your environments, understand the challenges that you have, and really fit our products for that environment. So I've already touched on a little bit that we were one of the kind of founding partners for Citrix, but we really have designed our devices from the ground up to specifically fit the Citrix environment. And whilst doing that, you know, we've become fully certified. We understand the Citrix kind of platforms, but this relationship really allows us to be ahead of the curve. It really allows us to be kind of, as we've put down here, agile and responsive. So if a challenge comes up when implementing a 10zig into your environment, we're on it. We want to understand what the product is. We work with you because we're educated better. We can help serve our customers a little bit better. So coming on to our products now, and we have something called NOS, a NOS Zero Client. Now, a NOS Zero Client has been designed for the VDI solution originally, but as every product grows and matures, this is really evolved now to kind of support web interfaces, storefront, P&A agents, and now workspace apps. And it's on the Citrix Linux receiver as well. So the fantastic thing about that is that anytime Citrix releases any sort of update on their firmware, we're also very quickly to deploy it and not hit you out of sync. It's also good to probably at this point note that a zero client is really only tailored for one specific broker. And let's say you want to support multiple brokers. So then that would move to our thin client, which is what we call our PeakOS. It's again a Linux-based thin client, and it's really probably has more functionality on it and more options for configuration. So again, that would allow you, depending on your environment and what you want to be doing, a thin client might be a lot better for you. But say you've got a lot of third-party devices, say you've got a lot of laptops, you've got people on the road or working from home. Well, we also have our repurposed software, which allows you to implement this software on these third-party devices and turn it into a Tenzing machine. But that all sounds well and good, but how do you manage and deploy these? Well, we've got something called Tenzing Manager, and Tenzing Manager is really a centralized tool and then lets you manage endpoints remotely. I'm not going to go into it now for obviously time constraints, but this is on our website. You can download this and really have a good little play around with it. It's pretty good in terms of how you use it as well. And it's also free. So we have a lot of vendors who basically we know charge for the management tool, but once you bought a Tenzing device, it's basically there for you to use for free. And what we basically got here is a centralized management configuration tool. It allows you to set up groups, it allows you to rename devices, it allows you to apply new templates. It really is just plug in and turn on. And there's no need to individually configure laptops. We know for some of the IT guys on here who have these departments, what a pain in the ass that could be. So this really allows you to kind of set updates at times, which is low traffic, and centrally manage things, especially in the position we're all in at the moment, working from home. It really is a neat tool. So I know we can always sit here and basically wax lyrical about how good our products are and what they do, and here's a little bit of a kind of showing you the type of companies that have worked with us. But the real reason why we're showing you this is because it's the different environments. You're probably all aware of some of these companies. They're all well-known brands. They're all good products, but very different environments. And an interesting thing at Tenzing is that they've made a real investment in terms of creating support, investing in our support and our R&D team. We regularly sit down every week to challenge and tackle challenging issues that companies have, just so we're building up our knowledge base. And we can escalate scenarios and challenges a lot quicker than most companies, for that fact. So I've given you a little bit of a teaser. I know you might have some questions, and again, I'm very conscious that it's late on Friday, but please jot down my phone number, please jot down my email address, because what we want to do is we want to give you guys a demo. If you guys feel that, yeah, we want to have a little play around with your repurposed software, or we want to have a look at your management tool, or you actually want a device, we're happy to send one out to you. And yeah, that's where we're at the moment. So I want to thank you guys for your time. I know I've kind of whizzed through that a little bit quicker, but thank you, and have a lovely weekend, everyone. And if you are interested, please get in touch. Thanks.
Cheers, okay. Do you want to just talk about, just briefly, the link I posted for your survey prize draw?
Yeah, sure, of course we can. So we've basically, there we go. Yes, so you might have seen, if you've been on Slack, and now what we've just posted is we've got a offer on for the Stadia going on. So please fill out the survey cards, and we will basically choose a winner at random and then post it on LinkedIn. So that'll be fantastic. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Nico. So, last but no means least, we have Dave and James.
You do.
Hey, finally we made it. Well done.
We have just rolled out of a crisis meeting, and we've got loads of stuff we need to do tomorrow now, which is fantastic because it's Saturday. But every Saturday is just a Monday now, isn't it? So we're not bothered. And now we're going to try and blag a presentation that we're supposed to spend all day putting together. So this is going to be fun.
I'm looking forward to it, mate.
Very good, Mr. Oil.
One could argue that you blag all your presentations, James. So,
this is a proper blag, but
it's business as usual. It wasn't the Citrix Cloud problem, was it?
No, we have a group policy issue of some sort that we can't fathom out. Might chuck it in while we're talking about it.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Hi, it's Dave as well. Yeah, it's all been good fun today. But here you go.
All right. How do I share my screen? Am I a presenter or?
Yes, you're already a presenter. You should just be able to share screen right now.
Let me just choose which one. Try to share.
So just while James is doing that, for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Dave Holborn, infrastructure architect at working for Aviva. Previously was contracting a lot and was probably more involved in the user group a few years ago, but time hasn't allowed me the last couple of years. But hopefully we'll get back into it a bit more. But yeah, background very similar to James and Neil and Jim and etc. in all of this stuff.
Right, I think I've fathomed that
and
out.
There we go.
Let me just start my slideshow. There we go. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. This is about the only slide that has even been finished. So I've made our completely terrible excuses. I know everybody's really, really busy, but most of these slides just have a title. So hopefully we can just talk over the top of them, Dave. That's the thing. But basically, we've done a Citrix Cloud deployment, which has been going on, I think, blimey, the best part of 18 months now. And we're just kind of talk about some of the things we've encountered and the solutions we've put in there, and some of the things we've had to do actually very recently as well, which have made things very much more interesting in that terms of things. So, background-wise, I think the background of this began with users basically sort of taking the piss, basically, for want of a better word. Here's a quick example of the kind of thing we're talking about, right? We've got users out there that say, right, in my day-to-day job, right, I just log on to Citrix and I run some applications, which all sounds very nice and very, very easy. But then when you go to the users and you start doing a bit of step through how they actually work and how they achieve things, you find that there's a lot more going on than actually you would possibly think about. So this is a bit of an abstraction of the sorts of things that I'm sure, Dave, you're familiar with as well. So the user's saying they're just logging onto a Citrix virtual desktop and running some apps. Really, they're logging onto a Citrix virtual apps platform, and from there, they're running an RDP connection to a Windows 7 virtual machine in a data center. And from there, they're RDP into some other jump box and running some admin tools. And also from there, they're logging onto another XenApp session, an older one, and running things from there. So a tip to live by is don't believe anything users say unless you say it for yourself. And basically what we've got is an entire security nightmare. Dave, I'm sure you can elaborate.
Yeah, and I would say the other thing to say is I've certainly been seeing even more so recently the very poor use of terminology. So especially as you're dealing with various different companies, third parties, etc., and just the general term VDI gets used all over the place predominantly, you know, my VDI this, my VDI the other, and like James elaborates there, it's often the case that they're just using a XenApp session with a published RDP app to hop across to a physical machine sat in somewhere, for example, because that's the way that their mate always did it or something, and they've never been told that it's actually a perfectly good solution for them to use, and so that's just how they carry on.
And what we've had here is historically users are basically just punching holes in things wherever they can. They're using little workarounds to jump onto things, and these become processes. And what happens is we just had an entire security nightmare sitting there that eventually the business has kind of said, right, this needs to be addressed, you know, because users can run PowerShell and commands. They've got tools, they've got admin access on the Windows 7 VMs and things like that. So in all sorts of ways, it was a logistical and security nightmare that we.
And I think this is a generic issue across most big organizations that have had mergers and takeovers and outsourcing, et cetera, that, you know, people just find a way to achieve something, and those things just evolve. You know, what starts out, I've seen it with a lot of other companies previously, what started out with a handful of people doing something as a tactical fix, tactical becomes strategic almost, but on a massive scale. and it's very difficult to then to rein that back in, you know, to even stand up a project with resources and costs allocated to it to even pull that back. You know, that's always the challenge I really see.
So we had this kind of nightmare, and I must apologise. This is the start of a bunch of the slides that I've never got round to putting any diagrams on. There are a few diagrams later on, hopefully. But so what we were trying to achieve essentially first was really started off quite kind of small. For particular users, particularly developers in offshore locations, we were trying to achieve proper network segregation. So we wanted to stop the users jumping off everywhere and creating these security holes. We wanted to give them proper developer machines in a non-production VPC, because a lot of this was done in AWS as well, which gave us a few challenges, which we'll get onto later. To give them a VDI that was segregated away from production data, but also to give them a hosted shared desktop as well, which allowed them to run Office apps and email and instant messaging and access home drives and things like that, so that they couldn't be like sort of transferring data between the two and doing things like that. I think the idea, Dave, was they were supposed to use things like Bitbucket and stuff like that, yeah, and to transfer their data around rather than trying to punch holes in it. So that was
I think the evolution of how DevOps has really come about has changed people's expectations of these services. You know, gone of the days where somebody just had a couple of published apps to do something. Now the expectation is that you want and need to have every single tool at your disposal, right from Teams audio and video right through to being able to run Azure DevOps connectivity and things like that, and everything in between. But at the same time, there's a real necessity to ensure that there is segregation of those things happening.
And also, I think we found that developers are really a terrible use case to deal with, really, because they all have such odd ways of doing things, and they've got such a, I mean, we've had loads of requests for like Linux VDAs nested and things like that, things that basically, because we're in AWS anyway, we had to say no, we can't do it anyway. But I mean, the amount of different ways they had of achieving things, and I mean, they were like sharing code between each other via Skype conversations and things like that, so it was all quite a bit out of hand, so needed training. But I think also it's worth mentioning that we also kind of had a bit of a longer term strategy in mind to kind of maybe bring everything together in what I think we originally called the kind of the Martini desktop, which will be a public facing virtual desktop that could be presented to any of the business units in the company.
Yeah, and so the goal posts, I would say, is probably the term that this should also say, because that's the constant challenge. You think you've finally got a scope set out, and then, as we all know, everything is evolving so quickly as well, and expectations are evolving so quickly that by the time you get to actually implement some of this, it's probably old news and things have moved again. So I would say that that's one of the key things that I would say, if anybody's trying to do any of this kind of thing, that you just need to be very flexible, but also very firm to say, actually, you know, we've frozen this version in time, and that's what we're going with. We can't just keep adding bits and bobs to the scope all the time. So
yeah, that's a good point, actually, because I, in my kind of trying to be all things to all people, often said to a lot of people, yeah, we can do that. We'll get around it. We'll find a way. And it ended up taking up so much of my time that somebody had to get a hold of me in the end and say, right, just cut them loose. You can't do it, at least not in the time frames around. So anyway, because, as I mentioned, interesting, we're doing this in AWS as well. We had a whole new bunch of rules to abide by under cloud governance. For instance, one of the principles that kind of drove the way to this is that we have everything in this system has to be rebuilt every 30 days from scratch. Now, that's fair enough when you're talking about, you know, servers and containers and Docker-based stuff and things like that, web applications, you know, that you just use DSC or something like that to relay the config back down. But dealing with kind of user workloads made it all very, very much more difficult, I think you'll find. Basically, the things, you know, that you would normally take for granted in a Citrix kind of infrastructure, even in Citrix Cloud, such as MCS or PVS, if you want to go that way, we couldn't go ahead and use any of that. So it became very uniquely challenging trying to deal with this kind of cloud DevOpsy sort of thing, as you alluded to before, Dave.
Yeah, so I don't know how many of you out there have you know, I think most of us will be of MCS, PVS backgrounds, you know, building stuff on premises, etc. And it's kind of tried and tested. You know, obviously plenty of gurus in our field who've given us recommendations how to do that over time. when you get suddenly given the kind of, you can't do it that way anymore. Here's a user guide. Please go and learn Terraform, Chef, Puppet, Packer, etc. It's quite daunting, I have to say, and that's also been enormously challenging when you have. I've had a lot of discussions with a lot of people from a lot of companies about, you know, traditional methods of using SCCM to push out packages to workstations, etc. And you know, that's been used a lot on the XenApp, XenDesktop side as well. When you suddenly in the realms of every package you've ever had before is now useless, that's quite daunting when you've got hundreds and hundreds of packages in an organization, and basically you have to start from scratch and write them in code.
And it also brought us along this kind of interesting concept that we've gotten quite used to now, is about cattle and pets. I'm sure people have heard of it, but the idea is that cattle are, they can be sacrificed and get a new one. So we classified our systems into cattle and pets. Cattle is something that's rebuilt every 30 days because it's disposable, essentially. Whereas you also had the VDIs that the developers used became termed as pets because, you know, you like a pet, you want to keep it, you don't want to kill it. So they had a 6 months life cycle that they were allowed to do. And I think we also introduced the concept of super pets, which I still think sounds absolutely awesome, which I'm not even entirely sure how long they were allowed to live for, perhaps forever. But these are
they were allowed to wear their pants on the outside, you know, something like that. Yeah.
I wish we'd had time to get some images for super pets.
Exactly.
But yeah, these were the sort of things that we were confronted with, you know, and as Dave said, it was almost kind of a sort of new awakening. I think at the first part of it, it was always, we were kind of always, you know, slagging it off sort of thing. But as time went on and we started to see how that developed, we kind of changed our tune a little bit.
Yeah, I think the thing to call out here is, and probably people aren't familiar with this kind of cloudy kind of automated rebuild, and the other term, Jenkins pipelines, is the other thing. So basically you deploy a pipeline that deploys all of these servers again and again and again when you just do this. But Microsoft patching, as in patching in situ, is therefore a thing of the past. You just don't do that. You just take the latest golden AMI containing those security patches and redeploy the servers with that base image. So it's kind of hard to get your head around, but yeah, it's if you can get into a structure of version release management like that is such a rigor every month, then you know it really is impressive.
Yeah, I have to admit I don't miss going around patching servers, to be perfectly
Indeed.
honest.
Yeah.
So we also had, obviously, again, which I could have gone mad myself with images for this, probably not like the last time, but security gone mad. We sitting in AWS as it was in kind of almost like you're almost in like a Wild Westy sort of situation, really, in some regards, is that we now have loads and loads of security rules to abide by. Security lockdown incredibly hard, tighter down than I've ever seen before. And again, like we were saying about the way of building them originally, it was like, oh my God, we can't get anything done. All these applications don't work. You know, we want to open up an app or a bit of file access. We've got to go through this and that and the other. It became very frustrating. But I think as we moved on, because I know we talked about earlier on about the users having free reign and punching holes and getting around things, is that this security sort of stance that we got has actually stopped those users once we got them on the system. You can tell by what they're doing that they're trying to jump onto other things. You get people saying, oh, I can't use VNC from here and jump onto my workstation. I'm thinking, well, I'm glad you can't, because you're just going to develop all those security things as well. So again, originally moving into this cloud world, we had to deal with a lot more security around things and a lot more kind of restrictions that we weren't normally used to in an on-premises environment, even though that was a real bone of contention at first. As we've moved further down the line and scaled it up more, I think I'm actually quite glad we have that in place. Don't tell any security people I ever said that. So, Citrix Cloud, you can probably comment a bit better on this, Dave. I think why go for Citrix Cloud?
So I guess my drive towards this, which is probably now 2 and a bit years ago, was born out of always felt that cloud first and evergreen. I've been involved in Office 365 pretty much since BPOS days back in 2010. So really got into the whole concept of subscriptions and you not needing to worry about the the upgrade cycle of things, that you're buying something and you get the latest and greatest. And I think conceptually that, again, it's a bit of a mindset change, but it's certainly, I've seen it in 2 or 3 companies now, that the finance guys actually like to have something that's coming out of a running cost budget as opposed to a massive capex budget, and trying to get hold of capex costs in the first place to set something up to buy licenses for 5 years or something. It's very hard. So I got involved very early with Citrix Cloud, I would say, and don't get me wrong, it's been buggy as hell, etc. at time, but we I certainly made the decision to from an identity perspective, that Azure AD would always be the identity to use for this, because if you're going to go into all cloud environments, you've got to use the best, in my opinion, and that's Azure AD. It actually culminated in about 18 months ago. Actually, we had to get Microsoft to rewrite Azure AD because we found a problem, and I've mentioned this before to quite a lot of you, I'm sure, that Citrix Cloud at the time, you couldn't split the Graph API to be able to just do a conditional access rule to allow you to connect to Citrix Cloud. It couldn't be separated away from all of the other Office apps at the time. So that was interesting, going through that with Microsoft, actually getting them to rewrite part of Azure AD. But now it's very possible you can have it that you can have conditional access rules that purely will allow only access to the Citrix Cloud Enterprise app in Azure AD, and you can block all Office 365 as well at the same time. So that's very useful for any organization who just wants to allow somebody from a BYOD or just any device on the internet to come into a hosted shared desktop, and then once they're in there, then they can use all their Office 365 apps, but on the perimeter outside of the organization, they're completely blocked. So I really love how conditional access works in that regard. I would say Citrix Cloud, the evolution of that from the perspective of identity has come a long way in the last year. There's now a lot more options whereby you can begin to use various different additional identity things, and I think now there's some support for even on-premise Active Directory. Similarly, there's the inbuilt two-factor authentication from Citrix Cloud. My preference, like I said, is to use Azure AD with Azure MFA. The Authenticator app just works fantastically. Even phone call or text message capability as well.
As I found out when I brought my phone.
Indeed,
today.
yeah.
So in every meeting today, you've had my phone ringing as I've logged in my house phone, because I had to change the MFA on that, which is good. I think the point of it is as well that it was all, it was the best option we had at the time for a public facing thing. I think obviously Amazon Workspaces was a bit immature at the time, to be perfectly honest, and Windows Virtual Desktop hadn't gone to general release then either. So.
Yeah, and I would say the one thing we are using that probably a lot of people wouldn't be, or people have not been exposed necessarily, is the Citrix Cloud Gateway service. So this is basically to replace what you would traditionally have had a NetScaler gateway, or call it whatever it is nowadays, that would sit in a DMZ. There's just no need for that anymore, just to use the Citrix Cloud Gateway service. It's all part of the SaaS offering. And you go there, immediately get a redirect through to Azure AD for all of the identity, get sent back to Citrix Cloud, and then you can then to form all of this working, you just need to have some server boxes running the Citrix Cloud Connector software that form an outbound pipe through an internet connection up to Citrix Cloud. So there's no need to have any firewall openings, punch through a DMZ or anything. You don't need any of that. It's just all formed on an outbound connection, and then back across that pipe that's been formed from Citrix Cloud to your cloud connectors in your cloud environment or your on-premise environment or wherever it is. Then all of the users pass back across that, and your on-premise Active Directory flows up that pipe as well, so that you just use on-premise AD for permissioning the VDAs or the published apps or whatever. So the icons the user sees are all formed via your on-premise Active Directory. So overall, really good now. I would say it's stabilized a lot in the last year. We did have a small issue even this afternoon, though, that logons were failing for about a 10-minute period with Azure AD. Still to find out what happened there.
Yeah, I snapshotted that and threw it in one of the slides.
But in general, I would say it's a really good option.
So I think we've already covered this, really, to be honest, that we used Packer, Terraform, Jenkins pipelines, all this infrastructure as code. You know, we didn't do the patching the original sort of way. I think it's all really good, actually, now that I've had time to come to terms with it. I really, the only times, I remember somebody accidentally fat-fingered in the very early days the Citrix Cloud connectors instead of the VTAs, which is obviously just, you know, something that can happen. But yeah, as I say, it was very unfamiliar at first, but I've slowly grown on it's slowly grown on me. But anyway, I actually managed to put some extra stuff into this slide, as you can tell by the kind of brazen language and stuff in there. One of the things that stands out to me about Citrix Cloud is you don't have to manage all of that databases and storefront and NetScaler and DDCs and all that sort of stuff. You're just concentrating solely on the management of the image and delivering that to the users. I do like that. However, one thing to mention is, when you're troubleshooting anything that's going on, I think it still helps to have that understanding of what's going on in the background to help yourself try and pinpoint what's going on. So as, you know, cloud services evolve, I'm wondering if that'll kind of die away and everybody will always be at the mercy of the providers. Points of presence, I know they've just been expanded expanded recently. Early on, I remember, Dave, you were talking to a guy out in Australia who was hitting the West Europe when he was coming in via Citrix Cloud, which we found rather odd. And obviously now they've got points of presence out there in APAC as well. One thing we have found as well is the maintain of workspace app versions. When you're using Citrix Cloud, you've got no APA through that NetScaler service, whatever it's called. So you can't enforce, you know, a particular version. And this was really annoying for us because originally we had to have a slightly downstream version to connect to some older Citrix farms as well. So we still see users with really old workspace app or receiver versions connecting through Director.
And just to pick up on that, the new app protection that's come out the other day in the new Workspace app version and the key logging functionality, something I think will be really, really good, but currently it's not supported on the Citrix Cloud gateway stack.
Yeah, it's not part of the access control offering either, so that's something we're pretty keen on. I know everybody's heard me say this before, but Cloud Studio absolutely sucks, right? It really does. And I think Jim, a couple of user groups ago, was right on the money when he said, you know, Citrix went first to market with this. They basically just wrapped up a published app and threw it out there. And now they've got to own that, and they've got to bring that Web Studio to us a bit faster. We still haven't got the Web Studio. Cloud Studio is still really, you know, it's not as bad as it was before. You don't get the real amateurish goofs out of it, like when you shut it down and it says it's applying Windows updates or something like that in the background, right? But I mean, even the fact that you can't use the clipboard natively in it absolutely does my head in. And you compare that to something like the Azure web client or something like that, it just looks absolutely awful. So come on, Citrix, get Cloud Studio sorted out. Even one of the guys we worked with was saying yesterday that it was hanging when he was trying to add a new delivery group, and luckily I told him he didn't need to because we'd already created the app he was trying to do something for. But it is awful, and I mean, sometimes PowerShell works better than actually using the GUI itself. Autoscale is very handy, and it's crucial for us because these cloud governance principles we have to work with, and also say, you know, to be able to scale up, scale down automatically. The initial documentation of autoscale was absolutely awful. I mean, I had more questions than answers about it when I first tried using it as part of the tech preview. Literally a few days ago, it was updated quite comprehensively, so I haven't had time to go through that yet, so I may be being a tad unfair, but again, that's something that's absolutely crucial to a cloud environment. It's also worth mentioning, because of some of the security restrictions we had, we were unable to use MCS, well, obviously, and so we ended up using tags for billing purposes, which is fair enough. You know, tags are quite useful things. However, we're not entirely sure if this scales properly because we've got hundreds of business units, both internal and external, to be billed back to. And Citrix said they'd only tested with 50 tags as a limit, and they weren't sure it would go much past that. However, they did tell me they had a customer who had potentially gone to 250, hadn't seen any problems. But it would be interesting to find out a bit better about the usage of tags to make sure we aren't going to break anything in future as we scale that up. Policies also historically gave us some awful awful, awful problems. We lost policies on a number of occasions. They became corrupted. The delivery groups disappeared that were assigned to the policies and replaced by GUIDs. Hasn't been as bad recently, so I may be being unfair. These problems may have been ironed out behind the scenes, but really my kind of leaning now is use AD to manage the policies, as you know, you've got more control of that and it's not farmed off into the cloud. However, the only reason we haven't done it, I think, is because we're still making little changes to them before we hand that over to the AD team. So I don't know if you've got anything you want to add there, Dave, about what stuff that stood out for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the marry up between the Citrix policy side and the AD side is something that's quite tricky to decide which way you want to handle it, and I think it's maturing. But the other thing I would also say to be cautious about is there's often new policies also coming on the Citrix Cloud side that if you don't keep a watchful eye on them, let's say, there are things that can be turned on by default that you definitely want to prohibit. Chrome HTML5 browser, for example, there was the new USB redirection put in place, I think, a few days or weeks ago. And similarly, the kind of upload or download capability that you'd probably always block from a DLP perspective that is on by default. And it's like, unless you turn it off, it's there.
Oh, was that a fairly new thing, was it? I have got a note of that in a slide later on, actually, because I remember you saying it when we were talking security. Oh, yeah, fair, yeah. I mean, the auto scale stuff, when we turned that on, we kind of thought it wouldn't do anything by default, and it started powering machines off that were one-to-one assigned VDIs, which, so, yeah, I mean, this goes for everything, but yes, indeed, be careful. Obviously, when you're in cloud, cloud snafus are, you know, it's not something that's particular to Citrix Cloud. Obviously, I mean, I've got a quick note there about code spaces. They're the poster boy for cloud snafus. They were literally wiped out by an attacker who got in and deleted all of their AWS VMs. That other error is the one that we just had this afternoon, where, you know, all of a sudden all of our GSPs couldn't get signed in to Citrix Cloud, keep getting looped back to the sign-in screen. You know, you're just another customer when you're in cloud. That's the thing. If you're on premises with your infrastructure, you know, you have people there who know the infrastructure. They can identify a problem. They can jump on it. They can, you know, resolve it. But once you're dependent for that part of your infrastructure on a cloud provider, you do get these things. And often we notice them. And just when we're thinking about opening a case with Citrix, we'll get a notification out that says they're an issue. And we think, oh, okay, that's fair enough. The one thing I would say is we get all those via email, and I run my email through the Citrix Cloud desktop. So it may be worth configuring a backup email or something like that if you've signed up to it, to make sure you get a notification.
Yeah, I think the other thing, and I know we always have excellent demonstrations on monitoring and things, but building some kind of dashboard that can bring together all of the components in this stack is really, really important. There are that many bits of the jigsaw, and especially when you've got third-party users, let's say, who say, you know, I can't connect, or this is slow, or whatever the random terminology that is usually the vagaries of that. It would be, or is, nice to be able to actually point at your own kind of dashboard and go, you know, we're all green, green, green. You guys need to actually go and check your side of the fence first, because often what happens is, you know, you've got somebody who's connecting through a proxy or something that's problematic, or, you know, whatever. It's very easy to apportion the blame on a company that's providing the service, as in to a third party, but you shouldn't always take the blame, let's say.
Indeed. One other thing that I remember actually from the earlier days is that because we were using Microsoft Authenticator, and the authentication service had a couple of outages, some of them quite sort of serious, and we literally couldn't get in at all, which was not very good. So kind of resiliency in that MFA role. Obviously, you know, I would imagine most people would want two-factor authentication there, but, you know, think about putting some resilience in there, whether that's adopting two providers or what, would very much help you in an outage situation, because I think one of them was about 18 hours, wasn't it?
Yeah, the other thing that's highly recommended if you're using Azure AD by Microsoft is to almost have a set of dormant conditional access rules sitting there that you could bring about in case of this, to change provider or bypass the provider or whatever it is. So one thing that is definitely a good idea to have in place.
So if we move on to the user base themselves, what were the main gripes that they had? Now, this is quite interesting, I think, because we didn't get anything particularly that was Citrix Cloud related. What we really got was just the normal stuff you'd see in a Citrix environment. So I think that's quite good from a Citrix Cloud perspective to kind of say that. We saw a lot of, and we still do see a lot of profile problems, which I'll talk more about in a second, but you got things with browser performance and things like that. But in general, I don't think anything, was there that you wouldn't expect to see in an on-premises implementation. I do know one thing that was kind of cloud related, not Citrix Cloud related, was that we had some paths of home folders and drive mappings and things like that that were inaccessible from the kind of cloud environment where the work is sat. And Microsoft said that you can a drive mapping should time out in 30 seconds. Well, we managed, however we've done the networking, to make them time out in 15 minutes. Now, if you've got a user logging on that's trying to access one of these, and if your group policy processing is in synchronous mode, it waits the full 15 minutes before it times out. And it takes so long that the Citrix logon actually says, right, I've had enough, this is taking too long. Disconnect. A lot of these users were on one-to-one VDIs, so there was a session on there, it was just stuck logging on. You had to reboot the machine to get around it. Obviously, the way is make the damn thing accessible or filter it out, but because of how slow things move, sometimes that was an issue. We had to ramp up the port ICA logon timeout to 1,000 seconds so that if we got a user with one of these horrendously long drive mappings, it would actually do it. It would just take them about 15 minutes to log on until we got around to fixing it. So we have managed to generate some other
and I think one of the other big things that I would always recommend to anybody is if you've got an organization where you've got literally thousands, tens of thousands of users, really have a good look at the underpinning Active Directory or whatever your identity is, and try to remove as much variance from the users as you can do. And when I say user variance, I'm meaning you could have 10 guys who have got their accounts configured in 10 different ways, in that one of them's got a roaming profile still set from some other random time when he was using some other thing in some place, right through to things like different proxy settings or whatever the setting is. Just try and cleanse as a piece of pre-work to onboarding people to get all of the accounts behaving the same way. Because if you don't, you end up with all these guys sitting in the same place trying to do the same task. And if the variances occur at the user level, their logon times, their whatever situation can be starkly different. And I really think it's a key thing to do to help yourself by doing some of that pre-work instead of trying to do it after the event when the incidents get raised.
Yeah, like we have. I've just realised I've only gone through 12 of the slides. I better ramp it up a bit. A quick one about browser optimizations. We're seeing a lot of problems with Chrome with like 30 tabs and 60 processes and things like that. So if you want to, this is just a general thing. It's not necessarily a cloud thing, but yeah, disable the browser hardware acceleration in Chrome, enable uBlock Origin and the Great Suspender add-ons. If you use that bit of code there in a GPO, that'll do them straight away. Browser content redirection is king in this area. If you can, do that client-side fetch with the fallback to server. And one thing I found out the other day when I was talking to the guys from Uber Agent was that they're monitoring and tell you the window titles of the browser itself, rather than just say Chrome's using all this stuff. They'll tell you which tab's doing it and what they're looking at, so you can find out what's murdering your resources and what sites users shouldn't be going to.
And one extra really good one as well is in Chrome, disable the software reporter tool.
Oh, yes,
because if we've got on a XenApp environment, you could have 20 users, for example, and they can all launch one instance of the software reporter tool, which basically is scanning the server for all the programs on it and reporting it back to Google. So I would highly recommend you disable that as well.
Indeed. As I said, we had loads of profile issues, and one thing I've taken from this is that UPM is kind of finished, really. You stack it up against modern user applications and it starts to show how long in the tooth it is. We had problems with antivirus. That was our fault because we were double scanning it on both ends, so we got past that. But then Eclipse Workspace is one of our developer tools. It has massive long file paths. UPM would choke on the file path trying to copy it in. It would die out. We had users who couldn't attach PSTs when they were using it. We had software like Cisco AMP and Tanium, which are the Fred and Rose West of the VDI world, they'd hang for ages at logon, loads of issues, and they kept coming back to UPM. And even when we used the VHD stuff, we still saw issues. So I think you know where we're going with this. We put FS Logics in the end for profiles. And even though, you know, all it's doing is changing it to one file rather than many, it just got rid of so many problems for us out the box. You know, OneNote caching. You know, you had to recreate your OneNote cache every time you logged in, when Dave's got like a 200 gig OneNote cache. So
I'm a bit obsessed with OneNote, I have to admit.
And, you know, he would have to reopen all his notebooks every time he logged in, that sort of thing. Just put FS Logics profiles in and everything just went away. Another thing, though, that you're probably going to come to is when it came to updating applications with this cool sort of DevOpsy build process, we didn't have any way of updating anything outside of the build process itself. So as this kind of scaled up a bit and users started requesting things, or they needed an update applying to an app, a lot of the time it was like, right, you'll have to wait for next month's build. So we kind of started having a think about this. And, you know, there was things like, we couldn't really use native app V because of infrastructure overheads. I think it needs full fat SQL. App layering wasn't available in AWS unless we built an ALM natively. We weren't going to get SCCM. So we felt a bit cornered by this, but then we kind of came along with, well, I was suggesting is that we use the App V scheduler, which I am totally sold on, by the way, now that I've started using it. So here's a quick step through of how we're kind of composing that image. We get that golden AMI in the top left there, you know, released by AWS. That comes down to cloud run teams who feed it into Puppet and Packer, which throws out the core apps and the operating system. On top of that, we've got our machine level AD group policies. But then we have a packages share that it connects to, full of App V packages that, you know, as Dave mentioned, we already had packages in the environment that we no longer kind of were using. And if we use the App V scheduler, we don't need any infrastructure at all. Literally, when the computer boots up, it just goes to the packages share and caches down all of the apps in this share onto the machine. So you need a bit of storage overhead, but otherwise it's great. Now, the best thing about it was, because we were using FS Logics, we kind of used the same idea that I did with Dave Brett, actually. I know he deployed in this way as well, is to then use all those App V apps to kind of mask them in or mask them out by using the FS Logics masking rules on top. So essentially you get the kind of user session is composed. You know, if you see in the middle there, all those App V apps are all delivered on the machine. So it's a single image we've got. But then when a user logs on, he only sees the App V apps that he's got access to. And therefore, all of a sudden, we had a capability to start updating apps in real time. And I still think it's really cool when I deploy a new app. I just drop it in the packages share. And then as the schedule comes around, they literally just appear in my start menu in the middle of the session, which is absolutely great. And, you know, we managed to come up with a way of getting updates out to the users without having to wait for that 30-day cycle or 6-month cycle for the pets and the super pets out there. So we now give ourselves a load more flexibility by simply using the FS Logics app masking stuff and the scheduler on top, which is, you know, I'm totally sold on it now. It works.
And I would say the big thing about it is we're not necessarily using it massively yet, but what we've done is we've built the framework, let's call it, and the framework now allows us to grow that maturity of doing those things. And, you know, ultimately what we want to do is basically have as little as possible in the base image, because the only thing that we've really got in there is Pro Plus, of which you probably want to be updating on a quarterly cycle. So other than that, there's very little in the base image. That's how we want to carry on.
So I think Dave's already mentioned that monitoring was the bit that we kind of hadn't really covered, that we could have really done a bit better, but we were thinking about it. So at this stage, we were kind of quite pleased with ourselves. Yeah, everything was working really, really sort of nicely. So kind of, we were thinking, right, that's it, you know, everything's sort of done. And then this happened, right? So we only had a few hundred sort of users peak on this at the time. And then all of a sudden, we needed to scale up massively and provide a public-facing solution to everyone. And this was the only one we had. So all of a sudden, you know, we had this massive sort of scaling going up, and we always know that users are going to have different requirements. So it kind of begs the question that the COVID-19 has probably done more for digital transformation in the last few months than many a chief exec has ever managed to do. But it was pretty obvious straight away that we'd done the right thing with that framework, as Dave said, about AppV schedule and FS Logics, because now we had users queuing up to get on the platform, all with different requirements. So to scale up, first thing we had to do, Dave, I think you know about this, we had to get some more cloud connectors and network capability around that, didn't we?
Yeah, so we really went back to Citrix and said, you know, just how many users can we put through a cloud connector? And seemingly, I think the figure is crazily high. These boxes they're doing very little from a memory and CPU perspective. It's really the bandwidth throughput that is the thing through those boxes. So we've got them running at just, I think they're 16 gig, 4 CPU instances, very small. And I think Citrix said, you know, you can run X thousand people concurrently through them. But we've gone for a bit of a belt and braces approach on the grounds, especially if you've got multiple availability zones or whatever the terminology in whichever cloud environment you've got, just to ensure that what actually happens in the case of an outage in one of those. But then network-wise, your pipe between those cloud connectors and the Citrix Cloud is obviously where all of the traffic from all of your users, as in the video, keyboard, mouse, but is going down. And I would say the thing to also mention about that is that we've been really looking to use Teams a lot more aggressively and Skype. And with Teams, we've got the offloading capability in there now. So the local workstation is taking quite a lot of that hit. But those network pipes, yeah, the inbound to your where the VDAs are, and then obviously the pipe from where your VDAs are to your internal network then needs to be thought about. But I would say the other big thing to mention is I would highly recommend using as new a version of the VDA as you can, the 1912 LTSR, plus the Workspace app, because I think there was a Daniel Feller document showing just how much less and less bandwidth those clients and VDAs are using on the newer versions. And we've certainly seen that there's a big benefit in using the latest and greatest because of that. And obviously, the less you're using, the more you can squeeze down those pipes. But yeah, having people connecting from public places as opposed to from private networks is the other big thing that I think we'll see a bigger push towards. You know, going away from people having MPLS connections and things like that, connecting into environments to start with.
Which kind of takes us on to everybody's working from home. So now we've got security stuff. Dave already mentioned about app protection. Get that into the access control offering, please, Citrix, because that will help us out a lot.
Yeah, Tom, you're listening, so please get that sorted.
We have to be very specific with our cut and paste policies. Citrix is actually pretty good with this now. Also things like printing policies, USB device mapping, because we wanted to allow USB YubiKey access tokens, but not other mass storage devices. And Dave's already mentioned that HTML5 receiver being able to download files, which is a fairly new thing. I'm aware we're getting pretty short on time now, so that's just the different Citrix redirections you can do now. And
that's a really nice thing, though, that you can do different directional things as opposed to it just being all or nothing. So I would say that's something really worth looking at.
It is. And of course, as we said, everybody then wants to use Teams, don't they? Because you get all these new users on board. You know, we've only had a few people using Teams and everyone wants to use it. So one thing we have learned that we had a big snafu with recently is when you install the client on there, you need to use the all user and the all users install switches just to be really, really annoying. If you don't, you'll get it auto-updating itself. So your users have one version of Teams, the server has a different version, and things crash a lot. So make sure you get that done. Again, we already mentioned offloading. Teams is hungry, and it's also it's an unknown. I have noticed when you log on with Teams, it spaffs out 4.6 gig into the profile of white space, which is kind of bizarre. And the other bit they all want to use is they all want to use OneDrive as well, which, you know, all of a sudden we've got another sort of bottleneck or, you know, requirement. So FS Logics is obviously king. Use known folder move, because then those idiots who save things to the desktop and then you delete their profile and they claim they need it back, they don't bother you anymore because you save that into the OneDrive as well. If you've got Server 2019, use files on demand, get single sign-on for the sync client, and it's all lovely and seamless. Now, the final thing that I wanted to talk about that we found out is all of a sudden we needed loads more storage. So we've got great things in Amazon like FSX or S3 fronted with a storage gateway, but we're not allowed to use that because they're not approved. So we were using EBS volumes, but these have a maximum capacity of 16 terabyte, which sounds a lot, but then you talk 7,000 users with potentially 20 to 40 gig profiles. That's a metric fuck ton of storage requirements, to coin a phrase. So the only option we had was to add more EBS volumes to try and address this. Ideal thing that I know Lee Jeffries would say is to use a SOFS cluster, a scale-up file services cluster, but we didn't have time to implement that or even get it
far
tested.
too difficult.
It did look very difficult for us. So this is where the community is great, because Ryan Revord, CTP, gave us a script that basically does this. Every time a Citrix Virtual Apps Worker boots up, startup script runs, and this has a list of paths in that have all your servers with their 16 terabyte EBS volumes attached. It goes through the list, orders them in disk space, so the one with the highest amount of free disk space goes to the top, writes this to the VHD locations for FS logics. So then if a user logs on, it checks all of those paths. If it finds a pre-existing profile in any of them, it gives you it. If it doesn't, it creates one in the first path in the list, which is the one with the most disk space, and then the server reboots the next day and it reorders them again according to disk space. So the idea is, as long as you don't onboard too many users in one day to fill up the store with the most disk space, we've got a lovely way of rolling it round and basically giving ourselves failover like we've done here. We've staged servers across the availability zones, which basically run it at such a capacity that we can take a failure of one of the availability zones and host all the users on the others. Now, obviously, this doesn't provide any resiliency. If the user's profile is lost, it will, be lost. They'll have to get a new one. But the idea is we've leaned so much on OneDrive, to do the known folder move, that literally they'll log back in, they'll put their customizations back, their data will resync, their Outlook will resync, and off they go again. So we're feeling pretty confident about that we're trying to do that together, put that together. So it sounds really, really good.
Indeed.
So I think this is the quickest bash together of takeaways I've ever put together. I literally did this about 5 minutes before the meeting, which is why is it so thing. But I think I can conclude Citrix Cloud's not that bad, really. Now, it has got past a lot of teething problems. Unfortunately, we were exposed to a lot of those, but it is developing as a service. Be interested to see how it stacks up against WVD maybe a year from now, but right at the minute, we're pretty satisfied with it. I think not managing all that other crap that you normally have to manage is pretty cool. I don't miss doing any of that at all. Just in case you didn't hear me say, I'll just reiterate the point that the studio sucks, and please, Citrix, sort it out. Again, put your policies in AD if you can, or make sure you back them up. Get away from UPM and file-based ways of doing your profiles. I think they are really, really long in the tooth now and gone. The App V scheduler is absolutely awesome. It's great. It's given us so much flexibility, as really, the ability to scale up now. Without that, we really would have been struggling. So that'll do until Jim Moyle, as he's now known, give us all App Attach and lets us use that. I'm ashamed I missed his session today. Citrix need to step up the security stuff, I think, for cloud. Work from home, really, we do get pressured from security people saying, what about this, what about that? We've got to be able to respond to it. And just community rocks, because Ryan Revord really saved our bacon with that script. I don't know how we'd have got around all sorts of those storage issues and whatnot without something like that, but that's really, really cool. So there you go. That's our most thrown together presentation of all time. Dave, if you're wondering what that furious keyboard bashing was in that last meeting.
No, I knew exactly what it was.
That was me trying to write this up. So there you go. Thank you very much. I hope that was useful.
Any questions?
There's one in the Q&A.
I think the answer is no. As it stands, you can't bring your own custom URL to it. It's something.cloud.com.
There you go then. Well done, Dave.
A question for you. Do you see most people using traditional AD joined workstations or using Azure Active Directory joined?
Currently, it's still only you have to have that on-premise AD. So I still think, the maturity certainly of, and this is where I think Microsoft have been very stupid calling it Azure Domain Services, or the ADDS, the fact you can host an Active Directory in the Azure environment is confusing as well. But yeah, you still need that that native domain joined aspect, I would say. Or let's say if you don't do that and you're going down the modern management with the hybrid joined aspect of things, I still think you're going to be in a world of pain at the moment. It's certainly something that I've not worked on yet. But yeah, I would say you still need that AD. And to be honest, you're going to need AD anyway, because the AD in most organizations, I would say, is doing a sync up with Azure AD Connect to provide most people, I would say, don't necessarily just create straight Azure AD user accounts. Jim might disagree with me on that, but I think that's pretty much the case in most organizations. You know, because most of it is still probably legacy fronting all of the Office 365 accounts, etc.
Yep. So when you see like hybrid environments where you've got a lot of on-premises data and apps and things like that, what do you see the minimum people putting in the cloud? So is it profile servers and home drives, or do you still see a lot of data traversing back to on-premises stuff? And again, how do you scale for that, right? Because if a lot of your backend apps are still on premises and your workloads in Azure, you're incurring a lot of sort of ingress-egress data.
Sure,
right?
sure. Yeah, and I think the way I've thought about it for the last 2 years strategically is this is a framework, and especially if you've got several different on-premises environments, probably underpinned with different Active Directories, etc. This is a great way to actually get away from that and have one framework, which is the Citrix Cloud aspect of it, and then the Azure AD is the identity, and then you can position those workloads in whichever data centers you want, or clouds, or whatever, and really ultimately bring together your kind of catalog of all your applications for your organization. I personally don't like the idea of trying to bring multiple different Active Directories into your same Citrix Cloud tenant, because I think that is defeating the point, and I personally like to think that this is an enabler to get away from some of that legacy crap that you struggle to get away from. So my preference would be to keep all of those computer objects in the same AD, but I do know you can have multiple ADs now. There's also a lot of things around, the trust relationships you've got between those different ADs, or the forest setup, you might have a child domain, etc. Again, you're getting very complicated if you do that. I like the whole simplicity of trying to use this as a progression to get into a very cleansed situation, really.
Yeah, I mean, often there's a case of you have to kind of fit it into the customer's existing AD design, for example.
Yeah, but I think everyone's realizing probably that needs to evolve. My personal feeling is anyway that this is challenging, and I think the COVID-19 stuff is really challenging the necessity for connectivity and where people connect from. I think going away from the years and years and years of having very small, low bandwidth MPLS connections to offshore locations with people struggling performance-wise should evolve, is my personal feeling. And this is a great enabler for that, especially if you struggle to have DMZ capabilities, and a NetScaler gateway, for example. Just use this functionality that you can buy as a subscription.
You can do both, right? So
yeah,
and eventually we'll be able to get away from traditional AD. It'll all just be Intune and Azure AD anyway. Just on the question earlier about using your own corporate URL, there's a link I put in the chat. Now, it says WVD in there, but it works for any URL. You can either use your front door, or you can use Function Apps to effectively stick your own URL in front of it. I'm sure you could do it with AWS as well, but obviously I don't know that.
AWS doesn't matter, Jim. There's no addressing of AWS anywhere. This is literally, the Citrix Cloud Gateway and the Azure AD Identity Management, as in login.microsoftonline.com. So they're the only things really that are involved. So you could do.
What I meant is that you could use their service to do the thing as well as Azure functions. But
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's plenty of things like that. Similarly with the myapps.microsoft.com site, I always ask for vanity URL, I think they're known as, and that still struggled to get that over time. That was something we asked for about 3 years ago, and I still think there's a big trade-off between what should be the front door for all of these things. Should it be the Microsoft environment? Should it be a Citrix environment? Should it be another environment? And then you get through to these. I mean, it's similarly, we haven't talked about the SaaS apps in general, and obviously Citrix have their capability of single sign-on. Azure AD has the same kind of, probably more mature with 3,000, 4,000 SaaS apps, etc. But what should be the landing page to launch those? And similarly then to get to your hosted apps and desktops as well. So yeah, I still think that's a competition to be won out in the marketplace, really, and probably personal choice very much.
Yeah, another app portal, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Dave and James.
Well, sorry, it was a bit rushed.
It's all right, no, not at all. It's very interesting. So if there's no more questions from the audience, so I think we'll wrap it up. I've posted the SurveyMonkey link for the post-event survey, and from those responses, we'll draw the £100 Amazon gift voucher. So thank you for everyone attending their time, all the presenters today and our sponsors for sticking with us, even though we haven't had an in-person meeting. Currently, the summer meeting was scheduled for late June. We're currently discussing whether it's probably worth moving that to sort of late July, August time, before we sort of have the book venues and things like that. It's likely to be in London, but we'll obviously keep you all updated as to when the situation around people being able to travel and socialise again, if that changes. So
it's going to be a bit tricky. Yeah, so it's probably going to be virtual again, I would say, given what's happening. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, exactly. So, but apologies for the way it started, but we're all kind of learning. So I think we had a good sessions, and if the presenters can send me their PDFs of their slides, or of their slides, I'll PDF them, get them on the website, and then we'll also upload the recording as well, so people can view it on demand.
Yeah, my session will be half on one and half on the other.
We'll just have to get you to re-record your whole session, Jim, and then we'll edit you in.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for attending. We really appreciate you coming along.
Cheers. Thank you, everyone.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers.